Dr. Imam Sujadi as the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Dr. Pait Nurma Yunita Indrianti as the Vice Dean for Academic Research, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Farida Nurhasanah as the Head of International Office of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Honorable invited speakers, Profesor Dr. Indah Widyastuti from Universitas 11 Maret, Victoria Pineda, MA Education and MA Com from Asia Pacific College, Philippines, Professor Mi Yong Hong from Korean National University of Education, South Korea, Associate Professor Dr. Panrese Riti Pravat from Mahidol University, Thailand, Dr. Roslinawati Muhammad Roslan Sultan from Hassanal Bolkiah Institute of Education, Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Nicholas Labrose from University Glasgow, United Kingdom, Janika Leoste, PhD from Tallinn University, Estonia, and the honorable all participants from around the world, especially from Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Brunei Darussalam, Myanmar, Vietnam, East Timor, Sudan, and Rwanda. Good morning and welcome to the STEM webinar. This prestigious event is held under the theme STEM Education to support green skills powered by AI, advancing sustainable innovation. We are gathered here at the Zoom meeting that organized by the International Office from Faculty of Teacher Training and Education and STEM Center from Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. It is with great pleasure that we embark on this enlightening journey on June 2nd, 2026. My name is Alisa. It is a precious opportunity for me to be the master of ceremony for today's event. Before we commence our agenda today, allow me to give you an overview of today's event. First is opening, second, reciting the next national anthem, third is welcoming remarks, fourth, webinar session, fifth is announcement, and then closing statement. Before we start, allow me to go over a few virtual housekeeping rules to ensure a smooth and professional experience for all of us. First, please keep your microphones mute all times. Second, we encourage you to turn your cameras on to make this more interactive. Third, we kindly post your question in the chat room and we will address them during the dedicated session. And also, please note that we are recording this event. A quick note on our schedule, given that our audience today span various time zones, we will not be having a separate intermission or break session. So we have streamlined the flow to respect the diverse local times of all attendees. We kindly request everyone to synchronize with the current session timing and take personal breaks only during the short gaps between the segments. Please ensure your full attendance from start to finish. We greatly appreciate your cooperation. The next session is the singing of the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. To the organizing committee in charge, please share the screen.
bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya, bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. Next is welcoming remarks from Dr. Farida Nurhasanah as the Head of International Office of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Please welcome Dr. Farida.
Thank you, Miss Anissa. Can you hear my voice clearly? Hello?
Yes.
Can you? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to our respected Dean and Vice Dean for Academic and Research Affairs, Professor Imam Sujadi, and also Professor Nurma Yunita Indrianti. Our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Indah Widyastuti from Sebelas Maret University, Victoria Pineda from the Asia Pacific College, Professor Myung Hong from the Korea National University of Education, Associate Professor Pandraseriti Prafat from Mahidol University, Thailand, Dr. Roslina Wate Muhammad Ruslan from the University of Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Nicholas Labrose from the University Glasgow, and from Professor Janika Lioste from Tallinn University. Honorable moderators, lecturers, researchers, educators, students, and participants joining us from Indonesia as well as from many other countries, it is my great honor and pleasure to warmly welcome all of you to the STEM webinar 2026, organized by the International Office and the STEM Center of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sebelas Maret University. First of all, allow me to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers who have generously shared their time and expertise with us today from 7 countries. We are truly honored to welcome experts from Estonia, from the South Korea, from Philippines, Thailand, Brunei Darussalam, United Kingdom, and as well as from Indonesia. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to strengthening global collaboration in advancing STEM education for a more sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, today's webinar carries a highly relevant theme: STEM education to support green skill power with AI, advancing sustainable innovation. We are living in the era where the artificial intelligence is transforming nearly every aspect of the society. At the same time, climate change and sustainability have become global priorities. Therefore, our challenge is no longer simply preparing the students to master the technology, but preparing them to use the technology responsibly, creatively, and ethically to solve a very complex real-world problems. This is exactly why STEM education, AI, and the green skill should not be viewed as a separate concepts, but rather as the complementary forces that empower future generations to become innovators, problem solvers, and responsible global citizens. We are delighted to witness such a tremendous enthusiasm for today's event. As of yesterday's afternoon, we got more than 407 participants from Indonesia and abroad had registered for this webinar. This is representing educational institutions from more than 5 countries This overwhelming response demonstrates that the conservation of the AI-powered STEM education and sustainability is becoming increasingly important across the international education community. Ladies and gentlemen, today's webinars also mark the first stage of our annual STEM Fair 2026. This is a flagship program organized by the International Office and also STEM Center of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sebelas Maret University. We are excited to continue this journey with the second stage, which will be held on September 30, 2026, featuring various STEM competition, innovation showcase, and exhibition to celebrate creativity, collaboration, and technological innovation. We sincerely invite all of you to join us again and to continue this meaningful journey together. So be ready for that. Prepare yourself. We still have enough time for that. Innovation educational, we sincerely hope that today's discussion will inspire the new ideas, the meaningful collaboration, and innovative educational practices that create lasting impact in our institution, communities, and beyond. And finally, before we proceed to today's program, with a great respect, I would like to humbly request our respected Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sebelas Maret University, Professor Imam Sujadi, to kindly deliver his opening remarks and officially declare this STEM webinar 2026 open. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Farida. Okay, next is a allowing address and webinar opening by Dr. Imam Sujadi as the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret. Please welcome Dr. Imam Sujadi.
Thank you, Ms. Alisa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished keynote speakers and experts from Indonesia, Korea, the Philippines, Thailand, Brunei Darussalam, and Europe, honorable representative and our partner university, respected colleagues, research educators, students, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the joint international webinar on STEM education to support green skills powered with AI, advancing sustainable innovation. On behalf of the Faculty of Teacher Training Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all distinguished speakers, participants, and our international partners from joining us today. Your presence demonstrates our shared commitment to improving education through innovation and global collaboration. Today, education is undergoing unprecedented transformation. Artificial intelligence is rapidly reshaping how we teach, learn, conduct research, and address real-world problems. At the same time, the world faces pressing sustainability challenges, from climate change and environmental degradation to need for more equitable and resilient development. This latest remind us that future generations must be equipped not only with strong academic knowledge, but also with green skills, digital competencies, critical thinking, creativity, and ethical responsibility. In this context, STEM education has an increasingly strategic role. When strengthened by artificial intelligence, STEM learning can help prepare graduates who are capable of innovating, solving complex problems, and contributing to sustainable development. To achieve this, Curriculum innovation, interdisciplinary learning, and meaningful international collaboration are not merely optionally, they are essential. This webinar is an excellent platform for sharing ideas, exchanging best practices, and building stronger partnerships among universities across different countries. I sincerely hope that today's discussion will inspire new initiative in teaching, research, community engagement, and future collaborative projects. I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to the International Office, the STEM Center of KIP Universitas 11 Maret, the organizing committee, moderator, technical teams, and all partner institutions for their dedication and hard work in organizing this meaningful event. To all participants, I encourage you to actively participate in every session, engage in fruitful discussion, ask questions, and take advantage of this valuable opportunity to learn from leading experts around the world. Finally, with gratitude to Amity to coach and with every participant productive and inspiring webinar, I hereby officially declare the joint international webinar on STEM education to support green cycle board with AI, advancing sustainable innovation officially open. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Imam Sujadi. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite all distinguished guests, honorable speakers, and participants to turn on the camera for documentation session. So, please turn on the camera. Okay. All right, everyone, are we ready? So here is my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Okay, next style maybe. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. The group photo will be shared with all registered participants via group chat. So now you may turn your cameras off if you wish, and thank you for your cooperation. Okay, before we officially begin our session, allow me to share a quick but important reminder regarding your participant certificates. To facilitate the issuance of your e-certificates at the end of this event, we will be conducting an attendance verification process. The requirement is simple. Each participant must take a screenshot during every single session throughout today's program. The screenshot will serve as your official proof of attendance. Therefore, please do not forget to capture a screenshot at the start or during each session. However, you don't have to worry about keeping track on your own booth. The organizing committee and I will be actively reminding you at the beginning of each session to take your screenshot. We kindly request your full cooperation on this matter. Thank you, and let's now move forward into our main agenda. Entering the main session for today, this session will feature 7 esteemed speakers who will delve into their respective fields of expertise. The first main session will feature 3 distinguished keynote speakers. First is Professor Dr. Indah Widyastuti from Universitas 11 Maret. Second is Victoria Pineda from Asia Pacific College, Philippines. And third is Professor Mi Yong Hong from Korean National University of Education, South Korea. The session will be moderated by Dr. Imam Sujadi. Moderated by Dr. Imam Samudra from Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. Before we start our discussion, I would like to present the CV of our moderator. So this is the CV of Dr. Imam Samudra. He's head of Al-Abidin Foundation, Surakarta, and the chemistry teacher. And also he holds a doctoral of education science in Universitas Sebelas Maret. And his recent publication is about bibliometric mapping of computational thinking and project-based learning research in science education for advancing SDGs number 6. And it already published on Journal of Discovery Sustainability from Q1 Scopus. Maybe that's all for the brief explanation about Dr. Imam Samudra. With his extensive experience and expertise, we are honored to have Dr. Imam Samudra as our moderator today. Please welcome Dr. Imam Samudra.
Okay. Thank you so much for Miss Alia for introducing me very well. Good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, distinguished speaker, honorable guest, and all participants joining us from various countries. My name is Imam Samudra. You can call me Mr. Sam or Mr. Imam. And I have a pleasure of serving as your moderator for today's STEM webinar, part of STEM Fair 2026, hosted by the International Office and STEM Center of the Faculty of Teacher Training in Education, Sebelas Maret University. Today's theme is STEM education to support a green skill powered with AI, advancing sustainable innovation. We are honored to bring together expert and practitioner from Indonesia. Hello, if you are from Indonesia, please clap your hand.
Halo,
Hello,
Indonesia.
thank you so much. From Korea? From
Annyeonghaseyo.
Korea, if you come from Korea, please clap your hands. And from the Philippines? Philippines, is there any from Philippines? Oh, maybe still waiting, yeah? From Thailand?
Hello.
Oh, hello. From Philippines.
Sikap.
From Thailand?
From Thailand.
From Thailand. Oh, thank you. From Brunei Darussalam? Yeah, Nabila alias from Europe. And then from another country. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining with us today. Who will share their perspective from 8:30 this morning until afternoon Western Indonesian time. Before we begin, let me briefly walk you through today's flow. Each session will consist of a presentation followed by a short question and answer segment, and we will close each session with a certificate presentation to our speaker. Without further delay, let us begin with our first speaker. The first speaker is from Indonesia, Professor Dr. Indah Widyastuti, Master of Engineering. Hello, Prof. Indah. Are you already joining with us?
Hello, morning.
Yeah, good morning, Prof. Indah.
Morning, Pak Imam.
Oh ya, selamat pagi, Bu Indah. Before we start, I would like to begin this session. Allow me to greet our next speaker from Indonesia and briefly introduce Prof. Dr. Indah Widyastuti, Master of Engineering. Our first speaker today is Prof. Indah, currently the head of Mechanical Engineering Education in Department at Sebelas Maret University, a position she has held since 2024. Before previously served as head of the Vocational Teachers Master Program for 2023 to 2024, and as coordinator of external quality assurance for international affairs from 2020 to 2023. She holds a PhD in material engineering from Swinburne University of Technology, Australia, a master's degree in industrial engineering from Gajah Mada University, and bachelor degree in industrial engineering from 10 November Institute of Technology or ITS in Indonesia. Prof. Indah Research Center on Sustainable Materials, Biodegradable Plastic, and Recycled Composite, with a strong focus on integrating green skills into technical and vocational education. She currently leads several major research grants on green skill integration and circular economy curricula, and her work has been featured in numerous international publications. Her contribution also been recognized at the regional level, including as an invited panelist at the ASEAN Green Job Forum in 2024 and 2025, and as panelist in the fourth ASEAN TVET Council Regional Policy Dialogue. In 2023, she was named Academic Leader in Technology at Sebelas Maret University. Prof. Dr. Indah Widastuti, Master of Engineering, currently serves as Sebelas Maret University, and Prof. Indah will be presenting on STEM education system for green skill. Without further ado, I would like to invite Prof. Indah. Please give big applause for Prof. Indah. And then for 40 minutes, the time and floor are yours.
Terima kasih Pak Imam. Thank you for the time. I would like to share the slide. Is it possible? Okay. Hopefully my voice is audible and the screen I share is visible. Okay, good morning everyone, and for all the distinguished colleagues from Philippines, Thailand, and other Korea, Brunei, Darussalam. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity. It's a great pleasure to be here today to discuss a topic that I believe is with shaping the future of education, industry, and society. I'm Indah Widastuti from the STEM Center UNS, Universitas Sebelas Maret, and I'd like to share a simple question on how to build a sustainable future by starting off from developing skills for the ones that sitting in our classroom today. So the technology that will solve for tomorrow's sustainability might not yet exist. But the people who will design those technologies, create the jobs, and lead the transformation are already learning in our school and universities. So today I would like to share how we can build a STEM education ecosystem that prepare learners not only with technical expertise, but also with the green skills, values, and collaborative mindset needed for sustainable futures. Our discussion today is organized into 4 parts. The first part is we will explore why green skills have become one of the most important priorities in education and workforce development. And second, I will discuss what we mean by a STEM ecosystem and why collaboration across sectors is essential. And then third, we will reflect on the challenge of building such an ecosystem. Finally, I will share several promising practices that demonstrate how STEM education can support the transition towards a greener and more sustainable society. Okay, let's us begin by looking at the bigger picture across the world. Countries are making ambitious commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emission and achieve net zero target due to some environmental challenges. We see around us across the world, there are several environmental problems. Before we start with the STEM ecosystem and to make us like a warm-up session, would you please have here for all the audience to write in the chat why all the countries are concerned about the greenhouse gas emission, why it should keep less than 2 degrees Celsius, or what kind of environmental challenge that now facing our society that's now being a problem in our surrounding. Okay, would you please write down in the chat what the thing that you see as an environmental problem? Maybe you will have an Indonesian case. Okay, heat wave. Oh, yes. In Europe, currently, there is a heat wave, unpredictable weather. Okay, thank you. And then what else? Climate change. Yes, good. Anything else? What else? What environmental problem around our society that like oppress us to be more conscious? Okay, deforestation. Thank you. Pollution. Yes, ice cap melting in North and South poles. Yeah, okay. Declining human living spaces. Oh, okay. Thank you, Gabriel. Air pollution, global warming, a lot of rubbish. Yes, that's great. Yeah. This is okay, people green skill. Okay. Yeah. Okay, what else? Anything else? So all the things that you write in the chat are some environmental problem that's facing our society today, that then making the government, the society concerned, and we see there were Paris Agreement that declare that we should reduce the greenhouse gas emission and try to keep the global rise between less than 2 degrees Celsius. But what we see today, the heat wave that's now currently occur in Europe has shown the global heat wave around the world, and we see the impact all around us. And now, in response to the target of the environmental problem, the government are investing in renewable energy, sustainable transportation, green manufacturing, and circular economy initiative. These investments are certainly important. However, there is one aspect that often receives less attention, as the technology alone cannot deliver the green transition, as behind every technological innovation is a skilled person, and behind every skilled person is an education system. This is why education is central to the transition from climate emission to climate action. And the climate target encourages the development of green economy. A green economy creates demand for green jobs. And green jobs require people equipped with the right knowledge, skills, and value. So education is therefore not a supporting activity, but the foundation of the entire transition. Now, that brings us to an important question. What exactly green skill? As green skill move beyond technical STEM skills. Many discussions still equate green skill with technical competence in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but actually STEM provide the technical foundation for developing renewable energy system, designing sustainable practices, improving manufacturing process, or managing environmental resources. But actually, green skill go much further. As we see here in the typology of green skills I derived from Pavlova, that the green skill begin with mindset. Green skills include the willingness to think differently about how we design, produce, consume, and live. The green skills also involve adaptability. And the green transition that does not only create new occupation, it also transforms the existing ones. For example, an automotive technician increasingly works with electric vehicles rather than internal combustion engine. And in other words, workers are not simply changing jobs, they are changing the way they perform their job. And we see that the urgency become even clearer when we examine labor market trends. As you see that the green skills is the driver for green jobs. Okay, now let's discuss about the green jobs. What do you think about green jobs? What kind of occupation that you see as green jobs? Is a teacher doing the green jobs? Or what kind of job that consider as green job? Can you write again in the chat? What is green job? What occupation that consider as green jobs? Like for example, is a technician are doing green jobs? Is the one who repair our car as doing green jobs, for example? Or what kind of occupation in a green jobs? Anyone? Okay. Oh, occupation that environmentally. Okay, that's good. The biology scientist is doing green jobs. Okay, thank you. Okay, farmer. Farmer can be the green jobs. Yes. Okay. But actually, we should like see the one here, the image I present, that some worker, like that there is like a job destruction, like for example the farmer, but there will be like a new job created that related because of response to the sustainability issue. For example, the current farmers using the chemical pesticide, and then in the future, it's expected that more farmers going green by using, for example, more organic pesticide, fertilizer, and doing the green agriculture. So we will have more sustainable agriculture. Okay, farmer could be have a green jobs. Okay, recycling and waste management specialist. Yes, thank you. There will be much more opportunities in waste management. There will be technician for recycling, for waste management. Okay, that's good. Forest conservation, green building architect. Okay, green data scientist. Yeah, thank you. As we have here the data provided by ILO that by 2030, there will be 25 million jobs created due to energy sustainability. And however, there is a risk of 7 million jobs that's being destructed. And it could be destroyed if workers not reskills into new occupation. So that's why this is the responsibility for the education institution to prepare for the green skills. Okay, now we would have to next part, as we understand previously why green skills matters. The next question is how we develop them. The answer is bring us to the idea of STEM ecosystem. When we hear the ecosystem, we usually think about forest or ocean or coral reef, places where many different organisms depend on one another to survive. And actually, education works in exactly the same way. School cannot alone prepare students for the complexities of today's world, because students spend only part of their lives in classrooms. The curiosity is nurtured at home. The aspirations are influenced by the communities. The professional skills are shaped through interaction with industry. The understanding of citizenship developed through engagement with the society. Or in other words, education is a shared responsibility. A STEM ecosystem brings together school, universities, industries, a government, community organization, and families to create continuous learning opportunities. When they work together, students develop the competencies needed to address complex sustainability challenges. However, collaboration alone is not enough. We also need to rethink what we teach. For many years, STEM education has focused primarily on disciplinary knowledge. Students learn science in one classroom, engineering in another, mathematics separately, technology somewhere else. But climate change does not recognize academic discipline. Neither does, as you see, the environmental problem, the waste, the plastic pollution, the air pollution. Real-world sustainability require us to connect knowledge rather than spread it. This is why transdisciplinary learning has become increasingly important. In addition, students also need the what's so-called as the 21st century learning, critical thinking, creative thinking, system thinking, collaboration, communication, innovation. They are essential professional competencies. And success also depend on teamwork, communication, understanding the consumer behavior, and developing viable business model. So that is why green skill extend well beyond STEM knowledge alone. So how do we help students develop these competencies? Students learn sustainability by doing sustainability. So we can see here that hands-on STEM learning is important. Reading about climate change is important, but solving climate-related problem is transformational. In this framework, learning progress through some stages. The first stage is eco-awareness. Students observe the environment, they investigated local issue. They begin asking questions. Why is the river polluted? How could we use the potential of the river to have a source of the renewable energy? Why does our school consume so much electricity? Why are the food waste increasing? Curiosity is where learning begins. And then the second stage is eco-integration. Students apply STEM knowledge. They collect data, they analyze evidence, they investigate possible solutions. And then finally, they reach eco-transformation. This is where learning becomes action. Students design innovation, develop prototypes, evaluate the effectiveness, reflect on improvement. And at this stage, students are no longer simply learning about sustainability. They are contributing to sustainability. And it might be the ultimate purpose of education, not merely transferring knowledge, but empowering learners to improve the world around them. As a student move through these learning experiences, they gradually develop what we call as green competencies. Of course, technical competencies remain essential. Students need to understand renewable energy technologies, environmental management system, waste management, circular economy principles, life cycle assessment, sustainable manufacturing. These technical competencies form the foundation. But today's graduate also require something equally important. They need digital sustainability literacy. The artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, big data, digital twin, smart manufacturing. These technologies are currently rapidly transforming sustainability practices across every industry. However, technology alone is not sufficient. Students must also develop circular economy thinking. Instead of asking, how can we produce more? Then they begin asking, how can we produce better? How can the material remain in circulation? How can we reuse? How can we recycle? How can we repair rather than easily discarded? And then, most importantly, we must ensure that green education is inclusive, the transition to a green economy should benefit everyone, women and men, urban and rural communities, learners from different socioeconomic background, because green transition that leave people behind cannot truly be called sustainable. So what does this look like in practical? One of the most effective approach is project-based learning, supported by the engineering design process. Instead of beginning with theories, we begin with problems, real problems. For example, here we see that the student learn how to design a solar oven. Instead of using the oven from electricity, they use the solar power to have the oven. And then they do a project to build the smart house. And for example, here we have a project, because we have here in Indonesia of the food waste because of the, what it's called in English, free nutritious meal, makan bergizi gratis, because there will be abundant food waste. Then they have a maggot that will transform the food waste into something useful, because the maggot itself could be the feed for the cattle, for the chicken, and so that's how they could think beyond to solve the problem they encounter. This project does not hypothetical classroom activities. They are authentic engineering challenge. And through this project, students naturally integrate science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. At the same time, they also learn communication, leadership, project management, entrepreneurship, ethical decision making, collaboration. That is exactly why project-based learning is so powerful. It developed technical competence while simultaneously nurturing the broader green skills required for the future workforce. Now that we have explored the essential component of a STEM ecosystem, the next question becomes, how do we transform these ideas into an educational system that is sustainable, scalable, and capable of driving long-term change? So far, we have discussed why green skills matters and how students develop them through a STEM ecosystem. The next question is, how do we make this sustainable? Developing green skill cannot depend only on a single teacher, a single project, or a single course. It requires a whole system approach. This framework, modified from Majumdar, is a framework for green STEM, for green education. And it illustrates 5 interconnected pillars that together create green system ecosystem. The first is the green school, a school that's not only teach sustainability, but it also should model sustainability. So it's the sustainability model itself. Students should experience energy conservation, responsible water use, waste separation, and sustainable campus management in their daily life. And then the second pillar is green technology. students should engage with these technologies that are shaping the future. Renewable energy systems, smart manufacturing, clean technology, sustainable engineering solution. And the third pillar is the green community, as learning become much more meaningful when students work with local communities to address authentic environmental challenge. Communities become living laboratories where students test ideas, learn from local knowledge, and create practical solutions. The fourth pillar is green research. That research should not remain with universities. It should generate innovation that address real environmental problems and improve people's life. Finally, we have green culture. This is perhaps the most important pillar because technology can change quickly, but culture shapes long-term behavior. And when sustainability becomes part of an institution culture, students no longer practice sustainability because they have to, because they are required to, but because it become part of it's become their daily life, and ultimately that is our goal. And it's not simply changing behavior for one semester, 1 year, but it might take a lifelong habits and value. The next slide is one, I think, as the effective way to bring the framework of green STEM through a community-based STEM project. How could we solve the sustainability challenge within walking distance from our school, not far from our school, surrounded community surrounded our school, because actually almost every community has the and sustainability challenge, as you have mentioned in the chat. There is a challenge, a problem in plastic waste, flooding, water quality, and also I said before about the food waste and energy consumption and urban heat. And actually, these local challenges become authentic learning opportunities. Instead of solving the problem from the textbook, a student could have the opportunity to solve the community problem. And imagine, like have here in the presentation slide, the student working with the local resident to design a solar power that implemented in a dry area to be the energy source for watering the crop. And in another project, they're also learning how to educate the community on how to manufacture the recycled plastic, how to recycle the plastic waste into something useful, into something that has a commercial value. And in this project, students are not simply applying science and engineering, they also learning empathy, they also learning to listen to the community voices. They're working across discipline. They have improved their communicating ideas. They evaluate the impact of the action they perform. And this is where education becomes transformational. Students will see themselves as not simply as learner, but also the one who contribute to the environment. And when students experience the sense of purpose, motivation will naturally flow. Of course, building this kind of ecosystem is not without challenge, because we will see that there is a lack of alignment between the current STEM curricula and the skill required for green job. Because many STEM curricula remain heavily content driven. Students often learn scientific concept, but they have fewer opportunities to apply the knowledge to complex sustainability challenge. And then the second challenge is resource constraint. As we see that to implement such kind of project, it requires equipment, it requires laboratories, and also it requires the teacher who capable to deliver such kind of learning approach. And we might also need digital technology. And many schools, particularly in developing region, face significant resource limitation. And the third is coordination, as education system involve many stakeholders, schools, universities, industry, governments, NGO, and communities. As each organization often has different priorities, timeline, and expectation, that this collaboration should require trust, communication, and shared vision. But this challenge reminds us that building STEM ecosystem is not merely an educational reform, but should have a shared commitment. Although these challenges are significant, there are many encouraging developments around the world. The first promising practice is the integrating sustainability across the curriculum. Sustainability should not be taught as single object. It become a context for learning science, mathematics, engineering, and technology. And then the second is the effective use of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, virtual laboratories, digital simulation, are expanding opportunities for students to investigate environmental problems in ways that were not possible a few years ago. And then the third is supportive policy and sustainable funding, as educational innovation require long-term investment. Finally, every STEM ecosystem should be locally relevant, and there is no universal model. What works in Indonesia may differ what works in Australia, differ with the one in Philippines, differ with the one in Brunei Darussalam, or in Africa, for example. Its community has unique environmental challenge, industries, cultures, and priorities. The most successful ecosystem are then those that respond to local needs while contributing to global sustainability goal. The last section will be allow me to conclude this section with one example from Indonesia. As we have here in Indonesia, the Sekolah Energi Berdikari that developed through the collaboration between PT Pertamina. PT Pertamina is a national company that focusedly working on energy in Indonesia, and it collaborated with Universitas Sebelas Maret to transform schools into centers for independent energy, and it demonstrates what a STEM ecosystem can look like in practice. This initiative is not only simply about teaching the renewable energy technology. It's not about only installing the solar panel that will be the source of energy for the whole school, but actually the purpose is much broader. It aims to transform schools into the center of sustainability learning. Because in this program, students could investigate the solution for the sustainability problem. And then this will provide opportunities for the teacher to strengthen their professional capacity. And from the university contribute to the research and technical expertise, while the industry, the Pertamina, the PT Pertamina, provide practical experience and also the resources. And then the last is the communities become the active learning partner. This program demonstrate that meaningful education transformation happen when every stakeholders contribute to a common vision. And actually, this is the essence of the STEM ecosystem. Not the isolated excellence, but connected excellence. Not individual success, but collective impact. And perhaps that is exactly what the green transition requires. Not one institution working harder, but all of us working together. As I conclude, I would like to return to the first thing I asked about who built a sustainable future, and the people who built it are currently sitting in our classroom today. And our responsibility is therefore not only teach the STEM, but to create learning ecosystem where students develop the knowledge, skill, values, and mindset to solve the real sustainability challenge. So let us together, we build a STEM education ecosystem that prepare not only graduate for green job, but a leader for sustainable work. Okay, thank you very much for this. This is the end of my session. I take the session to Pak Imam.
Yeah, thank you so much for Prof. Indah. Exactly 40 minutes, Prof. Indah. Thank you once again, Prof. Indah, for insightful presentation on STEM education ecosystem for green skill. We are open for the floor for a short question and answer session. We have 20 minutes. So for the participant, please raise your hand via the Zoom reaction feature or type your question in the chat box and I will write out. So for all the participants, There are 20 minutes for a short question and answer for Prof. Indah. So if you have any question, please raise your hand or type in the chat box. Okay, there is one question from Prof. Indah, from Lee Tan Huyen, from Dong Tap University. I will read out, Prof. Indah. Thank you so much, Prof, for your speech that is populating with insightful profundities. I have question regarding one of the encumbrance that you have mentioned. How do you rectify insufficient program continuity and not render it one-time event? So time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Tan Huyen Dong. Thank you for the question. This is actually I have like quite I try to answer. Hopefully, it's the correct answer to your question. How do you rectify insufficient program continuity? As actually some of our STEM project us to have solve the sustainability related problem, but it's not sustainable. So we should have the sustainability project that will sustain. And then, as I mentioned before, for the project, as it should not only rely on one person, not a single one, but it should connect all the stakeholders. So that's why all the stakeholders would like to have like support each other, encourage each other when the one like stop, and then the other will continue. Or it should also have the collaboration with other institutions, as I said before, the government, the industry, other schools, and then if the one stop in one institution, it could be done in other institution. Hopefully, it answered the question.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Indah. And a second question, Prof. Indah, from Ahmad Muwafiq Abdillah Al-Jufri. Can this be applied to school-based learning, whether at the junior or senior high school level, such as by integrating it with subjects like physics, chemistry, or biology to strengthen the green skills?
Okay, thank you for question from Ahmad Muwafiq. I think it will be possible. For example, we have previously have the water quality project, and it should have like the transdisciplinary discipline from the physics to have the measurement of the physics of the water quality, and then from the chemistry for the chemical part of the substances in water, and also the biology on the impact of the physical and chemical substances for the living creature. So it have the opportunity to be integrated to strengthen the green skills.
And then, like you mentioned before, yeah, Prof. Indah, yeah, you are using MBG.
Yes.
Oh yeah, MBG for make it, yeah, Prof. Indah, yeah.
Yeah, MBG for make it.
Yeah.
Yes, and it also interdisciplinary, because actually we work with the engineering for building the design of the rumah magot of the magot where the magot live, and then how it will be sustained in living good to be the fit for the cattle, for example.
Yeah, so it's very possible to integrating all of subject to the STEM major. Yeah.
Yes.
Third question, Prof. Indah from Irwandi USK.
Okay,
There
Pak
is there
Irwandi.
any Pak Irwandi, Prof. Indah. Is there any correlation between green skills and green chemistry? Is there any correlation between green skill and green chemistry?
Correct me if I'm wrong about the green chemistry, as the green skills is the skills that start from the mindset for sustainable living, which is try to find any way to work that have less dangerous impact to the environment. So the skills is from the mindset, and then to the awareness, and then to the technical skills to have less impact for environment. And I think the green chemistry is part of the green skill, as this is the specified skills in chemistry that to find any chemistry substance that have less damage to the environment. How like to reduce the impact of the chemical substance that might harmful to the environment to be less harmful.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Indah. There are 12 principle of green chemistry, like Prof. Indah said before. Next question, actually fourth question, yeah. Fourth question from Mas Diana Abbas, SM Rimba. How do Prof. Indah minimize the challenge that Prof. Indah have mentioned before? This is the correlation between challenge and what was that? The solution,
yeah.
solution gap.
I said three challenges. The is the curriculum gap, so that's why it's important to have more collaboration with the industry. For example, to have actually what's the demand requirement for the skills required by the industry. So the curriculum should align with the industry need. And then related to resource, for example, we have limited resources in, for example, to apply renewable energy technology. And we cooperated, for example, as I said before, with the PT Pertamina, because they have expertise, they have resources. And then the third challenge is related to the collaboration, as we will see that every single entities in the collaboration have their own priorities. So that's why it's important for us to sit together and have the same mission, as I believe that the one who have the same mission will meet, will see, and we work together with others with the same mission. Like we will have a different ways, but into the same direction. So we will have some people in the same direction. That is why we should continue working, we should continue doing, and then we will have collaboration with others with the same vision. And then
Okay, next question from Noril Maulida Fauzia. What do you see as the biggest challenge in developing the green skills among university students? What strategies have proven to be the most effective in preparing students to become future professionals who are environmentally responsible and sustainably oriented?
okay, thank you. I think the same answer is similar to the previously I speak about the challenge. The biggest challenge, there are three challenges: the curriculum gaps, limited resources, and lack of collaboration. And the strategy, as we have in the presentation that we should have integrate sustainability into STEM education, and then to have the government and finance institution to have funding and standardizing the green skills initiative. We should also leveraging ICT and digital tools and to localize the ecosystem for STEM education.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ina, for the question, for the answer for Anuril Maulida Fauzia. The next question is from Deborah, UPR Indonesia. Actually, this is the question for all of the teachers. Yeah, what teaching method are the best suited to developing green skill in the school? The best method.
Okay, thank you. I argue actually that the integrated learning, like project-based learning, will be the appropriate way to teach green skills, as this is not the skills that we could do technically, but it's as I said before, because green skills encompass not only the technical competence but also the mindset and some of the 21st century learning. So that's why it's important to have the integrated learning, and project-based learning will be one of the things. And the project is better to respond to the local community problem. That might be the way to teach the green skills.
Yeah, I'm totally agree with you, Prof. Indah. One of the best suited for developing skills is using project-based learning. But yeah, it's up and down. Yeah, maybe this is the last question because we have a limited time. From Yusuf Hartono, can social science and art be included in green skill development? Social science and art.
Okay, absolutely, because actually, green skill, as I said before, is very relevant to the community and the social science, the sociology, how we have how we understand the culture is should be understood, because actually we should have a solution for the local community problem. And the first thing to do is to understand the local culture. And art actually very important, because actually, yes, this is the balance for the science technology, and art will contribute more in the green skills.
Yeah, thank you once again, Prof. Indah, for answering the question. Thank you for the excellent question and discussion. Once again, let us give our appreciation to Prof. Indah for the valuable insight and shared with us today. Please give a big applause for Prof. Indah. Thank you so much, Prof. Indah. And as a token of appreciation, a certificate of the appreciation will be presented to Prof. Indah. Yeah, this is the certificate for Prof. Dr. Indah Widyastuti, Master of Engineering. Thank you once again, Prof. Indah, for your time and for sharing such valuable knowledge with all of us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Indah. Now we will move to the second presenter, second speaker today. The second speaker today is Miss Victor Pineda, Master Art of Education and Master Art of Communication. Is there any, is Miss Victoria Pineda already joined in the session? Yeah, I can see. Good morning, Miss Victoria Pineda.
Good morning, selamat pagi.
Ya, selamat pagi. Wait a minute. Miss Pineda, Miss Pineda, right? Yeah, Miss Pineda, I have a small personal connection to your country, Miss Pineda, because I already
Yes,
I once
sir.
studied at Ateneo de Zamboanga University
Oh, that's great.
back in
It's one of the top schools.
2023. So it's truly a pleasure to welcoming you from Philippines today ya. Maraming salamat.
Terima
Magandang
kasih.
umaga, Prof. Iya. Magandang umaga, Miss Pineda. What is the meaning magandang umaga?
Good morning.
Ya, good morning. Ya, selamat pagi in Indonesia. Thank you. Before we begin this session, allow me to greet our next speaker from Filipino and briefly introduce Victoria Pineda, Master Art of Education, Master Art of Communication. Miss Victoria Pineda is a learning and development specialist with extensive experience designing and facilitating professional development programs for higher education institutions, government agencies, and international organizations across Southeast Asia. She served as faculty member of De La Salle University, Manila for then 20 years, where she taught in College of Computer Science and contributed to the curriculum innovation. She was part of the team that developed the University Instructional System Technology, or EST program, and participate in interdisciplinary information technology research on community-based disaster. Applying digital technologies to strengthen community resilience, an area that closely aligns with today's sustainable and climate adaptation agenda. Beyond academia, she has worked with Siamo Retract in Vietnam, UNESCO support project in the Philippines, and various higher education institutions on digital transformation, faculty development, and international initiative. Her area of expertise including future-ready skills, AI-enabled learning, instructional design, online facilitation, and workforce upscaling. She has trained university lecture, educational leaders, and professional practitioners through the ASEAN region, and is particularly interested in helping educators preparing learner for emerging trends in sustainability, technology, and the future network. Miss Paneda, you will present your topic in 40 minutes. Now, please give big applause for Miss Paneda. Time and floor are now yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Imam. Can you hear my audio clearly?
Very loud and clear, Prof.
Okay. Again, salamat pagi. Good morning. Assalamualaikum. Welcome to this session on green skills and future trends for higher education in Southeast Asia. I'm honored and grateful to the invitation of Universitas Sebelas Maret, and I am joyful to become part of this event. It was more than 10 years ago when I went to Indonesia for conferences in Bali and in Yogyakarta, particularly at UII, Universitas Islam Indonesia, where I was able to invite also a professor to come to De La Salle University in Manila. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this STEM fair as you are doing something remarkable for our learners, the next generation of sustainable leaders for the ASEAN region. So I think Sir Imam already mentioned about something, all the things about myself. Uh, for NU Asia Pacific College, I just would like to mention that this is one of the schools of the SM companies in Metro Manila. APC specializes in IT and multimedia, and this is where I had the opportunity to spearhead on international partnerships with China. And close to my heart is working on CSR projects through some foundations or NGOs. I had the experience of creating a curation of madrasa materials for some schools in Marawi, in Mindanao. This was during the pandemic as well. So, and at present, we're also setting up a digital learning center in Iloilo with curated reading applications. Today, our agenda is briefed up. I'll try my best to finish, as mentioned by Sir Imam. I have to finish in 40 minutes. No, I estimated it at 45 minutes, but I'll do my best. So I have three areas. Okay, one is three sections. I will discuss the green economy and why we need green skills. I will touch on the green skills requirements. They should let our university leaders and academics plan on upskilling from these areas, and hopefully I will be able to complement what Dr. Inda already started, and some example initiatives from our neighbors, Taiwan, Japan, and the Philippines. Um, may I ask you to click the heart reaction if you're still with me? Kindly click the heart button if you can. Okay. So can I see some reaction? Okay. So I'll be discussing the global drivers of change. One of these things was discussed already by Dr. Inda, and the whole world now is not happily experiencing extreme hot weather. Climate change is the long term refers to the long term changes in global temperatures and weather patterns, primarily caused by increased greenhouse gas emissions from human activities such as burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial production. Why it matters? Because climate change affects ecosystems, economies, public health, and food and water security. So we at Southeast Asia actually is pretty much vulnerable, okay? And we are actually looking at stronger typhoons affecting the Philippines, uh, prolonged droughts, okay, impacting agriculture in Thailand, and rising sea levels threatening coastal communities in Indonesia. And it's not only in our part of the globe, but also even in Europe. Europe now is sweltering in heat, and it's not yet the peak of summer. So July may be hotter for them. Uh, I'm surprised actually that aside from France, even Switzerland, Spain, they're really, really, experiencing very warm or very hot weather. In the Philippines, or sorry, in Southeast Asia, if you notice, there are selected cities that are really very hot. Okay, so Bangkok, Dagupan and Cavite in the Philippines, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, and Hong Kong. Okay, So, what are the other drivers of change? Okay. So, the next one is the net zero commitment. Net zero commitment refers to the pledge by an organization or country to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, such as much as possible, and balance any remaining emissions through carbon removal or credible offsets, resulting in no net increase of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And this is a challenge, no? Net zero commitments, it limit the global warming while encouraging innovation, energy efficiency, and sustainable business practices. And not all our countries are equipped with the necessary capabilities as well as the resources for that. Okay, but one very simple example is when a university, for example, installs solar panels, upgrades to energy efficient buildings, and offsets unavoidable emissions through verified reforestation projects. Okay, and even this conference right now that we're having, okay, it lessens the carbon footprints, right? If you are doing it in hybrid. So for example, even the speakers, we don't need to travel there and use a lot of gas, right? So it's really not only cost effective, but it's also helpful to our environment. Okay. Another driver of change is ESG. It stands for environmental, social, and governance. And of course, it is a framework used to evaluate how responsibly an organization manages environmental impacts, social responsibilities, and corporate governance. On the other hand, is sustainable finance. It refers to investments that consider ESG factors alongside with financial returns. So, right now we have investors increasingly support organizations that demonstrate responsible environmental and social performance because they are often viewed as more resilient and better prepared for future risks. So, for example, a bank may provide preferential financing to a company that uses renewable energy and maintains transparent corporate governance and will have and that has or promotes employee well-being. Okay. Circular economy, on the other hand, this was also mentioned by Dr. Inda. This is an economic model that keeps products and materials in use for as long as possible by reducing waste through reuse, repair, refurbishment, rema- remanufacturing, and recycling. We've been promoting this in many schools, but I think this is also a big challenge. Why? Because we are now in this age of bountiful and easy access, right? Um, it's easy now when we need something, you just go online and order, okay? Click online and then order, and then later you realize, oh, this is not really what I need. So I have some stuff at home that I don't need, or I had ordered too much, and now it's difficult to dispose these things, okay? So instead of the traditional take, make, dispose approach, the circular economy promotes reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. Okay? We need to conserve natural resources, reduce pollution, lower production costs, and minimize landfill waste. One example is using recycled plastic to manufacture new products. I know I saw one video. One guy is really using, I mean, all these water bottles. He same colored. He recycled them to and turned them into floor tiles, which is actually amazing, you know. And in our universities, we can also do paperless systems, use of document management systems or research publication systems. That will be helpful actually. Okay. Now, uh, may I request for the students who are in this session, can you post in the chat box practical reduce, reuse, recycle, recover that you had seen and observed around you? Okay, can you do that? Uh, give give one example, please. Okay, let's see. Okay. So, by the way, for this presentation, uh, oh, sorry. Am I in the, okay. I also added the definitions here for reference of the participants. So you can distribute this later. So do we have some sharing from our participants here? What examples do you have? Recycle of used cooking oil. That's good. Reuse of empty bottle into creative creative logo. And then reduce or opt for e-bills, digital tickets, and online document sharing rather than printing on paper. Oh, these are good examples actually. And making a compost, that's right. Okay. Now, when we talk of this, we're also looking at um, for example, if you have a broken mobile phone or the screen is broken, let's try to repair first instead of buying a new one, right? And before buying a new clothes or new blouse or new dress, maybe we can look into first our closet, how much it is filled up already, or we can hand down what we have or donate it or even sell it. Okay, so that's one we can look at. And when we talk of energy transition, okay, sorry, yeah. This is the shift from fossil fuel-based energy systems to cleaner and renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, hydroelectric, and geothermal power. So the transition reduces greenhouse gas emissions, improves energy security, and supports sustainable economic development. And in the Philippines, the solar power, because of the weather that we have, is really becoming popular as well. Uh, Electric vehicles also replacing gasoline-powered vehicles, but there's also some challenges, no, in managing all these electric vehicles available because most people now they don't like to walk. I mean, in my community or in Metro Manila right now. How about in Indonesia? Is the solar system widely used now in Indonesia? Oh, we still have another other examples here. Converting used clothes into blankets. I like that idea. Okay. So, I don't know if solar is becoming popular in the electric vehicles in Indonesia, but of course, when we acquire electric vehicles, we don't want also to get away with our old transportation systems, right? But we have, if we have mass transportation systems, that will be different. We could learn a lot from Indonesia actually because we're the same. We're like we have geographically we are both archipelagos, and we have so many islands, and we are you are our ancestors actually. Okay. So here are the basic definitions. But I just want to add also that these two concepts when we say carbon neutral versus net zero. Okay. So the current global greenhouse gas emissions are at an all-time high, also as mentioned by Dr. Inda earlier, reaching around 53 to 57 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent every year. So to keep global warming within 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, the world needs to reduce total greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by the year 2035. So at the very least, emissions must fall by 35% by 2035 to stay within the 2-degree Celsius threshold. Okay? So, carbon neutral, this is the initial approach done in Europe, actually, and it focuses only on carbon dioxide emissions. It's easier and faster to achieve. As you see in the table, it says that it can be balanced by buying carbon offsets like planting trees or investing in carbon removal projects. Okay. But net zero is more challenging because it will cover all greenhouse gases. The priority is to reduce emissions as much as possible first, then offset only the small amount that cannot yet be eliminated. So it means if carbon neutral means balance what you emit, net zero, reduce what you emit as much as possible, then balance only the small remainder. Okay? So, if carbon neutral is like producing 100 bags, but paying someone else to recycle or clean up 100 bags somewhere else. So, the impact is balanced. But net zero is like first reducing your waste from 100 bags to only 5 through recycling, composting, and using less packaging. Then you pay someone to remove those remaining 5 bags. So the focus is really on eliminating the source of the waste and not just compensating for it. So um, it's a very, I would say, noble, but yet also um, ambitious. But is it doable? I think so. And at present, your government, the Indonesian government, has already a roadmap for clean net zero industry by 2050 or before 2060. That is the goal. Okay? And you're in the right track. We need to learn, or we could learn so much from you as well. Another driver of change is biodiversity and nature positive development. So when we talk biodiversity, okay, is the variety of all living organisms, including plants, animals, fungi, microorganisms, and the ecosystems they form. Nature positive development means protecting, restoring, and enhancing ecosystems so that nature is healthier after development than before. And Southeast Asia is really very rich in biodiversity. Healthy ecosystems provide clean water, fertile soil, food, climate regulation, and protection from natural disasters. So one example that I think Indonesia, Malaysia, or even the Philippines are doing right now, we're restoring mangrove forests to protect coastal communities from storm surges, designing green buildings that preserve existing trees and wildlife habitats, and of course, rehabilitating wetlands to improve biodiversity while reducing flood risk. So, Indonesia and the whole of Southeast Asia have strong efforts on biodiversity, and we need to sustain that. So, if you go to this page of the ASEAN, uh, you will find all the activities and events, particularly on this aspect, biodiversity and nature positive development. So now, in terms of the ASEAN outlook, okay, so we're trying to promote green growth, and all members of the ASEAN have three different pathways to net zero, shaped by their geography, economy, and energy resources. Okay, so sharing the approaches of Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. All of these countries started around 2021. Malaysia came first and Indonesia, but um, almost all the three countries, they were able to have the policy and the roadmap by 2022. Um, This is long, but I will just summarize it. So the key differences when we talk of net zero commitment or approach, okay, Singapore would have technology-driven smart city solutions, carbon tax and green finance, and of course, urban sustainability. Malaysia, on the other hand, will be industry-driven. They focus on manufacturing competitiveness, renewable energy, and industrial transformation. So they also have the roadmap for energy transition. Indonesia is designed on resource and nature-driven model. It focuses on forest conservation and clean energy transition, and coal transition, ecosystem restoration, and large-scale carbon sequestration through forests and mangroves. So uh, I will expand what was discussed already by the earlier speaker. So we may be in the same region, but the context will be different as well, and the approaches will be different. Okay. So what is important is that the roadmap is already there and it's focused on net zero commitment. Now, moving on. So, what are green skills? Okay. According to UNIDO, okay, green skills are the knowledge, abilities, values, and attitudes required to develop and support a sustainable, resource efficient society. They cover the technical proficiencies needed to work in eco-friendly sectors, as well as the everyday awareness required to minimize environmental impact and adapt to climate change. No, there was a question earlier whether can we start teaching sustainability at an early level. Actually, I agree that we can do that. It's not only at the secondary level, even in the primary level. Um, I remember working in a project, community project in Central Luzon. Okay, what we did is actually to create the curriculum. We supported a mission school, meaning subsidized school, which is situated near the coastal area, near the sea, with the mountains as the backdrop. The students are children of fishermen and farmers, and most of the fishermen, they know how to fish, but they don't know how to keep uh the beaches and the area very clean, and to keep it safe. So the curriculum was designed to teach the small children, okay, how to protect and keep the environment. And the model is that it will be the children who will teach their parents. So when they go home, they will tell their parents, mama, papa, or father, mother, we we need to change our ways. We cannot just throw garbage in the sea anymore. Okay, we need to do a lot of things here. So that's the very idea. Okay. Now, when we talk of green skills, they are categorized into technical skills, transferable skills, digital, and green skills. So under technical skills, we have uh, renewable energy systems, carbon accounting. This is also interesting. Environmental management, green construction, sustainable agriculture. Transferable skills, systems thinking, data literacy, sustainable leadership, problem solving, AI for stakeholder engagement. And for digital and green skills, we have AI for sustainability, smart cities, smart grids, environmental data analytics. Okay. So, uh, I'm going to play a very short video. Okay. This will complement our discussion today. Uh, Send a thumbs mark, I mean, thumbs up. Sorry, thumbs up if you can hear the audio.
What are green skills? Green skills are skills that promote economic growth while protecting the environment. As we combat climate change and aim for carbon neutrality, innovation in science and technology is essential, and green skills are the key to achieving this. Why do we need green skills? Every day, we witness unusual phenomena such as extreme temperatures, floods, wildfires, and more. We are making efforts in our daily lives to reduce carbon emissions. The urgency lies in the fact that we don't have much time left. If we fail to limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, we will face a climate catastrophe that could devastate our planet. To make a difference now, we need a game-changing solution, and green skills hold the key. What are some examples of green skills? Let's explore green skills in 3 different categories. Technical skills, operation management skills, and communication and education skills. Going carbon neutral requires not only hard skills like engineering, but also soft skills such as education and communication. In the US, advanced industries are developing technologies in renewable energy, ecosystem restoration, and green construction. Europe, on the other hand, is known for its progressive environmental policies. The European Union member states adopted the European Climate Act in 2021, setting the goal of achieving carbon neutral by 2050. This was the first time that carbon neutrality has ever been written into law. Europe is also a leader in circular economy practices, green transportation, and biotechnology. Climate change knows no borders. To achieve carbon neutrality, the entire world must work together. Many countries lack the resources and technology to take immediate action, so international cooperation in green skills is essential to support them. Even as we speak, the Earth's temperature is setting new highs. There is no doubt that green skills are essential for overcoming climate change and building a sustainable future. As we embark on this journey, countries with advanced technologies can act as guides, helping us navigate toward a sustainable and carbon-neutral world. Together, as one species, we can successfully complete this journey.
Okay. So we heard it. When we talk of green skills, we're talking again of renewable energy saving, renewable energy, energy saving research, sustainable farming, operation management skills, environmental management systems design, business design, green business model, policies and laws, communications, and education skills. And the awareness, we need to bring it up very early. We also heard that US is focused on uh, renewable energy, ecosystem restoration, and green construction, whereas Europe is focused on green transportation and biotechnology. And they have established the European Climate Act of 2021, the carbon neutral 2050 policy. So this is different, right, from what we learned earlier about net zero commitment. So carbon neutral means balance what you emit. Whereas for ASEAN, the focus is net zero, which means reduce what you emit as much as possible, then balance only the small remainder. Okay? So for our universities in the Southeast Asia, we can prepare our graduates for these careers, no? Through programs in accounting, business administration, engineering, uh, public administration, economics, data science, IT, urban and regional planning, arts and humanities, okay, to include educational and preservation awareness. All right. I don't know how the schools will do it. They can uh, create new programs or probably create new related projects or researches, but it's also important that we establish the expertise or expertise among our faculty, because our faculty will be the one guiding and leading our students. An interesting point is that these jobs are not limited to environmental graduates. Future green careers are increasingly interdisciplinary, combining sustainability, knowledge and business with business, finance, technology, analytics, and even policy. So this is precisely why universities need to embed green skills across all disciplines, not only in environmental programs. So maybe in your institution, whether it's in Vietnam, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, which programs in your university already contribute to the green economy? and other emerging careers. So as I discussed this, can I kindly show a thumbs up or reaction if you are still here? Can you show a thumbs up from our participants? May I see some thumbs up reaction? Okay, are you tired already? All right. So future trends and emerging, okay, careers. So we're looking at carbon accountants, measuring emissions, ESG analysts performing assessments. We also need sustainability officer to maintain or manage sustainability programs. And we also need climate risk specialists. Okay. We also have jobs related to solar, wind, battery systems, energy storage, smart grids. This is in the engineering side. And of course, we also have jobs related to circular economy for our entrepreneurs, um, as well as industrial. And we're looking at sustainable product design, waste management, resource recovery, green supply chains, and even in the business side. Climate technology, there are jobs involving AI, IoT, environmental monitoring, capture technologies. And for Southeast Asia, very important will be electronics, automotive, semiconductor supply chain. Okay. I will play another video so you'll have ideas of what are the job demands, but it will be on a certain portion of the video, and you may want to watch the video later.
There is a quiet revolution on our natural resources. This is of modern industry. As we nation, these are the practical builders of our clean energy infrastructure. They install, inspect, and maintain the wind turbines that stand like sentinels on our hillsides and the vast solar farms that capture the sun's boundless energy. Another critical role is that of the sustainability manager or consultant. This is the strategic mind within an organization, the person tasked with weaving sustainability into the very DNA of the business. They analyze supply chains, measure carbon footprints, set ambitious environmental targets, and ensure the company complies with ever-evolving regulations. In the realm of our natural world, the conservation scientist plays an irreplaceable part. These dedicated individuals are the stewards of our planet's biodiversity. And finally, we see the rise of the green building professional. They design buildings that incorporate natural light. These professionals are not just constructing buildings, they are crafting the healthy, sustainable habitats of the future for humanity. These are the facilities where the future of sustainable industry is being built today. A new and powerful force is beginning to intertwine with the green revolution, artificial intelligence. This is not the cold, sterile technology of science fiction. Instead, think of it as a digital forest, a complex and intelligent ecosystem that helps us understand and manage nature with unprecedented precision. AI is becoming indispensable to sustainability, amplifying our efforts and enabling once unimaginable solutions. AI now manages smart grids with astonishing efficiency. It predicts energy demand from weather patterns, time of day, and social events. Then it dynamically distributes power from renewables like wind and solar. In agriculture, AI ushers in precision farming, identifying areas needing water or nutrients with pinpoint accuracy. Farmers use resources only where needed. AI predicts crop diseases before they spread. It analyzes thousands of hours of rainforest audio to ID rare bird calls. It scans satellite images to detect illegal deforestation and poaching in near real time. It serves as a global, ever-watchful guardian of vulnerable ecosystems, protecting the intricate web of life.
Okay. It's very nice to hear what AI can do. Um, I found this video. I believe this can happen, but in my, correct me if I'm wrong for the engineers who are here, but in my opinion, this is actually the direction we want to move in. AI right now is still not yet mature. There are so many things that we need to do. I like the team that we have, but I think I've used several tools already, but um, not as advanced. But I see many mistakes being done also by AI right now. So really, we really need to also be watchful or careful when we use AI. I have seen advanced systems, particularly in farming, or when we say renewable energy, in some countries like in Sweden or China. But as with the use of AI, I cannot. So I'm already saying it in advance. I think AI right now it's still in the early stages, but we hope to
I'm
get to
sorry,
that
Miss
point.
Peneda.
Yes.
Your time is already limited. Yeah, 1 minute left.
1 minute. Can I spare? Can I have 2 minutes? Okay. So I have these initiatives from Taiwan. So meaning there are also mushroom of efforts coming from Taiwan. They also have the net zero roadmap, and universities are strategic partners in workforce transformation. We also have efforts of another university where they also give credit. Okay, when you take the net zero training, the ministry will give you a stackable or certification. And then, of course, there's the alliances of universities, 3 universities from Taiwan. Uh, okay, what happened? Uh, and then from Japan, we have the green transformation approach, integrating carbon neutrality, circular economy, and of course, another example is the University of Tokyo, the leading university when it comes to transformation. So the whole university is a good sustainable model. I've not been there, but if you can look at their website, the different campuses, it's really fascinating. And of course, from the Philippines, we have Artaland, which actually leads in sustainability as well. So all the projects that they have are into uh, its DNA is sustainability, and they have created this bamboo facility in Laguna. And they're also working in partnership with 3 universities to train future-ready uh, green building professionals. Okay, so this is in architecture and design. And so, what are the takeaways? The demand for green skills is urgent and growing. Green jobs are expanding, and we must prepare talent to meet the demand. Green skills belong to every discipline. So it's not just environmental fields. And universities play a vital role in developing the next generation of green talent. Achieving net zero requires collaboration across sectors, communities, and countries, especially in our region. And sustainability starts with leadership and commitment. Investing in green skills today builds a more resilient and sustainable tomorrow. So it's not enough that okay, we have the technology. We also need the green skills talent. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. That ends my presentation.
Terima Thank you so much for Miss Victoria Pineda, Master Art of Education, Master Art of Communication, for the insightful presentation entitled Green Skill and Future Workforce Trend. Now we are open the floor for a short question and answer question. We have 15 minutes. So the participant, please raise your hand via Zoom or type your question in the chat box and I will write out. There is already two questions, Miss Pineda, yeah? I will read. The first question is from, wait a minute, from Maria K. Yuli. However, sustainability involves more than using recycled materials or eco-friendly product. Challenges such as overconsumption, limited recycling system, and product life cycle impact still remain. How can we help students develop a critical understanding of sustainability so they can make informed and responsible decisions rather than simply assuming that every green initiative is automatically sustainable? Okay, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you for that very interesting question. It's really a challenge, the overconsumption. As I mentioned earlier, we now have a world where we have everything. So it's for our students to be able to develop a critical understanding of sustainability. So we need to lead by example as well. Um, it should be part it should become part of our lifestyle. We need to include that, okay, in the syllabus that we have. That's one. And everyday practices, regular events. So they will have to carry it out. And we too, as professors, instructors, or teachers, we need to be uh, uh, part of this change in the lifestyle. And likewise, we need to have from probably from the humanities and education side, education programs, that we have more awareness. The awareness, of course, if especially if it is memorable, okay. It was an example cited earlier by Dr. Inda is integrated learning. So when you integrate, it's not just the concept, but always apply from elementary to secondary to college. We always have to apply. And then the other one is to throw them back the problem. What are the issues that you have from the basic, like in your house, in your household, in your environment right now? What are the problems and why are these problems existing? So when we throw them back to this question, maybe we could challenge them to design and think of also of the problem and then find a solution or design a solution for that. Okay. So it's not just only in the knowledge aspect, but also at the uh uh emotional as well as the personal level. Okay. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Vinita. Second question is from Dong Tap University, Nguyen Puo here. Thank you for your presentation regarding the digital and green skills. Could you provide some specific example of how digital technologies are applied to the support green practice in the workplace?
In the workplace. Digital applied to support the green practices in the work. Well, number one, of course, when we talk of digital technologies, uh, well, in this part, because it's the context is the workplace, okay, AI could also actually help us, okay. So from the basic, if you're using Gemini AI, Chat GPT, Claude, all of these tools can help us, okay, um, uh, provide us the list of what we can do, okay, at the same time how we can efficiently manage our place. And for the workplace, number one is really redesign, no, not just digital, but having ample spaces and more of uh, uh, s- yeah, working on the industrial spaces, no. So technologies like solar, as well as, of course, having all the open spaces that you can have. Um, for example, one of the challenges having, I mean, this is not solved by digital, but for example, we still have workers who smoke, right? And when they smoke, we need to have designated places for them. Sometimes it's really not, you don't control it, but we need to provide, okay, a solution for each situation. And then, of course, if we need to solve the energy problem, we have the solar. If we want to have more green, parking spaces or the rooftop can also use for green spaces. I think I've seen this already in some projects in Indonesia, I mean, many years back. They use the parking spaces and then put also a lot of plants. So when we say workplace, it's not just the room, right? It's the building, it's the whole factory, or a lot of things. So, digital technologies can also be formatted in such a way that we can program it to save electricity. In APC, that's what we do. We have a system that computes the uh, electricity as well, the consumption, and we try to target how to reduce this electricity. And we also have a system to reuse the water, okay, to be used in the toilet facilities. SM for one is also very good in that, because in SM most of the toilet facilities are like that. They reuse the water. And I think one thing that we need to do, I think I've written something about it, the Claygo. Claygo is applicable not only in the workplace, anywhere. Okay, in our cafeterias, we're used to just leaving all the trash. Okay, but for example, learning from Japan, uh, I've seen this extensively where we put all our trash in the tray and return it properly. So these are, I think, good practices instead of using disposable materials right away. Yeah. So we just use the regular utensils. And of course, yeah, so not just digital, but we can also program things to help support green practices in the workplace.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Pineda. Yeah, the third question is from Same university, Dong Tap University, Lee Tan Huyen. My sincerest conclusion or your magnanimous speech, Miss Victoria. I noticed that you have stated circular economy as one of the global drives of the change. Nonetheless, overconsumption exists with a conspicuous segment of undergraduate who have a proclivity propensity for online shopping. How you can persuade these individuals to be more environmentally conscious? How you
Uh,
can persuade these individuals to be more environmentally conscious?
okay. Yeah, well, e-commerce is very, very aggressive when it comes to promoting shopping and buying, right? So, uh, it's not only the private sector, but also the government, hand in hand. Maybe we can also encourage these companies, these e-commerce shops, okay, to be able to promote, okay, yeah, conscious shopping. So, for example, when you buy a cigarette, there's always a warning, right? When you buy alcohol, there's a warning. Okay. So maybe we can also do some warning. That's the first, the quickest thing that I have in my mind. Second, uh, the banks or the financing groups, sustainable finance side, okay, they could give incentives, no, for those companies. Number one, who can, as we say, produce with less waste. Okay. So, and then for the e-commerce shops, yeah, I think it's a challenge. We also need advocates to talk about these things strongly. There was a time Marie Kondo, I don't know if you have heard her. She's actually a Japanese who promoted to put things, little things in her, I mean, organize her stuff in her house. So you just, if you don't need it, get rid of it, right? So yeah, I don't know if I could answer it directly, but it's really a challenge for people to make them conscious of buying. Uh, yeah, it's really a change of lifestyle. A lot of education awareness is needed on that aspect. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Because we have limited time, we cannot answer all of the question, but I will read the last question from Anuril Maulidia Fauzia. One in-demand green job today is a climate data analyst. In your opinion, what is the biggest opportunity for university students to break into this field, even if they don't have any environmental background?
Uh, there are so many courses right now on data analytics. Data is data. That's my also my background. So there are different ways to apply this. Uh, so if they are looking to become a data scientist, maybe I could share later some of the sites where you could learn this. Some are free, some are not. But yes, there are many opportunities when it comes to becoming a data scientist uh, in the, well, right now, uh, we have discussed that already. For example, uh, listening to the rainforest, uh, okay, collecting data about the birds that we have right now. Of course, also checking whether the diseases that would affect our crops eventually would be um, how to mitigate these diseases among our crops. So there are many applications here, and this is what is also exciting on the end of the green skills. It's not yet the end. We can still learn so much more, and we can reskill, add new skills, and learn new skills, and we can choose or shift gears, no? Choose the path that we want. So I think that's it. And then if you are looking at tools to predict crop yield, maybe you can check out One Soil and Crop X. Okay, so there are several tools actually, but yeah, you can look it up also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the excellent question and discussion. Once again, let us give our appreciation to Ms. Victor Pineda, Master Art of Education, Master Art of Communication, for the valuable insight and shared with us today. Please give big applause for her.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Ms. Pineda. And as a token of appreciation, a certificate of appreciation will now present to Ms. Victor Pineda by our community. Once again, please big applause for Ms. Pineda. Thank you so much, Ms. Pineda, for your time
Thank you
and
very
for
much.
sharing such valuable knowledge for us today.
Thank you, Dr. Imam.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now we will move to the third speaker. The third speaker will be presented by Prof. Mi Young Hong from Korea National University of Education. Good morning, Prof. Mi Young Hong. Can you hear my voice?
Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice?
Can you speak more louder?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Can you louder, please?
Can
It's
you
still...
hear me? It's not working?
Sorry?
Oh, it's not working? Can you hear me?
Yeah. The voice is not very clear, Prof.
Can I start?
Oh, wait. Thank you. Before we begin the session, allow me to briefly introduce our next speaker, Prof. Mi Young Hong. Belum kelihatan. Prof. Mi Young Hong currently serves at Korea National University of Education. Today, Prof. Hong will presenting on AI instructional design for promoting STEM education, preparing future teachers for technology integrated learning. The area of expertise of Prof. Mi Young Hong, educational administration and policy, teacher education, school innovation, school violence prevention, students guidance and well-being, convergence education, AI edutech, future classroom design, and policy-oriented educational innovation. Her background is PhD in Educational Administration, EOH Women University Seoul, Republic Korea, Master of Art in Education, Policy and Society, King College London, United Kingdom. Master of Education in English Education, EUH Women University, and Bachelor of Art in English Education in the same University of EUH Women's University, Seoul, Korea. Now I would like to invite Prof. Mi Young Hong. You will have 40 minutes of presentation. Time and floor are now yours.
Okay. So can you hear me? Can
Very
you hear me
loud and
now?
clear. Very loud and clear.
Okay, good. Okay, I checked. That's good. So, okay, thank you for inviting me to come this very honorable conference. I'm going to share my slides first.
Wait a minute.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna begin then. So, well, it is my great pleasure to join today in this international STEM webinar on green skills, AI, and sustainable innovation. Well, my name is Prof. Myung Hong from Korean National University of Education. And today, as written here, I will speak about AI instructional design for promoting STEM education with a particular focus on preparing future teachers for technology integrated learning. So let me begin with just a simple but urgent observation before we begin. In many countries, schools are now facing two transformations at the same time. Well, the first is a transformation of knowledge itself. So artificial intelligence is changing how knowledge is searched, generated, and summarized, visualized, and evaluated. Well, the second is the transformation of educational purpose. Well, climate change and sustainability and social inequality are changing what we expect STEM education to achieve. So the central question of this presentation today is not just how can teachers use AI, but the deeper question would be how can we prepare future teachers to design meaningful STEM learning with AI so the students learn to investigate real problems, interpret evidence, make ethical decisions, and take responsible action. So my argument today is quite straightforward. AI should not be treated merely as a new educational tool, but it should be integrated into instructional design in ways that strengthen inquiry, ethics, sustainability, and human-centered learning. And the slides here, what I present in this second one, mandates as the actually meeting point of two forces, as you see here. AI and knowledge production on one side, and sustainability and climate actions on the other. Well, AI is changing not only the speed of knowledge production, but also the form of knowledge production. Students can now ask a generative AI system to summarize a scientific concept and produce a hypothesis and generate a model or compare alternative explanations. But this is quite powerful, but it also means that STEM education cannot remain only focused on remembering established answers. So students need to learn how to question AI outputs, evaluate evidence, and identify limitations, and connect scientific knowledge to real-world consequences. And at the same time, here, the second part, the sustainability is changing the purpose of STEM education. So energy, water, waste, and climate risk Well, biodiversity, food system, and sustainable cities are no longer abstract textbook themes. They are lived problems in student communities. They require systems, thinking, and scientific inquiry, data interpretation, design thinking, and collective action. So before we move on, STEM faces a double transformation. It must cultivate AI-related learning capacities on the one hand, and it must cultivate actionable green skills. So I want to emphasize the key concept green skills today. Technological knowledge alone is not sufficient, and students need to know how to use STEM knowledge to understand complex systems and design practical solutions. So let's move on to the next slide now. Okay, so here, this slide contrasts two models. A traditional technology-centric model and an AI STEM green skills model. So in many classrooms, technology integration has meant introducing a tool first and then asking teachers to adapt to it. In that model, the central question becomes, which tool should we use as a teacher in the classroom? And students are often trained to operate the tool, follow procedures, and obtain a fixed answer. Teachers, in this case, may become managers of platforms rather than designers of learning. But here, AI STEM green skill model. So AI STEM education requires quite different logic. The central question is not which AI tool is new or which AI tool should I use, but the central question is what kind of learning experience do we want to design? And if the goal is sustainability learning, then AI should not simply give answers. It should help students ask better questions, compare evidence, identify patterns, and explore multiple scenarios and test the consequences of different design choices. So this is why the slides argues for a shift from learning about technology here and to solving with the technology. So learning about technology is important, but it is not enough, I would say. Well, students need to experience technology as part of a scientific inquiry and social problem solving. So, for example, the OECD Digital Education Outlook makes a similar point at the system level. It argues that a digital education ecosystem is not simply connectivity, devices, and platform. It also includes students and teachers, the human-ware part, who can use digital tools meaningfully. And the OECD explicitly wants that just providing devices and connectivity will not lead to educational improvement. This is exactly the distinction on this slide. Adoption is not transformation. Transformation requires instructional design. So for future teachers, this means AI integration should begin with learning objectives, not with the tool. And a teacher might ask, what real-world problem will students investigate? What data will they collect? And how will AI support pattern recognition or visualization? Where must students make a human judgment? And how will students reflect on fairness, feasibility, and sustainability? So when teachers learn to ask these questions, they stop being passive technology users. They become instructional designers who can connect AI to meaningful STEM learning. Okay, so next slide. So this slide asks us to shift the unit of analysis. Instead of looking only at the tool, we need to look at the relationship between AI, teachers, students, and educational purpose. So on the left side, we see the tool adoption model again. So in that model, AI is an answer generator. The teacher becomes here a technology user. And the core goal here becomes system efficiency. So this model may be attractive because it promises speed, automatization, and convenience. But if we stop there, we risk reducing education to output production. So on the right side, the ecological alignment model I would propose. The ecological alignment model offers different view. Here, AI is a design partner, and the teacher here is an instructional designer, and the core goal is human flourishing. So the difference is quite profound, which model we adopt. So if AI is an answer generator, then the student's task is to receive or edit an answer. And if AI is a design partner, then the student's task is to inquire, critique, compare, and redesign. And if the teacher is only a technology user, then the teacher follows the platform. But if the teacher is an instructional designer, the teacher decides when AI is appropriate, when it is not appropriate, and how AI use should serve educational values. So, for example, the European Union's Artificial Intelligence Act gives us a policy level example of this shift. It is not here on the slides, but if I say it describes AI as a human-centric technology that should serve people and increase human well-being while protecting fundamental rights, safety, and environmental values. So this language is quite important for education. It reminds us that the goal is not AI use for its own sake, but the goal is trustworthy, human-centered, value-guided AI use. So in teacher education equally, the universal analysis must therefore move from tool performance to learning ecology. So a learning ecology includes the learner's agency and the teacher's judgment and the quality of the task and the data environment and community context and the ethical consequences of action. So this ecological perspective is essential for AI STEM. And because both AI and sustainability are both are quite complex terms, no single tool can solve the problem. We need teachers who can align tools, pedagogy, values, and context. So that is why this shift is quite foundational. Let's move on to the next slide now. And here I want to introduce the green skills. So this slide defines green skills as actionable and measurable verb. And I would like to propose international academics to explore and to research more on this terminology, green skills, as our competency measurement toolkit. Well, this is important because sustainability education often becomes too general so far. We say that students should care about the environment or understand sustainability. Well, those are important goals, but they are difficult to assess and difficult to design for. So I propose 4 action verb. Maybe there would be other approaches and possible suggestions, but this is one example that I want you to refer to. So first, the students should understand, well, sustainability. So this means analyzing local and global systems and recognizing interdependence and seeing how energy, water, waste, biodiversity, and human behavior interact each other in the sustainable ways. And second, students should use STEM and data. Well, this means gathering evidence and observing real conditions, and measuring phenomena and working with the data in ways that are scientifically meaningful. And third, students should evaluate impact. Well, this means assessing not only whether a solution works technically, but also whether it is socially fair, so social impact, and environmentally responsible, and economically feasible and ethically acceptable. So we need to think more further about how to evaluate these green skills and sustainability issue. And fourth, students should take action. So this means designing responsible and practical solutions, communicating them, testing them, and revising them based on evidence. So Green Comp, for example, helps us connect these four verbs to an international competence framework. It identifies a system, thinking, critical thinking, and problem framing, future literacy, and collective action, and individual initiative as sustainability competencies. So in other words, green skills are not merely environmental attitudes. They are cognitive, practical, ethical, and social capacities. So for STEM teacher education, this matters greatly. When a future teacher designs a lesson, for example, the lesson should not end with the students saying, "We learned that climate change is important." But it should lead the student to say, "We investigated a local problem, we collected or interpreted data, and we used AI to identify patterns or generate alternative design options. We evaluated the impact of those options, or we propose an action that is realistic for our school or community." So this is how green skills become visible in the classroom. They become verbs, and they become learning tasks, and they become assessment criteria, and finally they become student agency. So this would be very educational and also meaningful. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, this slide presents the central principle. AI processes patterns, but teachers hold purpose. So AI is quite powerful because it can process large amounts of information and identify patterns very quickly. It can summarize text, classify data, generate explanations, compare scenarios, and produce visualizations and simulate possible outcomes. So in STEM education, this can be extremely valuable. Students can use AI to explore questions, analyze data, and simulate solutions. For example, if students collect classroom energy use data, AI can help them identify time patterns. If they collect waste data, AI can help categorize types of waste and identify trends. And if students compare water consumptions across different school areas, AI can help visualize differences and generate possible explanations. But there is a boundary we must protect. AI does not hold educational purposes, and AI does not know the dignity of students in the way a teacher does. And AI does not understand the social history of a classroom. And AI does not take responsibility for whether a learning experience is fair, inclusive, developmentally appropriate, or ethically meaningful. So that is the teacher's role. Teachers' genuine inquiry, and teachers help students ask better questions, and teachers help students reflect ethically. Teachers exercise professional judgment when data are incomplete, when students disagree, or when a technically efficient solution may not be socially fair. So UNESCO's guidance for generative AI in education also emphasizes ethical validation, data privacy, and pedagogical design. So this is a useful global reminder that AI use in education must be validated not only technologically, but pedagogically and ethically. So in practical terms, this means that teachers should not ask, "Can AI do this?" only. They must also ask, "Should AI do this in this context for these students and for this educational purpose?" So in AI STEM education, the teacher remains the designer of learning. AI can support thinking, but it should not replace educational purpose. So AI can process information, but teachers help students understand meaning, values, and consequences. So this is what this slides represent for. And let's move on to the next slides. Okay, here we go. So this slide presents the AI STEM 6-step instructional design cycle that teachers can have a look. It begins with a real-world green problem here and moves through inquiry, analysis, design, reflection, and assessment. These are quite aligned with green skills. So step 1 is a real-world green problem. Students begin with an issue that is visible and meaningful. For example, energy use, waste, water consumption, air quality, climate risk, school transportation, or biodiversity around the campus. Then step 2, STEM inquiry and data collection. So students observe, measure, survey, compare, or model the problem. They learn that sustainability is not only a value statement, it is also an evidence problem. Then step 3, AI supported analysis. Here, AI may help identify patterns, cluster data, and compare possible causes and generate visualization or model scenarios just as you use AI. But AI is not the final authority. Students must interpret and question the output. Step 4. So here, design and prototyping. Students create possible solutions. They may design a classroom energy saving plan, a waste reduction campaign, a water use dashboard, or or biodiversity map. So here, students actually can apply what they got from the AI-supported analysis into the real context. And step 5 is ethical and social reflection. Students might ask who benefits and who might be burdened. And is the solution fair? Or is it feasible? Does it protect student agency and community values? And step 6 finally is green skills assessment. So students assess not only on content knowledge, but also on inquiry design and data interpretation and ethical reasoning and action planning. So the GLOBE program, for example, there is provide usable international model for the data inquiry part of this cycle. There are some global models we can refer to. So it is a worldwide science education program where students, educators, and communities work together with environmental observations and data. And its global network reminds us that local observations can become part of a larger scientific conversation. In a classroom, measurement of temperature, water, soil, or clouds, for example, can become a doorway into global environmental understanding. So the key point here is that the cycle is not linear. Students may return to collect more data. They may revise their prototype here, and they may discover that an AI-generated suggestion or analysis is technically interesting but socially unrealistic. So they interpret an iterative movement is what makes the cycle educationally powerful. So there could be many ways that we could use in our own classroom using AI STEM steps. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So I bring one example. So let me make this design cycle more concrete through the Smart Green School Challenge model shown on this slide. So imagine if you're a teacher, imagine your students beginning with their own school building. They might ask, where does our school use energy? Where do we produce waste? Where is water consumed? And which practices are sustainable and which practice could be improved? So the important point is that the school becomes a living lab and the living context for STEM learning. Students are not solving a textbook problem that disappears after the lesson. They are investigating the place where actually they learn every day. So in the energy track, students might monitor classroom electricity use. They might compare usage between sunny, cloudy days, between occupied and empty classrooms, or between different times of the day. AI could help them visualize patterns and suggest possible causes. In the waste track here, students might analyze recycling pattern. They might count the types of waste, identify contamination in recycling bins, and compare different areas of the school. Here, AI could help classify categories or summarize student survey responses. In the water track, finally, students might track consumption metrics. So they might investigate whether water use changes by time, location, or activity. Well, AI could help students compare patterns and generate alternative conservation strategies. But the slides emphasize a crucial final step here. Students evaluate feasibility and fairness. So a proposed solution may reduce energy use, but is it realistic for teachers? A waste solution may look efficient, but does it create additional labor for cleaning staff? A water-saving solution may be technically correct, but does it reduce comfort or accessibility for some students? Well, UNESCO's Greening Education Partnership Program, it reports that green schools are being pursued across many countries through a whole school approach at the moment. This global movement shows that school facilities, curriculum, teacher training, and community action should be connected each other. Well, a Smart Green School Challenge here takes that same global idea and translates it into a local student-centered inquiry project. So AI does not replace student thinking, it deepens student thinking. The school becomes a site where STEM learning, AI-supported analysis, and community participation meet. Okay, so let's move into the next slide, slide 9. Okay, so from AI users to AI STEM instructional designer. I think this is quite important for us to remember. So this slide marks the central transition in teacher education. So our goal is not to prepare future teachers as simple AI users. Our goal is to prepare the future teachers as AI STEM instructional designers. So this distinction is very important and very strong. Well, an AI user knows how to open a tool, write a prompt, generate materials, and perhaps save time. But an AI STEM instructional designer knows how to create a learning experience in which AI serves inquiry, sustainability, assessment, and student agency. So future teacher must therefore learn several kinds of professional judgment. First, tool selection. Which AI tool is appropriate for this learning goal? Second, task design. So what will students actually do with the AI output? And third, scaffolding. How will students be supported so they do not simply copy, accept, or overtrust the output? And assessment. So how will we evaluate not only the final product, but the quality of inquiry and reasoning and reflection and redesign? And finally, ethics. So how will we protect privacy and fairness, inclusion, and dignity? Okay, so let's move on to the next KNUE model. So this slide introduces the KNUE model for the AI era. So at the Korean National University of Education, we are now thinking about AI STEM teacher education across the whole teacher development pathway, early childhood, primary, and secondary education. So the model includes three major components. The first component is AI edtech integration. So future teachers need to understand how AI and education technologies can support learning. But again, integration does not mean adding tools randomly. It means connecting tools to pedagogy and content and learners and values. And the second component is modular micro-credentials. This is important because AI STEM competence is too broad to be developed in a single course. The teachers need flexible learning opportunities that allow them to build scientific capacities step by step. For example, one module may focus on AI literacy and prompting, another may focus on data interpretation, and another still may focus on green skills pedagogy, and another may focus on ethical classroom design. So the third component here is field-based research. Teacher education must be connected to real classroom. Future teachers should not only discuss AI STEM lessons theoretically. They should design, observe, test, and gather evidence and improve lessons in authentic educational settings, just as we expect our students to use AI in their learning. So UNESCO, again, actually, UNESCO's Greening Education Partnership Program, it includes greening teacher training as one of its 4 pillars. So this is highly relevant for the KNUE model here. It suggests that climate sustainability education cannot be left only to curriculum documents. Teacher education institutions need to build teacher capacity directly. At the same time, the OECD reminds us that digital education ecosystem require human capacity, not only infrastructure. So the KNE model responds to both. AI capacity and green skills capacity must be built into the teacher education pipeline. So the goal is quite continuous to teacher growth. So let's move on to the next slide. More specifically, we can discuss. Okay, so this slide shows the broader innovation engine behind the KNUE model. So there are 3 major drivers. Well, the first is AI. AI is changing education greatly, knowledge work, and the professional practice. The second is teacher shortage and also teacher competencies shortage in AI era. Now, many education systems are under pressure, and schools need support structures that help teachers work effectively without reducing the human quality of education. And the third is diverse learners. Students differ in language, background, and more learning needs and interest and access to resources. So education systems need more inclusive and adaptive forms of instruction. So in response, the guiding principle here is we set evidence-based, strongly evidence-based, but also human-centered pedagogy. These two. This principle is very essential. AI integration should not be driven only by technological possibility. It should be guided by educational evidence and student well-being, professional judgment of teachers, and human-centered values. So the platform is an all-level teacher education connection. That means teacher education should not be fragmented. Early childhood, primary, and secondary teacher education should communicate, and pre-service education, in-service professional development also should be connected. And university coursework and school-based practice should also be connected. So research and classroom innovation should be connected. So the expected outcome is here scalable, future-ready classroom innovation, but scalability here does not mean simply distributing the same tool everywhere. It means creating a model that can be adapted responsibly to different classroom contexts. Okay, so here we move into the next slide, the teacher education ecosystem. So the slides present teacher education as an ecosystem. So at the center is the university. The university provides theory, instructional design, and research capacity, and professional preparation. But the university cannot work alone. The schools provide authentic classroom problem here. They show us what students actually experience, what teachers actually need, and what constraints shape educational practice. And here, community. So community provides local sustainability challenges. So energy, water, waste, transportation, environmental justice are not only scientific topics, they are community issues. Students experience them locally. And here, industry. So industry can provide technology and data tools, but industry should not define the educational purpose. Instead, technology partners should work with educators to design tools that serve student learning and teacher judgment. And global partners here. So global partners provide shared standards, diverse perspectives. They help us avoid narrow localism and connect the local classroom practice to global agenda for sustainability, AI ethics, and teacher professionalism. So I'm going to move into the next slides. So here is a modular competence hexagon, the 6 core competencies for future teachers. Well, and this slide summarizes the 6 core competencies for future teachers we have discussed so far. So at the center is the future teacher. Around the center are 6 connected capacities. Well, STEM inquiry design, and AI literacy and prompting, and data interpretation, and complex problem assessment, and ethical classroom design, and green skills pedagogy. These are quite strikingly different from the past competencies required for traditional teachers. These competencies should not be taught separately as isolated topics, though. They need to be integrated. For example, here AI literacy and prompting is not only a technical skill. A teacher may know how to write a good prompt, but the deeper question is what learning purpose does the prompt serve? And does it help students think more deeply? And does it help students compare evidence? And does it support or weaken student agency? So data interpretation, for example, is also not only a statistics skill only. Students and teachers must learn to ask, where did the data come from? What is missing? What patterns are visible? What explanations are possible? And what ethical decisions follow from the data? And green skill pedagogy is not only about environmental knowledge. It requires students to understand sustainability, use evidence, evaluate impact, and take action. So ethical classroom equally as well. So these are six competencies for future teachers. I think we could cooperate in the global research in the future. And let's move into next because of the time is almost up. I know. Okay. So as we integrate AI into STEM education, we must also protect students' well-being and also teachers. These slides present ethical AI pedagogy and well-being as a foundation, supported by 3 pillars: algorithmic bias, data privacy, and technology dependency. So the first risk is algorithmic bias, maybe. AI systems may reproduce or amplify unfair patterns. In education, though, this matters because students are not just data points only. They are developing human beings. So if AI outputs systematically disadvantaging certain languages, backgrounds, identities, or learning profiles, teachers must be able to notice, question, and respond. And the second risk, data privacy. AI-supported learning may involve students writing performance data, images, voice, or behavioral patterns. Teachers need to know what data should not be shared, how consent work, and how to protect students from unnecessary exposure. And the third risk could be technology dependency. So if students rely on AI to generate answers too quickly, they may lose opportunities to struggle productively, reason independently, and develop confidence. So the goal is not to eliminate AI, but the goal would be to design AI use so that it strengthens rather than weakens student agency. Okay, let's move on to the next almost final slides. So this slide shows how teacher education institution can move from training to living labs. So this is another keyword. Traditional training often works like this. Experts deliver knowledge, or future teachers receive it, and later they are just expected to apply it into their classroom. But this model is not sufficient for AI STEM education because both AI and sustainability are dynamic, as you see here. Tools change quickly, and local problems change, and students need to change, and policy and ethical expectation change. So, teacher education must become an iterative living lab like this. The cycle begins with the research and learning concept. Future teachers study AI, STEM inquiry, sustainability, ethics, and assessment. Then they design AI STEM lessons. They decide the learning goal, the data source, AI role, the student task, and reflection questions and assessment criteria. And next, they test these lessons in real classrooms or simulated classroom settings. They observe what students actually do. And here, then the future teachers reflect, gather evidence, and improve. They revise prompts and redesign tasks and adjust scaffolds and strength assessment. Then the cycle could continue. So I'm going to just close my presentation here. Could you go to the last slides, the 17th slides? Very last one, finally.
Wait a minute, Prof.
Thank you. Here, I just want to close my presentation with emphasizing this. So preparing future teachers is the infrastructure of a green, innovative, and future-ready STEM education. So we often speak about AI infrastructure as if it means servers, platforms, models, devices, or connectivity. This would be important, but in education, the most important infrastructure is teacher capacity. Okay, thank you. This is all for my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for Prof. Mio Hong. Exactly 40 minutes. Prof. Hong, if I may share something personal, I visited Seoul this May for international education, and honestly, it left a deep impression of me. Walking through your city, it could feel how a national dedication to innovation in education can transform not just in economy, but the spirit of the people. And now it's time uh, for short question and answer session. We will have 20 minutes. So the participant, please raise your hand with the Zoom reaction feature or type your in the chat box and I will read out. Okay, Prof. Hong, there are two questions. First from Deborah, UPR Indonesia. I will read the question. If there are 6 essential competencies for the future teachers, how can this be integrated into teacher training? Is there a need for a new course, especially on AI?
Okay. So this is actually a good question. And in KNU, for example, we are trying to use micro-credential programs, micro-degree for teachers who need some specific target skills for future skills, which are different from traditional like competencies. Well, this integrating these six essential competencies into one would not be actually very difficult in just one course. So we could provide very small courses, for example, like AI ethics course or green skills course, how to redesign the green skill combined lesson plans. So very specifically, we can design some micro degree or micro credential to provide this is one specific, including one specific skills. This is what we are doing, but we also want to expand this into global context with cooperating with the other university teacher education institutions as well. So this six is also I want to say this six is actually one example from the previous researches combined together, but we can research further and there could be more further future skills or green skills in academic literature, which has not been explored quite a lot still. I want to actually recommend international academic, including all of you. I want to invite to research further together on this issue. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The second question from Lee Tan Huyen from Dong Thap University. Many thanks for such a wonderful presentation, Prof. Hong. In your proposed AI STEM six-step instructional design cycles lies the third step AI supported analysis. How do you ensure its veridicity and efficacy?
Okay, so it is quite difficult when we say efficacy or efficiency in education, honestly saying, especially in evaluation and assessment, because traditionally and in Korea as well, the fundamental quite problem was evaluation method, because we have been emphasizing so much good words like creativity, problem solving skill, critical thinking, but still the evaluation system is very much traditional and university entrance exam, for example. So even though we try a lot of innovation, it's not been successful, honestly saying, because of this evaluation system. But now we are trying to make it feasible and visible. So AI STEM six-step instruction design cycle, the reason why we make this, or the reason why actually I provide the hexagon as well, and the reason why I try to actually make very specific green skills is that to make the evaluation possible. So, you might think that it could be quite, when we say efficiency or efficacy, it is quite difficult issue in evaluation. But more, the important question would be for me is it educational and is it meaningful? The evaluation itself should be meaningful and should be aligned together with the educational purpose. So an educational goal. So if we want to promote, for example, green skills for not only teachers but the student, then even if it is not efficient, we should try to evaluate these green skills. And for teachers and the student, this is the right step. I think it's a matter of meaning and value. It's not the matter of efficacy. Thank you.
The third question from Anuril Maulidia Fauzia from Indonesia. How does Korea National University of Education help teachers apply evidence-based and human-centered pedagogy when using AI in the classroom?
Yeah, this is very difficult and we are trying. I think not only KNUE, but the teacher education institution worldwide are facing the same question actually now in this rapidly changing world. Because AI suddenly becomes very central and the development itself becomes so dramatic and every day it seems changing. And then now some different skills are required for teachers. It is quite challenging for teachers just to follow the speed of development itself and to use AI as a tool. But while we are just following it, we are losing the purpose why we are using it. So we want to use very fancy skills and technology in our classroom, producing very fancy learning materials for our students. But I think it's meaningless if we lose the purpose of education and the value in it. So the knowledge should be for value. It is combined with value, what we are teaching and what we are heading for, and the methodology and the teaching material itself is for knowledge and value. So it's all connected together. So in KNUE, we are also trying to teach not only AI tool usage methodology, but also at the same time combining it with the pedagogical purposes and the meaningful reasons in the right context is quite emphasized at the moment. I think there are a lot to discuss further on this issue as well, but I'm just want to briefly mention, well, the goal and the meaning and the education purposes should be not the expense of technology itself. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Prof. The third question is from Irwandi Weska. Most STEM activities is project-based learning. How to implement STEM inquiry design, as you show in your presentation?
Can I see the question? I think I cannot see the question. Is it in the...
Irwandi. Most STEM activities is project-based. How to implement STEM inquiry design, as you show in your presentation?
Okay, actually there are quite many examples if we just pay more attention to globally. I was quite surprised in Hong Kong, in Japan, in many other countries like Australia and even Canada. They are all trying to design this STEM AI STEM education still in context with the issue of sustainability and their community issues all together. So it would be quite, I think, 1 hour of a presentation if I say all of these examples in detail. But if you are interested in this topic, it is not difficult to find very good examples worldwide. So just try, and we can communicate further later.
Oh yeah, thank you, Prof. Because we have a limited time, I will read the last question from Nguyen Hong, THO Vietnam, the last question. Thank you for your topic, Professor. As you mentioned about the problem of tech dependency, as the current STEM education about researching or problem solving revolve primarily around student and student teacher center. With the integration of AI, this raises the concern of over depends on AI students. How do we, as the future teachers, wait a minute, ensure the balance between AI, teachers, and peer interaction in STEM learning?
Actually, I agree. And this is very hard. Even, I, as a teacher, as an educator of pre-teachers, and also as a mom, I'm also concerning about this question, honestly saying. But I found that it is now imperative. We cannot stop using AI. Everywhere in Korea now, it is we can find AI. Even it changes or like market and it changes the previous business schemes. It changes everything at the moment, even the job and the roles. So what I'm thinking is that we cannot actually stop using AI for students. Then what is important is that we should further help the students become deep thinker rather than just using AI passively. Actually, in the metacognitive level, so metacognition is quite more important at the moment. So just using AI as a tool and passively and following their instruction, I think now students need to use it for design or deep thinking, criticize what they are producing. So there are actually many ways to use AI to make better thinking, deep thinkers. So I think now we need to find the balance in between, but we need to find and focus on not just the cognition level of thinking development of students, but we need to use metacognition level of prompting. So then we want our student to be critical thinker, right? So just as we need to use the AI. That's a very simple direction, but I want to say, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answering. Thank you for the excellent question and discussion. Once again, let us give appreciation to Prof. Mi Young Hong for the valuable insights shared with us today. Please give a big applause. As
Thank
token
you.
of appreciation, a certificate appreciation will now be presented to Prof. Mi Young Hong by our committee. This is our appreciation for you, Prof. Mi Young Hong.
Thank you.
Thank you once again for your time and for sharing such a valuable knowledge with all of us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Indah Widyastuti, Miss Victoria Pineda, and Professor Mi Young Hung for a great presentation. Also, I would like to say a special thank you to Dr. Imam Samudra for keeping this session so engaging and running it very well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our second main session, may I kindly take a moment to give a gentle reminder regarding your attendance certificate. As we mentioned earlier, we kindly request that you take a screenshot during every session as proof of your participation, as we have already had 3 sessions before. So for this next session, please remember to capture a screenshot once we begin. Please keep all your screenshots safe on your device for submitting the attendance form link at the end of our event. We truly appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. Let me give a gentle reminder also in Bahasa Indonesia. Bapak Ibu peserta yang berbahagia, sebelum kita lanjut ke sesi berikutnya, saya ingin menyampaikan pengingat penting terkait e-sertifikat. Perlu diketahui, acara hari ini menghadirkan 7 pembicara. Untuk dapat memperoleh e-sertifikat, Bapak Ibu diwajibkan untuk melakukan screenshot pada setiap sesi pembicara, dengan ketentuan minimal screenshot dari 5 pembicara yang harus diunggah ke link presensi yang telah kami sediakan di kolom chat. Maka dari itu, pastikan Bapak Ibu tidak melewatkan momen screenshot di setiap sesi pembicara. Panitia dan saya juga akan terus mengingatkan di setiap pergantian sesi. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to move to the second main session, which is the 4th and 5th session, which will feature 2 distinguished speakers. First is Associate Professor Dr. Panrase Riti Pravat from Mahidol University, Thailand, and Dr. Roslinawati Muhammad Roslan Sultan from Hasanal Bolkiah Institute of Education, Brunei Darussalam. The second main session will be skillfully moderated by Dr. Muhammad Hisbulwaton from Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. Before we start our discussion, we would like to present the CV of our moderator. Okay, thank you. This is the CV of Dr. Muhammad Hisbulwaton. He is an esteemed assistant professor from the Department of Chemistry Education at Universitas Sebelas Maret. And Dr. Waton holds a PhD in organic chemistry from the University of Leeds, UK, and earned his master's degree also from UGM or Universitas Gadjah Mada in Indonesia and Technical University of Braunschweig in Germany. His research specializes in natural products, sustainable colorants, and green chemistry, with over 15 international publications and numerous funded research grants, including collaborations with Hokkaido University, Japan. His work not only advances organic chemistry, but also translates directly into environmental health application, from developing smart food packaging to antibacterial agents. Without further ado, let us warmly welcome Dr. Muhammad Hisbulwaton to deliver his skillful guidance. Please give him a warm virtual round of applause.
Thank you very much for nice introductions. So today we have quite a lot of speakers. We have learned from three previous speakers. Now it is the fourth one. So I hope that if you would like to have a coffee or tea with you, that's okay. Yeah, so I will introduce the fourth speaker for our webinar. For the operator, could you please share the CV from the speaker? Yeah, the fourth speaker is the Associate Professor Dr. Pandasi Riti Pravat from Mahidol University. She graduated a doctoral degree from King's Mongkut University in Mechanical Engineering. The same with master and bachelor studies. Her expertise is in artificial intelligence, machine learning, image processing in medicine, force control, robot soccer, computer, and diagnosis. She published many publications and also has been invited in many conferences. And yeah, she is the expert for this field. And in this session, she will deliver the topic of AI, is specifically institutional best practice in AI integrations for STEM education and the Mahidol University experience. So we will learn the best practice that has been applied or implemented in Mahidol University. Without any further ado, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Pandrasi Riti Pravat.
Thank you so
Hello.
much. Yeah, hello. Can you hear me well?
Good morning. Yeah. We can
Morning.
hear you, please. How are you
Yeah,
today?
yeah, it's great. I'm a little bit exciting. That is because of maybe the fourth speaker that before your lunch. So you guys may feel like a little bit tired, but I try my best to present about what we work in Thailand in order to promote AI in education. And let me share. Because of I actually don't want just only pure lecture. If it is possible, I will let you try to explore together, and I will share with you guys how do I teach the student. Actually, in this topic, I will present you a platform for learning about AI. It is called FlowIno. FlowIno is actually my research, and we built it for more than 4 years. And in Thailand, we basically call another brand, we call it AI Thaigen. But right now, we try to make a collaboration with other countries, so we rename it as a FlowIno. And actually a professor in engineering. So I may not be like you guys that mostly on educators. However, I also having challenges. How do I teach AI to my students? So that's why I come up with this tool and use it for teaching not only in university level. I also use it in teaching in many schools in Thailand, both in primary and secondary school. So if it's possible, I will share to you guys. Okay. But before I start about my platform, I will talk about what Mahidol University trying to do about like using AI in education. So we separate and we actually try to come up with the AI competency framework and try to build from level 1 to level 3. In the level 1, we try to build like a infrastructure to support learning AI literacy to all students. And we have the AI Miracle project to promote how to appropriately use generative AI as your tutor, as your assistant. However, we do more. We have like try to engage students to practice in AI tools. And finally, we aim to promote students to have innovative idea using AI technology. Okay, that is overview of my university about like AI education. And come back to the problem that I found like last 4 years before I come up with Flow. Basically, because I'm AI engineer and I found that AI is like very useful technology, and it seems that the technology grows very quickly. And there are some like prediction that many jobs will be gone next 5 years, right? So you see, right now, many like company, right, try to reduce workers in their company. In Thailand, we also have students that need to improve AI skill, and also we have like people that need to upskill or reskill. However, when we teach about AI, it lots of mathematics, it lots of text programming. So that's why we lack of programmer, right? So I come up with the tools that I want every people can learn AI simply. So we build it as like a block, but we call it flow-based programming. That's why we call it Flow programming, AI innovation. So what it can do is like we build the tools to create a simple AI application. We also create the tools to learn about how computer understand image and how to enhance image quality. Those are image processing tools. And how do we analyze data? Because like when we learn about AI, we have to be able to analyze the data, visualize the data, and knows the relationships among the data. And also, we can integrate with the microcontroller. So students can do like very quick proof of concept to show their idea very quickly. So I will let you try together in this talk. If it's possible, you guys go to flowino.com. Okay. This time, we have around like 93,000 users. Actually, mainly in Thailand. I think like 95%. And I start like having partner internationally. So that's why some of our users are internationally. So we have a user from Vietnam, from Philippines, also from Indonesia. Okay. And if you go to flowino.com, of course, you have to go to the top right that you will see the login. Okay. You click on the login button and you have to place the registration. Of course, before you use it, you have to register. Okay, so take time for your registration because I will train you how to use it very quickly. Okay, but during I'm waiting for you to register to my Flowino, I will show you the overview of what FlowIno can do. Okay, here is the video that show what we are doing. So as I told you, you go to flowino.com. You actually can switch the language, and on the top right, there will be like login button. Please go and register. And the tools that we're gonna learn today is about creative AI. Okay, so you can drag the camera like this. You can use simple AI tools, and you can use it for control the robot like this. That is very, very simple, right? But this is the trained model. But if you would like to create your own model, you can do like this. We take a photos of orange and blue box, and then we train and test it. Or we can do like handwritten recognition. We draw and create the training data. After we create the training data, okay, we click train and then test. This is the testing mode. Okay, so you can create the model very easily. Also, we can link with the microcontroller. This slide show like microbit. And this is the students that just won the international award when they go to the competition. Not only in Thailand, but they also can win in the international level. So this is a student in the school. Okay, they do lots of projects, come up with how do they apply AI tools to solve real world problem. So this is the story that we make for the FlowIno. Okay. During this time, you may start register, log in, and wait there. Okay. Let's see what FlowIno can do. Okay. This is called AI literacy. Okay. Do you want to try together with me right now? Are you ready? If you are ready, can you type 1 in the chat box? Yeah. Type 1 in the chat box if you are ready. I would like to make everyone has learning experience together, because like we close to like lunch time already. So that's why I would like you guys to have like some exercise. Okay, let me jump to FlowIno. Okay. Here, you see the FlowIno website, right? As I told you, you have to register first, and assume that if you don't register it yet, you have to go to flowino.com. I will copy this link, okay, to the chat box. You click on that and then click on login button. In this login button, if you already register, you can type your account, like email that you register and password, okay, and click login. But for the new people that never use it before, please click register button, okay, here. And then your post-school, you just type your name, surname, email, and please remember your password. And here is privacy policy, okay, and you just have to check this and click register. That is the way how do we register. Once you finish your registration, please use your email and password and then click login. Now you will go to FlowIno main menu. Okay, done. I'm waiting for you here. If you are on the same page with me, click text number 2 to the chat box. Type 2 to the chat box, so I know that you are in the same page with me. I'm waiting for you guys. If you finish, type 2 to the chat box so I know that you can follow my talk and my workshop. Okay. Because of I know that you listen many like talk and it's overwhelmed. For me, it's overwhelmed. So that's why I don't want to push too much load for your head. So just practice together and we learn from our experience together. That would be like more like fun for this like talk. I'm waiting for you guys. Please be in this page together. Okay.
Sorry,
And
while
if
we are waiting for the participants, is that
yeah,
free of charge access for
yes,
all
yes,
the menus of this AI? Okay, that's nice.
yeah. If you use advanced function, of course, yeah, like Canva, but basics for teaching is free. Okay, so that's why I teach you. You didn't pay anything yet, right? So let's try together. Come, and try. All right, I think it's many people. Yeah, you can try with tablet. You can try with iPhone, and you will see the tools that I will show you. Our platform is actually you need not to install the program. You can use it from the website, and we will download the tools to client computer. So this means that the student data is in their own computer. We didn't throw data of the student out of the computer. So it's safe enough for teaching. First of all, I will teach you about what I teach about AI literacy to school or to my student in the university. Okay, but in this AI literacy, we have to turn off our camera in other application. For example, I am using camera in Zoom. So if I use camera in Flow right now, we cannot use. So I need to turn off my camera. And then I click on Fun Fake. Here is the Fun Fake menu. You see my Fun Fake menu, right? Click on this Fun Fake menu. And then the tools will be downloaded to your computer. The speed will depend on your internet, okay, and your computer. See? For me, I'm done. Okay, maybe because of my internet is a little bit fast and also computer. Okay, and here I'm not sure whether you can do it.
That's a bit crazy. Wow.
And yeah, let's try together. Because when I teach this to my students, they are very exciting and we can teach them more. For example, you can swap to be the other person, okay, using like face template. Okay, like this, you can click on face template to be other person. But in the classroom, I will ask them, can you swap to be your friend face? Can you do that? Of course, students have to ask permission. Can you do it? Anyone? If you can do it, try 3. Yeah, try 3. If you can do it, great. Perfect. That is a simple AI. We call this technology as a deepfake. Deepfake technology is the technology that you can use someone data to overlay like video or image data or sound to be like to overlay of the other person. Like So when I teach these tools, I teach about 3 things. First, if you would like to get the data from the other person, you need to ask for permission. Okay? So this is corresponding to PDPA in Thailand. In some country, they may call PDPA. Okay? Another, we call, I let the student think about what is the benefit or like pro and con. What is the good things and bad things for this technology? How do you think? What is the good things for this technology? Is there any idea from you guys? Why scientists develop this technology? What is the good thing? Do you have any idea? Okay, good thing is maybe hard to think about. What is the bad thing? Is there any? Yeah, for fun. We can use this for fun. And think about taking a movie. If the superstar cannot do some action, you have to ask for someone to do it, right? And finally, you have to do video editing, right? To help like that movie, like having like that superstar taking some action, right? But what is the bad thing? What is the bad thing? Yeah, someone may use our photo improperly, okay? But what I will show you more is that if I search someone photo in the internet, for example, because that is like improper if I use someone photo without getting permission. So I will use my photo, okay? I search my photo in the internet, and then I can drag and drop like this. You see, it's very easy for the people to use photos, your photo in the internet. So what I will tell them, my student, is that okay if you have your photos in the internet right now in this century? No, it's not okay, right? But for us, somehow it's hard to remove it right now. So we have to educate people about, they have to have awareness about AI literacy. Okay, that is the basic. Right. Okay, we will try for another tools together. Let's go back to the main page. Okay, I'm waiting for you. You just go back to the main page. The next tool that we're gonna learn together is AI application. Okay, AI application. That is what we're gonna learn together. Then you click on this AI application. I will let you create a simple AI application. Oh, sorry, we have previous. I'm waiting for you. If you click on AI application menu, you will see the menu like this. Okay. If you are already find this menu, please type number 5 to the chat box. Yeah, I'm waiting for you. Great. I saw many people can do. If you already see the menu, you can explore. At the first menu, this is image data, like this, right? And the second menu is AI. Okay. And we also have like mathematics, control, AI application, and style. Okay. You can add more menu by click settings. There will be a window that show the menu that you would like to use. And you see that there are two tabs. So we can link with microcontroller. There are a lot of microcontroller that we can use. Okay. So let's try together. First, I will let you go to image data and to the menu objects. Then drag the Apple image to the programming area like this. This is Apple image. Can you do it by yourself? Making AI application is very simple. Okay. So AI is actually the way to mimic how like human being thinks, making decision, analyze in order to help solving the complicated tasks, right? So in human, we get the information from human sense, like from eye, we get the image data. In computer, we get the image from camera. And then this visual information is sent to the brain. So we go to the AI menu. And in the AI menu, click on the basic. Then you will see the first block, which is object recognition. You drag and drop. It will try to automatically connect the image data to the object recognition block. You will see these two blocks is connected automatically. Okay? But what if it not connect? Please try to connect it by yourself. Okay? If you do this, you see right now AI can recognize this is Apple with it the confidence of 0.995. We call this number as confidence score. And the maximum score is 1, which is 100%. But here, 0.995 is mean 99.5% that AI think it is Apple. Okay? Is that clear for you guys? Next, I will let you try to change the image to be the other image. If your camera doesn't work, you can change it to the chair. Okay? Like this. See? We can change from Apple to chair. But if you can use camera, you go to image data, basic, and drag the camera block. And you see, it can detect object in real time. So right now AI believe that I'm a person with the confidence around 82 or 83%. And if I show a bottle here, okay, it can detect a bottle. Okay, I will move it myself out a little bit. See? So it can detect real time. If you show like phone, can it show? Like here is cell phone. Can you do it? Is that difficult for you guys? Are you okay? Okay, great. So we can use or develop AI very simple. For example, I would like to create an application about detect maybe a cat or the dog. So we basically can search the image from maybe Google, find the image of cat in the internet, and then you may show, see, it can detect that this is a cat. What's about dog? Can it knows this is dog? See? So we can create a simple AI application. For example, I would like to create, if it is a dog, there is some sound like hong hong. If there is a cat, there is a sound like meow. Okay? How can I do this application? I go to control and then condition. In this condition menu, I found if button. I use it. I connect if block with the object recognition. And I want to check if it is the cat. Okay. So right now it is person, not the cat. You will see that the light in the if block is not turned on. But if I change it to be like a cat, this is cat image. See? The light turned on. So it means we can write the program. It is a cat in front of the camera right now. No cat. Cat. Do you get an idea, right? And the last box, if I wanted to play meow sound, how can I do it? I go to the sound menu. You see meow sound here. And here is meow. I connect it. So every time there is a cat in front of the camera like this, there is a sound, cat sound. I'm not sure whether you hear it, but see? So we can create a very simple application with this. Okay. So I just let you have a learning experience about this, and then I will go back to my slide about how do I implement this FlowIno to school and university. Okay, so you guys have experience about AI literacy, but actually we have the abilities to learn about image, and we can see inside each image. Like for example, this apple. If you double click on the apple image, you can see that, oh, computer understand the image. in this manner. It composed of lots of pixels, and each pixel is contain red, green, and blue components. So if we display the apple like in red channel, green channel, blue channel, we will see this image like in different planes. And we can write a program to calculate the size of the apple, like small size or big size. That is like image processing. Also, we can do data visualization. For example, I would like to plot a graph. I have a function fx, okay, where x can be like x plus 1 here. I can plot it. So if x is like from 0 to 10 and y is x plus 1, I can plot the linear line. And if I change to x square, this is a x square, you see parabola shape, right? Or x cube. So we can show the data in real time, and it would be easy for the student to understand complicated mathematics, okay? Because we try to make them understand what's inside the data. Moreover, as I show you,
Hi, and this is our Eco Ally.
okay,
It is the automatic sorting trash can.
I will show you how students develop the innovation to solve their like green environment problem. Okay, so let's see. This is from international school.
That sorts trash into 4 categories: organic, dangerous, metal, and glass. And first, it starts off with a microbit. It's a pocket-sizable programmable chip used to control our entire system. First step in using the trash can is to place the trash can on the lid. Then, our AI, a webcam, identifies the type of trash it is. That's sending a signal to the bottom servo to rotate to the bottom plate, and signaling the top servo to tilt, resulting in the trash can to drop inside the 4 categories.
Let me walk you through how it works. So here we have a camera, which is the Rappo camera. This is the image classifier where we have taken pictures of all our trashes. Then it goes into our switch, which will identify all the cases and send a signal. For example, nothing general would go into, it will say general trash, turn to a specific angle and wait, and then drop into the correct section. Thank you.
All right. So, and when I teach in the university, I also let them learn about this too. And this is another university like Chulalongkorn University. We run the workshop about like smart farming. We teach them how to use AI to analyze like to measure the water quality and do like some regression to indicate that, oh, right now the water is like low quality or high clean. Okay, so this is the examples of how do we teach in the university. And some of the students come up with their own idea. Like this group, they come up with how to apply AI to detect Down syndrome from the database available in the internet. And this group like detect this disease from the eye images. Okay. Also, this group developed the way to identify whether they do exercise in the wrong or correct posture. Okay. And some of students can come up with like a innovation like pharmaceutical storage box.
Here's how it looks. Inside of it, it contains temp sensors and light sensor with the program runs on AI Tigen. And this is all velvet. When you open the box, if the certain amount of temp or light is surpassed, the lamp goes on. And this is how the program runs.
Also, some of the students come up with the idea,
elderly loved one
like
living
elderly
alone
health
experience
system.
a medical emergency. It could be a fall or even simple cry for help. What if they can't reach their phone or press an emergency button? Our BB health system could fix this problem. The sensor will detect the sound and send a notification to Line group chat and immediately open the door.
For the pain point, we have two main pain points. The first one is delay emergency response, and the second one is independence with safety. For reduce the time taken to receive help and preventing further injury. And the second one is because of many older want to live independently, but family members are concerned about their safety. And this is our hardware component. The first one is microcontroller and microbit. For the second one is microphone. And the last one is servo motor.
So I will, because of the limited time, I will skip like some videos, like it take time a lot. Okay, so from our study, the learning outcome that we got like after we try to implement teaching AI in the classroom, I saw a lot of like students like have strong interest like and have like enthusiasm about like chasing and experiment. And of course I let them like try to learn from learning having experience and then come up with like discussion, what should they like help use this technology to solve for our society, like not only like climate problem, how about like elderly people, healthcare situation. So that's why they come up with a lot of idea and innovation. And this is right now we try to make like a collaboration. So this thing is like we work with Chulalongkorn. So we in the Smart Farm project. So we build like a small plant like what I should say, like little plant factory. So we try to observe the appropriate planting condition for the for this I cannot remember what kind of this plant, but yeah, we run the experiment and we publish the paper. Microgreen. Okay, another collaboration with professor in another university. So they try to apply in like mathematics. So they come up like teaching students how do they understand like histogram, but use the information from the image. So they plot the histogram from the image like this. And I also work with the medical doctors, like we build the technology to serve rehabilitation, like we can tap the signal like EMG signal to control the game, and we are like do a clinical trial in the hospital. So we make a collaborations with many partner and not only in Thailand. Of course, right now we work with SEMED, okay, and we build the curriculum for climate change education. So we implement this technology, and we are trying to test in 11 schools in Thailand to implement like the curriculum that developed by 4 universities. So we will teach them about CER framework, claim evidence reasoning, and data literacy. So how do they use or check the data before they use it. Because of AI have like hallucination and fake news, or like we need the student to have awareness about the data to realize that, oh, you need to check it before use it. Then we teach about like data visualization, data analysis, and we try to add causal mapping, like to add systematic thinking in this curriculum. And for the final lesson, we focus on innovation design. So we plan that after students can implement for whole curriculum, they will have like critical thinking skill and computational thinking skill, and have the idea to support like solving the climate problem in our society. So, and this is like our partner in Naresuan University. They try to also promote the way to use like our platform to teach AI for the teacher, like how to make them have awareness about biasing or add the ethical issue when we teach to the classroom, or even like how do we explain AI for the student and come up with like appropriate pedagogy. So of course we need the collaboration from your countries. So if you would like to like work closely, like do research together, or even like would like to implement to your student in the university level, or if you would like to try with the schools in your country, like feel free to contact me. I'm really happy, and this is like my contact. So that's all for the presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Pandrasi, for nice presentation and also nice demonstration. We have learned about Flow AI No, and then some of the participants has registered and have tried using the AI. So you also mentioned about the AI literacy, and then user consent and etc. So we would like to invite the some participants. If you have a question to Professor Pandrasi, you could always have the opportunity to ask her directly by raising your hand, or you could also write down your questions, and then we will read your questions. Okay, in the column chat box, we have one questions from the University. May I read the questions, or do you want me to read the questions? Yeah. Okay. So thank you for your marvelous Leiden presentation. There is a multiplicity of similar AI-assisted platforms as a corollary to the AI boom. How does Flow AI know respond to the exigent needs of our demographics more splendidly than its counterparts in this sophisticated time frame? That's the first questions. Could you please answer the questions?
Yeah, let me think. I'm actually not sure about like what's the meaning about like different in time frame. Is there any concern that you think about like time frame effect in teaching? I actually not sure. I'm not clear about the question. You said about like sophisticated time frame. So in education, I'm not sure about what is the effect of time frame. Yeah, maybe we yeah. Or
I think
Or
the question is about
yeah.
like comparisons with the existing AI assisted forms with your AI.
I actually not clear about this, but of course, you asked about like comparison to the existing tools, right? The thing is
Yes.
that first of all, I actually don't think that time frame will have the effects like in Thailand or even like in other country, they're gonna have like effects. But what would be the difference is should be like the culture or the context in between like each country that may need to slightly adjust based on each country. Okay, so the tool is actually for me, I think the tool is tool. The key is that how do we apply the tools appropriately in the teaching. So for me as the AI engineer, I didn't see much like challenge in using AI tools. That is because I'm engineer, right? So that's why I think the key is that because we know that AI can do many things, how do we appropriately use them and let the student can come up with the idea that would be the things that we should looking for or train them to have like creativity. So for me, my real concern is about if you use AI too much, like generative AI too much, it kill the creativity of the student. So that's why the way that I try to teach in the classroom or educate the people in the like educator is that they should actually try to compromise or like balance using AI tools and try to promote computational thinking rather than let like believe it like that like this. That is like what my major concern. Two is two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we cannot like make 100% depends on the AI. We need to like have a critical thinking to make sure that what the AI present is can be guaranteed correct. Here we have one participant who has raised his hand to Jint Sangyum. I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrongly. Uh, yeah, can you start speaking and asking questions to the participants?
Thank you very much for the fruitful presentation. I really appreciated the use of AI, but I have one question. I'm Jean Sengyumba from PhD. I'm a PhD student from Universitas Sebelas Maret, Surakarta, Indonesia. I would like to know if there is a way of locking our image which are on the internet so that they cannot be detected. You know, we are researchers. When we publish, most of the time we put bibliography, our image are out. So how to lock the image? They can be there for the academic purpose, but they cannot be retrieved for being used by the AI. Is there any way to do that? Any professional way? Thank you very much.
It's
Yeah.
actually what I would say is that if you know AI much, AI can do more. What I would say is that no 100% can like block, but for general people like they use like some I cannot remember the word, but I think it's still easy to like to hack. I mean, for if you are professional, like if you are like bad people, no, and you are expert, I think finally it can do. So in terms of the research, they help like developing like the way to protect the data as well. Like it come up with quantum technology to help like blocking something. But for me, like as you said, like for the using the photo, like I think it's like still hard to protect. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Frankly,
Yeah,
but maybe my knowledge is not good enough now. But right now, I just say that I don't see the way.
yeah, it's okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting issue with AI that we couldn't really protect our own picture for for other people using that as, for example, just drag and drop to the AI and they will see differences. Is there any way that we could avoid that by before they drag and drop the picture, there is like the application of their I'm not sure what type of it, the kind of the program, but it needs a consent from the owner of the picture. Is that possible, Professor Pandrasi?
As part, if you are good people, they will follow you. As I told you.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
like so we have to have like because some like kind of like scientists I know that we try our best, like we set up the law, we but of course that with the technology is technology, if improper people like bad people use it, like it will be improper for sure.
Okay, we have quite a lot of questions in chat box. So the next one's from Anuril Maulida Fauzia. She asked, could you explain how this framework was developed and what makes it effective in preparing students to address real-world climate challenges? So she is interested in your climate change education environment.
Okay, so this framework is actually we try to build the foundation to the student first, like we call this CER framework, right? Claim, evidence, and reasoning, and we pick up like greenhouse gas concept as the foundation. We let the student observe the phenomenon about like and try to make an explanation about greenhouse gas, and also they have some background in the greenhouse gas when they are like primary school. But this curriculum we design for grade 9, around grade 9, and that's why we would like to feel like pave the background about you observe some phenomena or even like some information, you try to explain it and try to come up with the reasoning, or you try to like see the evidence and then explain. And then after we pave the background of the CR framework, then we go to like data literacy. So I try to like this curriculum, the professor that designed this curriculum together thinks that right now the world is overwhelmed with the information. So we don't want students to trust the information without checking anything. Like many students, you will feel that they trust Gemini, ChatGPT, or Claude without checking anything and believe that it's correct. In fact, it's not only student, teacher as well. Some teacher use it without care. So that's why this is the important step that we need to groom them to have awareness. You need to check it. You need to investigate how this data source come. And then we teach them about like data visualization, how do we manipulate the data, and try to go to the like cause and effect, like create a causal mapping and let them like try to explain phenomena. And then we go to the last part, which is after you know about this cause and the effect, what you can help the world, what you can solve this problem. So let them come up with the solution. It can be the new model. It can be the prototype of the work to solve the problem. that is the idea for how do we teach this framework. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's clear. So we have last questions from Mukimah Surganingsi. She asked, is this AI application capable of detecting children's emotions in real time and displaying image or visualizations that correspond to the checked emotions, thereby how they record and learn to regulate their emotions?
Yeah. It can.
Yeah, it's
And
possible, right?
actually,
Yeah.
yeah, and actually you can create your own model. For example, if the AI that we provide is not correct as you want or is not fit as you want, you can like taking the photo and train it, create your own model. So this is very flexible for using, and particularly in the classroom. So sometimes the student come up with emotion detection, with the even like detect the disease of the leaves. So whether this is a healthy leaves or leaves with disease, and there are many categories of the disease, they can taking the photo and train it, so they can do lots of projects beyond our imagination. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's the end of our sessions. We have discussed a lot. That is really interesting um, topic to be discussed in these sessions. We hope that we will have another time or meeting with you, Professor Parasi, to discuss further about the application and implementation of this AI in school or in university. Before we end our sessions, we have a token of appreciation to the committee. Could you please show the certificate of appreciations? Yes, this is the certificate of appreciation, Professor Panrasi. We hope that you happy with this certificate and accept it. And again, that we are looking forward to collaborating with you in near future.
Thank you so
Thank you very
much.
much once
Thank you,
again.
everyone. Bye.
Okay, that's the end of session with Professor Pandrasi. Next, we have another speaker who will talk still about AI, but with different subtopics or different perspective point of view. We would like to invite Dr. Rizlanawati Muhammad Roslan from Sultan Hasan Al Bolkiah Institute of Education, Brunei Darussalam, to Dr. Rizlinawati. Are you here already? Hi.
Hello, hi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Hi.
wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. How are you, Dr. Roslinawati?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Nice to
How are
meet you.
you? Yeah,
I'm
nice
good.
to meet you too.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for asking. Yeah, so this is the fifth um, session for today's webinar. But before we start the session with Dr. Rosalina Wati, we would like to share about the CV of her. So, sorry. Yeah, Dr. Rosalina Wati graduated from University of Queensland with the areas of expertise in science education, STEM education, primary science education, climate change education, sustainability education, dialogic teaching language, and multimodality in science education teacher, education culturally responsive pedagogy, which will be also discussed in this session, indigenous and local knowledge in curriculum design, Islamic values, and science education and educational research methodology. She is the Deputy Dean Research, Innovation, and Sustainability in University of Brunei Darussalam. And then she has quite a lot of publication and projects and grants. So without any further ado, Dr. Rosland, we would like to invite you to give or share your research with us around 1 hour, including questions and answer. Time is yours, Dr. Roslan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad, for the kind, warm invitation and as well as introduction to my background. I would like to give some information. My presentation is basically based on the previous research projects that I have conducted with the rural community, the rural district, as well as current project that I am currently pursuing with the title Climate Champions with Rural Brunei. This is another extension of the research based on the previous research. So give me a bit of time to share the slides since give me a bit. I am a little bit not sure what to share in here. Let me share first. Content, yeah. Documents. I need to open, and I'm not quite sure where to go and direct my screen. Give me time again. Okay. Sorry, I think I shared the wrong. I wanted to open a slide, but I don't know how to open it from my side.
Okay.
Let me open first. Is it this one?
Yes, it shows STEM for green skill in rural Brunei. Is that correct slide?
Yes, yes. But this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a desktop. I would like to share the slides
Ah,
instead on a Canva. Can you do that? Give me
I
a bit of
think
time.
what yeah, I think when you open the Canva and then I think present the Canva and then you can directly share to us.
Okay, is it here?
Yeah,
Can you see it?
yeah, I can show your cursor.
Okay. I think this one I just browsed through because this is based on my desktop. But let me share you I can send you the link. Send you the link. Is that okay?
Yeah, you could send it to us and maybe one of the committees will share to the audiences.
Yeah, give me a time. Yeah, just I'm sorry
It's
about
okay.
the hiccup.
It's okay.
I'm sharing the link. It's in the. I give it to already on the slide. On the chat. Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah, that's okay. Could you please the committee to open and share with the audiences?
Yes, it's actually. Or can I give the link already?
Yeah.
Is that accessible?
Let me also check that. Yes. I think this is accessible.
Because I don't see a Chrome. I don't see a Chrome section for me to share in your. I can only see desktop because the share should be coming from the Canva here.
Yeah. Is that the on? Oh yeah, that one. It's not?
Can you see it?
Yeah. We can see that.
Okay, I just go through this way from my browser. Okay, let me be sorry for the hiccups. Let me share you this background of my presentation. I think my presentation will be a little bit different than the previous researchers or presenters. on respective AI as well as green skills. Basically, this is focusing more towards the culturally responsive pedagogy where local ecological knowledge is being used to base the green skills as well as to form a curriculum. So my first slide starts with a question. How can STEM education support green skills through culturally responsive curriculum design? As we know that green skills is pretty much emphasizing on system thinking, sustainable problem solving, as well as innovation and climate literacy. That is green skills being emphasized. But the mission here is to reconstruct higher education so future teachers become learning designers for sustainable innovation. Okay, move forward to the next slide. All right. This is the context of a previous study being conducted in 2023 with a large number of stakeholders, not really large numbers, but we involve many researchers as well as stakeholders such as parents, teachers, the head of the village, the students themselves as well, where we conducted our research in a rural Temburong. This is, as you can see, Brunei is a very small country, not as big as in Indonesia. It is as small as like Singapore, but we are consisted of the 4 districts. Yeah, the 4 districts. This is where the location of the research was conducted. This is a green, still covered with rainforest, and it's still rich with biodiversity. It is located in Temburong district, where majority of the local indigenous people are there as well, including the Iban community. Iban community, as you can see, are actually migrants from Kalimantan, as well as from also Sarawak, Malaysia. They are not considered as one of the ethnicities in the Brunei citizen. They are considered like migrants, but they actually populated, majority of them actually populated in this area, Temburong, as well as in the area which is here in Balai district. But the site of the research was conducted specifically in 3 schools, which is located a bit rural, far away from the city. Not really that far. If you can say Brunei is small, but it's considered rural because it's not like the current, not like have a lot of access, not have a lot of access directly to near hospital stuff. But as you can say, Brunei is small. Everything is accessible, and rural. There is not big gap between rural and urban. So here, the population of Brunei is actually about 470,000 population. Is only as big as one village, maybe in Indonesia. Yeah. So that is the total population of Brunei. But Temburong people is around um, around 90,000 are actually in Temburong. Okay, so the environment is a highly diverse district, which is one of the Borneo's best preserved rainforests. We still have a virgin rainforest with the canopy layers in the forest, and the indigenous Iban population is actually considered as underprivileged community, facing systemic educational disparities and loss of cultural heritage due to immersion and migration to Brunei. And they are very rich with this Temburong district is actually very rich with local environment as well as, and it will provide an authentic and untapped entry point for climate change education and green skills development. So this is the project with 3 schools located in Temburong. There's Sekolah Rendah Selapun, Sekolah Rendah Amo, and Sekolah Rendah Semabat. These 3 schools were being used as a site, although the number of students are not many as in the urban school. There are like only about 15 students from preschool until year 6. So sometimes one class is only 1 or 2 students because it is located in the rural area. So my concern, actually the concern of this research is actually about the global disconnect between the current curriculum that we have right now in terms of emphasizing the curriculum, the climate change curriculum, as well as the STEAM education. There's totally a global disconnect where context blinds them, where curricula relying on foreign examples, for example, snow in Britain, that fail to leverage local ecological realities. If you see our local current references or textbooks as well, that's not pretty much being shown about the local ecological realities. So pretty much it's always about the global context. So my argument is to start with our own backyard, where we can look into what is currently going on with the local background that we have, like in Brunei, for example, or if you are talking about in the context of Indonesia, because Indonesia is huge. So we can start talking about your local state, like each different daerah or state in your area, and also a different culture. So it is where culturally responsive green skills can be as a leverage to reconnect learners with local ecological knowledge, to foster genuine environmental responsibility and system thinking. There's not just looking from the macro level or from the global level, but we look and start from the micro and what is currently being available in the current context. So the argument here is green STEM education must prepare learners for future technologies while reconnecting them with local cultural knowledge. Now, what is the curriculum paradigm shift that we are actually focusing here? Looking at the traditional mainstream STEM, we look mostly generic global example, as I mentioned earlier. And sometimes the pedagogy can be isolated subjects focused on content coverage and rote assessment. And that's not pretty much interrelated and multidisciplinary, and technology adoption disconnected from the local environment. So let's look at the culturally responsive theme, which is the proposal here. We look at the localized realities, where we look at the local biodiversity, for example, giant freshwater river prawns, and local weather patterns, and then forest ecology as an example to learn about the climate, as well as in terms of pedagogy to integrate it and focusing on sustainable problem solving and green skills. And this is later on, I only talk a snippet about AI, how AI can be adopted in supporting the pedagogy, amplifying the local observation. So the key takeaway here is actually the green STEM education must prepare learners for future technologies while reconnecting them with local ecological and cultural knowledge without erasing what is actually available in here, like in the local context. Now, the initial research was being conducted using funds of knowledge. So what does it mean by funds of knowledge? For those who are interested in understanding the indigenous local knowledge, or TEK, traditional ecological knowledge, it's actually worthwhile to look at the term FOK. Funds of knowledge refer to those historically accumulated and culturally developed bodies of knowledge and skills essential for household or individual functioning and well-being. So majority of these funds of knowledge derive from the community, derive from the individual and families. So this is from Wall, Amanti, Neff, and Gonzalez, 1992. They see the importance of getting these funds of knowledge from the students, from the parents, from the teachers, from the local communities, about the knowledge that they have in regards to the environment and sustainability. So this is what we have gathered from the previous research. We map what we have interviews with the students, with the local villages, the parents, and the teachers, and we come up with several funds of knowledge surrounding around agriculture, foraging, household management, business, and fishery and river activities. These activities are actually being practiced by the local communities, and these are knowledge that can be used in teaching them the green skills. Okay. Let me go forward first here. Okay, this is where agriculture, foraging and hunting, fishing and river activities, household management, and business and economic activities. What is important here is that these themes are not only cultural themes, but they are actually rich STEM learning resources. So we're not looking at STEM as disconnected to the local knowledge, but this is something that is rich learning resources. So for example, agriculture can connect to biology, ecology, soil science, climate and food security, and foraging connects to biodiversity, ecological literacy, classification, observation, and sustainability, where fishing connects to river ecology, engineering, measurement, and resource management, and household management connects to chemistry, heat transfer, nutrition, design, and sustainable living, where business and economic connect to entrepreneurship, financial literacy, sustainable tourism, and green economy skills. So the question is, how can teachers transform these community practices into meaningful STEM tasks? Can use this, and this is derived from the local communities. Now, this is the funds of knowledge translation metric that can be mapped. For example, in terms of agriculture, what are the local traditional knowledge about farming? What kind of plants and what kind of vegetables are being grown by the local community? For example, here the Iban community do a lot of terong Iban planting, which is sour eggplant, and sabi and also adan rice. They have rich local rice, where the kind of STEM learning that we can take into account here is about plant growth, the soil fertility, as well as climate data and mathematics of yield. And the skills, the green skills that can be derived from doing the local ecological knowledge or the culturally responsive pedagogy is where the system thinking and climate adaptation. Like looking at the foraging and hunting, which is always being practiced by the Iban community, where they look for umbut or edible bamboo shoots in the forest. This is called sustainable trapping or sustainable finding existing plants or food sources from the forest. So this is about biodiversity classification and mapping, and also ecosystem, which map to a green skill on ecological literacy and stewardship. And looking at fishing and rivers, looking at the modern type of fishing, sometimes we're using the non-sustainable materials. But look at this, the community, like the local community, such as the Iban families and Iban community, they are the one who practice sustainable lifestyle because they made bubu traps made of the bamboo that can be found in the forest, where they can trap the giant freshwater prawns. And they can learn about water quality, aquatic habitats, and engineering design in designing the bubu. So in terms of green skills here, even though we see it something like traditional, but when you map it into green skills, it is actually very relevant to green skills such as data inquiry and sustainable management. And also about cooking in lulun, the lulun, which is the meat in the bamboo, and also making penyaram using the local resources. So this is food science and heat transfer and learning about materials and nutrition. And this is about uh, green skills such as resourcefulness and low waste living, and food consumption, like less less wastage in food or overconsumption of food. And looking at business and economy, selling secret baskets that they have already woven at home with the family, and also running homestays back in the Tamburu district, it can also fosters about entrepreneurial skills, and also teach them about measurement, design, and local production. So this is what we call innovation and green economy readiness. Now, this is an example. This is the local plants. This is a real picture that we took a snapshot based on our chapter. I will share later on, if you want to read further about this research. There are 2 published papers on this that I can share later on at the end of this presentation. So the agricultural skills are the most significant Iban fund of knowledge, because understanding the impact of temperature, rainfall, and seed germination For example, 5-year modified versus 10-year traditional beta beans provides a living context for studying climate adaptation and food system. As simple as something local, you don't have to go far by studying something that we're not familiar. We can use what we have among the students, like their own funds of knowledge, to create learning resources that are close to them. Okay, and later on, I will share with you how can AI leverage on this. And in terms of the economy, I already mentioned earlier, material scarcity and deforestation. The transition from traditional rattan seafood basket to plastic alternative is a direct result of deforestation and material scarcity. And this localized economic shift perfectly frames theme lessons on material, sustainable production, and the green economy. Let's look into the next slide. All right, now I've already mentioned about the first project, which is on the mapping the indigenous Pansam knowledge with the local Iban community in Temburong. Next is another strand where I want you to bring into this research where we are building a climate change curriculum and also fostering the climate change education among the primary school students. So this project is the current project that I am currently doing with my team. This is to deliver localized, age-appropriate climate change education targeting primary science education students in Brunei. So the first cohort of the research participants was conducted in Temburong district, and it's actually been expanded to the other three districts here. The other three districts in Balai district, Tutong district, and Brunei Muara. This is Brunei Muara where I'm currently situated right now. This is the capital city, Bandar Seri Begawan, and the most densely populated, about 300,000 population of Brunei stay around this area. So this is the first context was in Temburong where we conducted with among 30 to 50 upper primary students, year 4 to year 6, in a rural government primary school in Temburong. So this is where the students were exposed to the deep forest and river ecosystem. We did do some pretest first before we conducted the teaching of the climate change. The teaching of the climate change was delivered using comic-based style, so it is easy to be taught to upper primary school students, and it's easily acceptable for these students rather than teaching them knowledge-based focus. So it is based on comic and a storytelling style. I will share with you the cover of the comic later on. And this is where students can literally learn about the knowledge of climate change and the practices, attitude, mitigations, as well as adaptation to climate change. And after we taught this, sorry, there's somebody raising the hand. Yes.
Maybe
Is it
he mistakenly raised his hand.
Is
Yeah,
it
you can go
is
on.
it okay? Sorry. All right, you can raise your hand later when I finish presenting. Okay, so this is where they are then being tested in terms of the knowledge gain, whether the storytelling style or the comic-based delivery will help students understand the term, not the definition of climate change, and the attitudes as well as the student perspectives are also being elicited through focus group interview. So this is the sequence where when we talk about climate change, it is very it's actually more effective if you're using it with the local context where we can talk about the climate issues that is happening around us and dealing with the climate change education in Brunei itself. We do not have a specific syllabus on climate change, but it's always embedded in the textbook, especially in the science textbook. In terms of mitigation, is a lot of this is on mitigation rather than so much on knowledge and as well as practices. So usually the emphasis of the climate literacy is on the mitigation aspect of climate change. For example, 3 Rs: recycle, reduce, reuse. So this is already taught in year 3, but not so much in embedded in the curriculum. So it's something new in Brunei itself. I'm not quite sure about other countries, but this is something that we are trying to incorporate in our current curriculum at the moment. And this research is formed as a basis to provide the curriculum developer in what aspects to be included in the curriculum on climate change. So the we connect with the climate issues and how it affected with the local forests, rivers, and people, and then bring them into investigating them to what is happening in the local context. So we also bring them about to the story about mitigation and adaptation that young people can take. So this is the climate change, climate champions, heroes of tomorrow module for upper primary school students. It's actually developed with my co-researcher from Southeast Asia, Brunei, Indonesia, Philippines, as well as Malaysia. So the as you can see, this is the symbol of the universities that take place, and one is from Jember, Universitas Negeri Jember, okay, UNJ. So we have one from Indonesia as well. So this climate change module is available in English, in Malaysia, as well as in Malaysia or Bahasa Melayu, and also Indonesian language, Bahasa Indonesia. So here, from our findings, when we do the pre-test and the pre-test and the post-test, we have noticed that the mean scores increase across year 3 to year 5. There are actually strong factual recall on causes, but still, students or children have persistent misconceptions regarding cause and effect and renewable energy. I think it's because it is something new to them. They've never been exposed to this knowledge for the first time. They are not really familiar with the term carbon dioxide, with the term the emission, greenhouse effect. So this is something that is really only can be introduced in secondary level. So the students are not yet exposed to this climate science. So that's the reason why there's an argument that in order for you to teach about climate change, there's not so much on the knowledge itself, but I think it's the essential knowledge is already feasible for this group of students. So because these are persistent misconceptions among them, like about the definition about climate change. But overall, the data actually showed consistent positive shift toward pro-environmental attitudes, and primary students can meaningfully engage with climate concepts. So when they're exposed to this scenario of climate change and what is happening around them, they're more aware, and they're more they just realize that, oh, this is not due to system thinking. This is not just overall due to because of what is going on around the world naturally. It's because of also a contribution of the human action. So there are consistent shift, 0 plus 0.2 to 0.5 Likert points. Primary students can meaningfully engage with climate concept. And there's also small incremental improvement, and behavioral change is challenging and less consistent. So the insight is actually attitude shift do not immediately translate into practices. So when we see the attitudes, we don't say that this do not immediately translate into practices. True behavioral change requires habit building, family involvement, and community-rooted initiative beyond the classroom. Climate change is something that we cannot, the mitigation especially and the adaptation, we cannot simply teach them that, yeah, they are aware of this attitude, they're aware of this pro-environmental behavior. But in order for them to shape that and to practice it, there should be a lot of support and require long-term habit building, not just one-off. So this is a long for us to end this kind of pro-environmental attitude needs a lot of time. So as early as possible, we can actually teach green skills as early as in primary schools. Now, apart from doing the pre-test and post-test on the climate education comic through storytelling, we also conducted focus group interviews with the students. Actually, the project is currently is taking place as we speak at the moment. We only finish with 3 schools. Sorry, we only finish with 3 districts. So one more district, which is Tutong district, is going to be conducted next week with my group of students as well as my co-PI. We haven't actually analyzed the whole findings from the quantitatively and qualitatively. So I'm only taking the Tumburong data, which is with the Iban community. So we elicit also about their emotion, where climate anxiety. We're talking about climate anxiety here, eliciting students' feelings and emotions about climate change. And this is what is being gathered from the thematic analysis. They say they're aware of cuaca semakin panas, like a high awareness of rising temperature and extreme weather, and takut this thing is going to be happening, like the disaster, the natural disasters happening, and extreme weather, leading to eco anxiety, fear of property loss, and environmental guilt. So they're really, really aware of this, and they also have fear towards the climate change. And what they understand is when they learn about this climate change and introduced to them, they said that, oh, this is something new, that they are now more aware and they are more curious. And this is the recognition of the shielding atmosphere, and the human, because they are aware of this when they were taught, then there's awareness and their understanding. And we want to move them from not just fear, but not just action, but also agency. This is where from anxiety to agency happened. So there are actually a shift toward actionable mitigation. This a small shift like reducing waste, proper disposal, and protecting habitat. When the awareness and the agency is being embedded as young as in primary school, this is something that can be can be enhanced in the curriculum. This is something that need to be included in the curriculum. So now, what does it mean by this green skills and agency? Okay, let me explain here. The climate champions of this project not just linked to STEM, but also this green skills that involve system thinking, collaboration and communication, thoughtful climate action, and environmental responsibility and climate literacy. We do not just rely on high technology to actually foster green skill, as simple as something as local knowledge, where students can connect to their own backyard and promote climate literacy. We don't have to have a highly expensive technology to foster these climate skills. To green skills, but using what we have right now. So when they connect what they know, they know what they can do. So as simple as student actions such as recycle and reuse, reduce waste burning, and the knowledge about and the awareness of open burning, and then planting trees, cutting down trees before reducing the cutting down of trees, for conserving the environment, okay, for the local environment is is actually being fostered in as simple as by using our own local knowledge. Let's have a look. So the empowering local knowledge. Now, where this is AI takes place. Now, this is where I put AI. I know it's towards the end. AI is where we can teach, we can use the leverages of AI in terms of what the previous professor has actually presented, the high-tech technology, where they can imitate like what AI data-driven inquiry will look like in visualizing climate data sets. But this should not be fostered from generating by the AI, but it should be input by the real local observation. So here from the local action, and for example, student observe physical changes in Temburong, weather, rainfall, and crops. And then the AI will assist in visualizing the climate data set, simulating flood and heat scenario, and modeling food system. AI can do this by fostering and feed it by local data, and then the AI can generate multimodal explanation. This is why teachers can use AI in creating multimodal explanation and culturally relevant analogies and language translation to support diverse learners. I'm not saying it just should be in English, but it should be something that can be understood by the students. There, where is the translation is taking place. And the local action is students apply AI supported insights to design sustainable local solutions. For example, optimize water filters, community awareness, and campaigns that is based on the local knowledge. So the rule of integration should be this: AI must amplify teacher judgment and local knowledge, not erase them. So we need teachers' judgment in here, and we need local knowledge in here. When we fit this, because in AI sometimes there are a lot of bias in AI, as the majority of the example can be not localized to your context. This is where you can actually adapt it. You can actually customize it based on the local context. So here, the climate champions ecosystem is in terms of fostering sustainable climate action. We are not just preserving traditional craft for history's sake. We are leveraging them as the foundational engine for future workforce readiness and climate resilience. For example, here, the trunk here is the theme of, because in Brunei we are familiar with STEAM. We initially incorporate the component of art in our system here. In Brunei, we actually have STEAM education starting as early as year year 2. Year 2, year 3, they already have a STEM component, a separate period for the students to learn until year 8. So this way they already started. And the root is actually the local ecological and cultural knowledge we must not forget. Okay, that is something related to our own backyard. And the fruit is the grid skills and system thinking, sustainable problem solving and innovation. And the canopy is the simulation, where your use of AI can help create multimodal scaffolds and simulation and personalized learning, as presented by the previous researcher and the professor in climate in engineering, AI engineering. That is not my part, but this is something they can use to fit into engineering and AI, and scientific method in that data collection, and also the method of engineering design thinking inside the curriculum. And using for here, if you are dealing with the different funds of knowledge, we can talk about the different states of the local people who live in there, because I'm pretty sure in Indonesia it's very rich with different culture. So even though it's in one Indonesia, but it actually form various islands with different funds of knowledge in every district. In what do you call this in Indonesia? Kabupaten, yeah, different kabupaten have a different funds of knowledge. So this is where you can create this kind of system, this green skills together to promote STEM education. So here, the proposal is in terms of higher education and curriculum reconstruction, in terms of teacher education as well. The paradigm shift is here. The content coverage should be inquiry and based on design and action. And the generic example shouldn't be taken. It should be localized. It should be culturally responsive STEM, so that it is connect with the students very well and the teachers very well. And it should not be isolated. It should be integrated in the STEAM and sustainability. And there should not be assessment that focusing on rote learning, but should be on authentic assessment involving problem solving and assessment of green skills, and not just school only projects, but it should be a penta-helix relationship between university, school, community, and I want to add here, I forgot to add in here, industry partnership. In university, school, community, and industry partnership. So sustainable innovation in STEM education begins when curriculum listens to place, culture, community, and children's voices, and teacher education is the bridge between research, policy, and classroom transformation. This is based on what I have already summarized from the 2 research papers. You can scan for downloading the research papers directly. You can scan it right now so that you can have an overall idea what does it mean by what I have presented earlier on. Okay, that's it. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much, Dr. Linawati Rosland. That's really interesting point of view. The examples of the implementation of the culturally responsive pedagogy in rural schools, specifically in Temburong. You mentioned some of the like local wisdoms present in the area. That's really interesting. As you mentioned, that we are quite a big country with a lot of islands, like
Yeah.
17,000 islands. You can imagine that each island has their own like culture, and then the culture is also rich. But it's also a challenging for us because it's not all explored. So there are a lot of the aspect that need to be discovered. Okay, we would like
Yes.
to invite, yeah, yeah, we would like to invite the participants to ask questions directly to Dr. Roslinawati, or you could also write down the questions on the chat box. Here we have quite a lot of the questions in the chat box, so we
Wow.
could start from the first one. The first questions from Mateus Maya de Jesus from Timor-Leste. He asked about a potential of organic sustainable of coffee growers and how about green empower contribute to green carbon. Okay, it's a
Can
bit,
you
yeah,
general? Yeah, it's a bit
it's
general. Yeah.
general, but maybe if you could correlate with the
Yes, yes,
green, yeah, carbon education
definitely.
things. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this. You already you give a very good example of Timor-Leste, for example, which is very famous of sustainable coffee growing, right? So how about green empower contribute to green carbon? I don't understand the question, but I think I think I think what you mean is the potential of the coffee growers in Timor Leste in terms of green carbon. Because I don't know how can I connect it, but if you are talking about Timor Leste as the contact, I think this is a very rich resources that you can tap on in terms of green skill as well as in terms of fostering sustainable farming and sustainable agriculture. So this is part of sustainability. And if you want to foster into STEM education, you can use this as an example because this is a local, this is based on local side. I'm not quite sure about Timor Leste. Or if you're asking this question, you can use this as a site for fostering that funds of knowledge, as well as to incorporate it into STEM education or STEM learning among its students. And this can be developed as like a case study, right? As a case study. I'm not quite sure, but if there is a research on this, perhaps um, I'm not quite sure if there is a research on sustainable coffee growing on linking it to STEM curriculum. But maybe you can actually start doing the research on this and perhaps create one resources for that. As what I've done with Temburong. So maybe perhaps you can do this with Timor Leste. Is that answering your question?
Hi, Mateus. Are you still here? Okay, maybe if you already heard what has been answered by Dr. Roslan, you can write down the feedback. Okay, we move
Okay.
on to next questions from Melvina. So, what a splendid research! It seems multidisciplinary approach or as well knowledge perspective in the curriculum design. So the question is, what is the takeaway and lesson learned to navigate the multidisciplinary approach?
Okay, I think what I've learned that, for example, in terms of curriculum making, it should not be isolated. It should be multidisciplinary, especially when we foster green skills or STEM. It should not be isolated. It should be multidisciplinary approach because it's not about only what, for example, a lot of teachers always ask, like, I'm a science teacher, I'm a geography teacher, I'm an English teacher. That's not my responsibility in teaching this topic, but actually is the responsibility of each of the teacher. where they can come up together in terms of multidisciplinary approach to tackle on the um, the STEM education. Because STEM education itself is transdisciplinary. It's not isolation, right? It's not in isolation. That's why it comes STEM, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. If you talk about in the context of Brunei, we incorporate arts. I'm not talking about arts as in art and craft or a drawing. It's also about culture. So I think this is a multidisciplinary approach is an important way to look at the STEM education, and is also every responsible, not a responsibility of a specific subject teacher, but it should be come together where these green skills can be fostered and STEM education can be taught with various and multiple teachers taking charge in problem solving. Okay, project approach, for example. This is a good way, not just one specific teacher. I know the question is, this is always a global issue. Whose teacher is responsible in them, right? Everyone.
Yeah.
It's everyone's responsibility coming together because everyone can bring in each of their expertise in tackling the world real issues or the STEM education. It depends on the topic, actually. I think that's what it means.
Yeah.
There are a lot of takeaways. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. The important thing that we cannot work alone. We need to collaborate with other teacher with another subject, right? In the classroom, in designing or in implementing the lessons or in STEM education. I was wondering, because it's multidisciplinary, approach to teach students about the topic, and then also we try to implement the local wisdom. We will try to conserve the nature, right? From, for example, like if you choose the climate change, something like that, and we would like students to take away the lesson once they finish finish the classroom. So I was wondering if once they finish the class, and then they will take away some lessons from the classroom. Is there any like the significant changes from the students' behavior in terms, like, for example, climate change? They will not like throw away in the rubbish or plastic bottles, like you need to put it in the garbage. It's something like, have you studied about that for the follow-up?
Actually, my study is on introducing them on the term climate change, and then introducing them what causes climate change and what the effects of climate change on the earth, on the human, as well as the adaptation and mitigation strategies. At the moment, it's just implementation. I haven't studied the longitudinal behavior change in terms of them because, as we can see, a lot of studies being conducted on KAP knowledge and practices. The knowledge doesn't represent, when they have the knowledge about climate change, it doesn't represent the pro-environmental behavior, right? So I think this is something that can be looked at in terms of what is the effect after. This is not about one-off study. It should be studied in a long-term, longitudinal study to see what has been done, because this climate change issue is a system thinking issue. It's an issue that should be taken not only by teachers, students, but also the community and the parents and family. So attitude is a long-term effect, because we cannot say, oh, I already taught them about climate change. Oh, tomorrow they're even using plastic again. So this is not just awareness, but actually it's an embedded action, climate agency, not just knowledge, but agency to act upon what has been taught, what their awareness. But it's good that we start it first early, as young as in pendidikan dasar or a primary education, and so they're aware. Oh, this is what I learned. What am I doing? I am the contributor, one of the contributors to climate change. I need to take action, even though it's small. Small action, even though it's very small, it actually has its effect. So I think it's a good thing to study on the behavior change, but I think it's not just because of a one man kind of work. should be a community, it should be the family, it should be the whole population, right?
I agree with that. So all work together to make like a best generations among us, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Thank you very much. So we have the questions from Dongtap University. So the questions is how can you maximize the coefficient of synergy among STEM knowledge and local or cultural erudition?
What does it mean in that? Synergy. How do you can you maximize the quotient of synergy? Okay, it's a question of
Yeah,
how much and how big to be put in
yeah,
the STEM knowledge, right? So I think it depends. It depends on what you find in your community because you have different students. For example, my the one that I conducted with is the Iban Community Funds of Knowledge. This is something that is very close to their living, their lifestyle. So I think this is something that I should balance between what is important for them. But nevertheless, this is very important because they are the people, the local, the what I'm talking about, indigenous people or people who live in the rural area, especially, they are those the one who practice sustainable lifestyle. Not compared to our people who live in the urban cities who are consumerism, too much consumerism. So I think this is something that we can learn from them. This is something that we can enhance in the curriculum, that we can highlight that, oh, this is a good way. This is a sustainable way of life. Instead of using plastic, we can use bamboo. Instead of cooking in this way, we can use this. Instead of making for example, the bubu, the bamboo, right? The trapping the fresh water, giant water prawns, we can use it made of rattan rather than using plastic. This is sustainable way of creating and engineering materials using local resources. Um, and also something that can be highlighted in the curriculum. There's a synergy, yeah. So the synergy is how much? It depends. What's important? What is your purpose in your lesson? For me, it is not the question of how much. Okay, it's what is important. Choosing the what knowledge is essential for fostering this knowledge, the green skills knowledge. Everything is important. It depends on your students as well.
Okay, I think we have another questions following up your answer from Anuril Maulidia Fauzia. She asks, what is the best way to integrate inquiry, culturally responsive STEM, sustainability, and green skill into a science education curriculum? You mentioned about like we need to make sure about the important thing. And then now
Yes.
following questions is how to implement that in science education curriculum.
Okay. I think I how to foster that is what I've done currently at the teacher training, and institute, and where I'm currently working. I actually developed a primary science education for primary schools for future teachers in teaching sekolah dasar, pendidikan dasar. So I actually incorporate the importance of the tenets of scientific inquiry. In science education, inquiry is the core of the teaching of science education. So students should be fostered with coming up with questions and curiosity and problem solving skill and observing, incorporating the scientific literacy, such as observing skills through using local context. So what I use local case studies. I use local case studies in fostering the local knowledge. I also encourage my students to develop learning packages or lessons based on the local knowledge. So this is something that sometimes in science teaching, it's pretty much very much focusing on the concept, right? And very much like, you know, I can see some of I've actually checked into the textbook in Indonesia as well when they're teaching energy. It's very much general concept of science, like in Brunei as well. So when we use local context, I think it's pretty much interesting. I think the insight from my students, my teacher educator right now is in the program, Master of Teaching program. They see wow, I just know this. I just realized this. How can I teach friction using the local traditional game. I can use that. I can use friction, not just using like example from the slide, the slide, but using the local traditional games or local traditional materials, for example. One my student is doing on lever, teaching simple machines. He used the parang, the machete, to show about the forces and the simple machine. Where's the fulcrum? Where's the lever? Okay, where's the effort? That is where they realize it. So I think you can still foster the inquiry through the teaching of science, but incorporate local context and case studies. That's what I'm doing. If you're interested, I can share with you what I've done with my students currently. They just finished the semester on
Yeah,
this.
that would be really interesting for us to know, like, step by step how to implement that. So what we got from your explanation that we need to understand first our own local wisdom, try to figure out how they work, how it can be integrated into science before that implement that into classroom, science classroom, right? Okay, so
Yes.
because of limited time, I will just one last question from Habib Hassan Mumtaz. Professor, your findings show that improving knowledge and attitude does not automatically lead to lasting behavioral change. As a future educator, I would like to ask, based on your experience, what kinds of learning experiences have been effective in helping students develop long-term sustainable habits? I think that's the following question.
I think this is actually true. This is what research actually been proven as well. But I think in terms of um, behavior is something that is complex to study, and it requires long-term sustainable habit, right? So, what is the most effective in helping students? I think awareness and reminding all the time, and also it comes from, for me, it starts from only from school, or like us, we are teacher educator, we train teachers, not start from teachers, not just start from school, but also starting from home. Home is also part of it. It requires many people, stakeholders, to promote this pro-environmental behavior. It doesn't only the responsibility of a teacher or the student itself. It comes from the whole stakeholders, including the government, the community, the policy. We have to have a policy, because without the policy, everyone can just throw rubbish everywhere, right? Without any fine or anything. So policy is also important. We have to look into system thinking. We have to look into it as from various angles. Governance from the policy, um, home, as small as starting from home, the behavior from the family, like parents. How do you foster that at home? How do you foster that for environmental behaviors at home? Do you recycle? Do you provide this? What about infrastructure? Is it provided? What about the recycling site? Is it available? And it should be feasible, and it should be not just for a certain community. It should be for everyone. Okay? And the knowledge itself should be for everyone as well. So I think this takes whole different people and responsibility for this to make it happen. We're still ongoing, right? I think Indonesia is the same. And Brunei itself is the same.
Yeah.
We are all doing this, but we are also aware of the SDGs. We are also aware of how important it is to implement and to educate our children and our students about this. Yeah. I think our responsibility
Yeah,
comes from education. Yeah.
yeah. Thank you very much. So you also mentioned about pentahelix, where all the
Yeah.
stakeholders are also responsible. It's not only for teacher and students about these kids, but all people in this world also take responsible to take an action. I think that's all from our session, Dr. Rosunawati. That's really interesting, and I really enjoyed our discussion. We are looking forward to having you again in future for another research collaboration
Yes.
and other students staff activities.
Yeah.
So
Indonesia is very
yeah,
rich, yeah, with with culture. So it's very interesting to have research with this
Yeah.
Indonesian island.
Sure. Yeah. So, before we end our session, we would like to give you a token of appreciation. So the committee will show the certificate of appreciation. Could you please share to Dr. Roslinawati? Yes, we hope that you accept this certificate of
Yes.
appreciation. We are really happy having you here to share your research to us, and then we have a nice discussion. Again, that we are happy to have a further collaboration with you in near future. Thank you very
Thank you
much
so
again,
much.
Dr. Roslinawati.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. So that's the end of our sessions. So as a moderator, I'm apologize if I make a lot of mistakes during these sessions, and we still have two more speakers who will talk about also interesting topics. I will give the session to MC Mbak Alisa.
Thank you, Professor Pandrasi and Professor Roslinawati, and also for Dr. Waton for expertly guiding the insightful session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 5-minute break before we start our third main session. Please keep your microphones mute and stay in the Zoom room. We will resume the third session in exactly 5 minutes. Thank you and enjoy. Sul nascimento olandino Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the 5-minute recess has now concluded. Thank you for returning promptly and for your cooperation. We hope this short break has refreshed us as we continue with today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our third main session, which will be presented by our sixth and seventh speakers. Before we proceed, may I kindly give a brief reminder regarding your attendance certificate. Please remember to take a screenshot during this last two sessions, just as you did before. This will serve as your proof of attendance for the e-certificate. Again, please keep all your screenshots safe on your device so you can submit them via the attendance form link at the end of our event. Thank you for your continued cooperation. And Bapak Ibu peserta yang berbahagia, kita akan segera memulai sesi utama ketiga yang akan dipresentasikan oleh pembicara ke-6 dan ke-7. Mohon diingat untuk mengambil tangkapan layar atau screenshot selama 2 sesi terakhir ini, sama seperti yang sudah Bapak Ibu lakukan pada sesi-sesi sebelumnya. Ini akan menjadi bukti kehadiran Bapak Ibu untuk memperoleh e-sertifikat. Sekali lagi, mohon simpan semua screenshot Bapak Ibu di perangkat masing-masing agar nantinya dapat diunggah melalui link form kehadiran yang kami bagikan di chat room. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to move to the third main session, which will feature two distinguished speakers. First is Dr. Nicolas Labrose from University of Glasgow, United Kingdom, and the second is Associate Professor Janika Leoste from Tallinn University, Estonia. The session will be skillfully moderated by Dr. Ari Syahidul Siddiq from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Before we start to our discussion, I would like to present the CV of our moderator. Okay, thank you. So this is the CV of Dr. Ari Syahidul Siddiq. He is a distinguished lecturer in chemistry education at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. He earned his doctorate in science education from the University Pendidikan Indonesia and completed both of his bachelor and master's degree in chemistry education at Universitas 11 Maret. Dr. Ari's research interests are remarkably innovative and future-oriented. He specializes in sustainable education, system thinking and chemistry education, STEM project-based learning, and perhaps most notably, the development of inexpensive portable laboratory tools, including smartphone-based spectrophotometers and IoT, integrated devices designed to make chemistry learning more accessible and sustainable. Academically, he is highly prolific with a Scopus H index of 9 and a Google Scholar H index of 21. He serves as a reviewer for numerous prestigious Q1 international journals published by Elsevier, including Computers and Education, Teaching and Teacher Education, and Helion. He is also the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Chemistry Education at Universitas 11 Maret and a section editor for Frontiers in Education. So without further ado, please join me in giving a very warm virtual round of applause to Dr. Ari Syahidul Siddiq. Please welcome Dr. Ari.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Alicia, for the nice introductions. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, all of the participants here. Thank you very much for 175 participants that still here with us in the STEM education to support green skills powered by AI webinars. Okay. Last sessions guided by the Dr. Waton with our speaker, Dr. Raslina Wati, talking about our cultural diversity about the Brunei Darussalam and the Indonesia. So since our participants come from various countries, I will introduce to you the cultural heritage from the Indonesias. before I guided these discussions. It is a pantun. So for the Indonesian participant, please help me to say cakep, yeah. Okay, seeds of knowledge planted with care
Cakep.
grow into solution we all can share.
Cakep.
With STEM and AI leading the ways, let's building a greener world today. I
Cakep.
have one more pantun, and from curious minds, great future grows. Where science
Cakep.
flows.
Cakep.
Empowered by AI, together we will see a sustainable world for you and me. Okay, thank you very much for the participants. We will proceed to the next speaker. We have already here Dr. Nicolas Rebrose. Can you hear me, Dr. Nicolas?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's very clear, Dr. Nicholas. Okay, before we start for your speak, I would like to read your curriculum vitae first, and I would like to share the curriculum vitae or of the okay, here's okay. Thank you very much for the committee. We have our sixth speaker here, Dr. Nicholas Rabrose, from the University of Glasgow. And present appointment, he is a senior lecturer in physics and astronomy, and also inclusive assessment for quantitative disciplines leads. For employment history, currently he is actively as a senior lecturer in physics and astronomy, University of Glasgow. And for the academic qualifications, postgraduate certificate in academic practice, University of Glasgow from 2007 until 2009, and also PhD in solar physics from Paris University, and also DEA equivalent to top MSc, I mean, in plasma physics from the Paris Main University. And for the external recognitions and honors, he is invited topic editor from the Frontiers 2026 and Educational Methods in Physics and Astronomy, and also co-leads Scottish University Physics Alliance or SUPA Physics Education's research teams. And for the awards, Dr. Nicholas have awards in Physics 1 Teaching Excellences Team Awards from the College of Science and Engineering 2021 and IOP HEG Lillian McDermott Award from 2021. And also for the selected invited talks, he has so much invited talk from the 2025 become invited seminar on physics education research scholarship from the Cardiff University, and also the last year he is also invited keynote on inclusive assessment from our university, Universitas Sebelas Maret. So without further ado, Dr. Nicholas, the time's 40 minutes is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shilik, for this introduction, and thank you for the organizers thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I will share my slide before I forget to do this. So let's see. Okay, can you see my slides here? Yes. Is this working well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for confirming. So let me just close this window. So yes, I've been asked to talk about measuring green skills and AI literacy within STEM education. So this is obviously what I am going to talk about. And my presentation will be really around one important question that I think we need to really address, which is how do we know whether students have actually developed the green skills and the AI literacy that we want them to develop. So I'm going to focus on this idea of measuring this outcome. We know that as this joint webinar has shown and has highlighted across higher education, there is a lot of efforts across higher education institutions in the world to embed sustainability and artificial intelligence into the curriculum. But my worry is that assessment often lags behind. So we might teach green skills, we might teach AI literacy, but the key is to be able to assess and evidence the outcome that the students have achieved, the learning outcomes. So my argument really is that meaningful assessment is and meaningful measurement is essential if we want to be able to measure green skills and AI literacy. So before I begin, just a few words about me. I mean, you have kindly shown my CV. I just want to highlight that I have a strong interest in physics education research and by extension interest in STEM education research. My current position at the University of Glasgow is leading the efforts in the university for inclusive assessment in quantitative disciplines. So we are working to make our assessment practice more inclusive, to offer all students fair chances to demonstrate their learning achievements. And as part of that, I'm also convening a group in the College of Science and Engineering, which is essentially the group where most of the quantitative disciplines fall. And this working group is focusing on understanding the impact of generative AI in learning and teaching and supporting staff and students to develop their approaches in learning, teaching, and assessment, taking into account generative AI. So I'm not an expert in green skills at all, but for me, green skills is really just one part of all the skills that we want our STEM graduates to develop and leave the university with. So that's pretty much where I come from. And very briefly, an outline of my talk. I will first sort of set the scene and then move on to discussing what exactly we want to measure. And I will then move or discuss how we can move from just talking about green skills in our teaching to actually developing measurable learning outcomes. And then we will need to measure these learning outcomes. So I will discuss some examples of how we can do this and then offer perhaps some ideas for a practical implementation in our universities. So perhaps the key thing I want to say in this first part where I'm going to set the scene is really to highlight the importance of taking into account constructive alignment. So you are, I'm sure that everyone is familiar with Big's work on constructive alignment. But my argument is that we should make sure that we extend this idea of constructive alignment to take into account the green skills that we want our students to develop. And for this, I will refer to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which offer an excellent framework, of course, for the type of green skills and sustainability skills that we want our students to develop. So if sustainability is truly important, then these SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, should not simply appear in program documentation. And I have seen this happen in some universities. I have seen, programs that make some kind of nice references to SDGs, but there was, it's just a little bit of a some magic powder that is sprinkled on the documentation to make it relevant to sustainability if there is no actual implementation of how to assess these skills. And if there is, in other words, we need the constructive alignment to make this happen. So these sustainability skills must be, and the SDGs must be embedded in the learning outcomes, in the learning activities, and in the assessment activities. Because the assessment is really what provides evidence of capability for our students. So to do this, as I said, we need to extend the constructive alignment idea to include the SDGs. So we must ensure that the learning outcomes clearly and explicitly mention sustainability competencies. And I will come back to this idea of competency. We need, of course, our teaching and learning activities to highlight authentic SDG challenges and to embed them. And our assessment must evidence the capability that our students have developed by studying in such a way that they are able to make an impact into the world when they leave the university. So these SDGs really cannot just be referenced in our curriculum, they must be embedded in accessible learning outcomes. And this sort of simple diagram really shows, what I've already said and what I'm going to try and say in the rest of this presentation, which is that, when we start with the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to translate these into competencies. And these competencies are then expressed as learning outcomes. And our assessment will generate the evidence that the learning outcomes have been achieved and that the students have developed the competencies that we want them to develop in relation to sustainability. So really now the question is, what do we want to measure? And before I do this, I think that it's important to perhaps give a few more sort of background information or details around what exactly we mean by green skills and by AI literacy. So for green skills, I think that we need to think of them in terms of measurable dimensions. So some of these are listed here. There might be a few others depending on perhaps your particular focus, but I would suggest that green skills are best articulated around dimensions such as system thinking, the ability to think systematically about a problem solving in sustainability, ethical and environmental reasoning, interdisciplinary thinking, which is essential for these kind of challenges, and innovation for sustainability. So these are not simply, knowledge characteristics. They are really capabilities that our students must be able to demonstrate in authentic contexts. In terms of AI literacy, this is a term which is often used, but not always very clearly defined. So I thought it would be useful again to explain what I mean when I talk about AI literacy, and I'm using this sort of layered model to highlight the fact that AI literacy is something that is not just understanding the tool or being able to use the tool. It is a concept that has several layers. So beyond just the functional aspect, which is using a tool, There is, of course, it's important that our students understand how it works, how generative AI works, so sort of conceptual domain or dimension. And then AI literacy also must include critical thinking and critical dimension, such as to enable students to evaluate accuracy of the outputs and be able to assess any bias and ethical considerations behind the answers that are provided. And of course, AI literacy is really about applied concepts such to ensure that our students are able to use AI appropriately to solve complex problems. So AI literacy is not just technical. It includes much more than the technical aspect of using AI. So now that we know exactly, or that we have perhaps a better understanding of what we want to measure, maybe I will just highlight the measurement challenges that we are facing when we want to address green skills and AI literacy. The first is the validity of the construct. And we can ask the question, what do we want to measure, or what are we measuring with the particular assessment task that is designed? Are we measuring just knowledge about sustainability or knowledge about AI? Or do we want to measure the ability of students to act and reason within these particular characteristics? So that's one is really, the validity of the assessment task that we are using. The second aspect of the assessment, the measurement tool that we are using is its authenticity, and of course the problem of scalability in terms of perhaps the number of students or the workload that is associated with this. So we know that real world tasks are often the most meaningful, but they can be difficult to implement at scale. So standardized tests are sometimes useful in the right context to measure certain outcomes, and they are much more scalable, but it depends a little bit on what you want to measure exactly. And the third aspect, which is very close to my own work in terms of inclusivity of assessment, is the question of equity and inclusion. For instance, when we talk about AI tools, we know that some AI tools will advantage some students more than other students. There is a cultural context to AI tools which can vary considerably across learners, and same for their prior experience. So the assessment design must account for these differences. So these are some of the challenges that we need to keep at the forefront of our minds. They are not easily solved, so they require a little bit of thinking. So now, in this part of the talk, I would like to discuss, how we can go from actually going from green skills to measurable learning outcomes. So first, I want to suggest that we need a sort of competency framework. And this is related to the idea of competencies that I have mentioned in the introduction. So we want to essentially measure green skills and AI literacy as well via competencies. So as an example, we have the work of Vic and collaborators who have developed a framework, a competency framework, which is particularly relevant to sustainability. They have identified a total of 8 sort of competencies that provide a framework to measure sustainability for our students. So system thinking, future thinking, normative competencies, strategic competencies such as problem solving, interpersonal competencies, implementation and integration. So the first paper was, about the first five, I believe, reference competencies, and then a few more were added in the more recent work from 2021. These competencies will act as a bridge between sustainable development goals and learning outcomes. For instance, if you have, as a goal, you want your students to understand climate change, then a learning outcome must be clearly formulated to make this clear and to relate that to the competency. Understanding climate change would not be an appropriate learning outcome. Using this framework of competency, then you could formulate a learning outcome along the lines of student supply system thinking to evaluate interventions addressing a specific sustainable development goal, here number 13 on climate action, using AI-supported modeling tools. So this is a very clear and specific learning outcome. You know exactly what the students need to develop, and by formulating this learning outcome, you also have a clear idea of ultimately of how you need to measure this. So it's much more precise than just vague statements around understanding climate change, thanks to reference to the competency framework. And not all competencies need to be addressed in every single learning outcome, but you need to pick the most relevant one. And then once you have this sort of framework, you need to follow some practical steps for a clear alignment to the sustainable development goal. So here I'm taking the example of SDG number 7 on affordable and clean energy. It's absolutely agnostic to the actual SDG. You can consider the one that is the most relevant to your curriculum. But the key thing is to design the depth of engagement. How is your course, your program, and the corresponding assessment going to be, to what extent is it going to be aligned to a particular SDG? And there is some work that has been done to share and offer a possible table of a scale that gives an indication, a measure of this alignment. So it goes from no SDG relevance to the SDG being integrated in teaching, the SDG being assessed, and the top level on that scale is you have students actually acting and delivering on this particular sustainable development goal. So the objective with this kind of scale is intentionality and transparency rather than superficial coverage. And then you can use this scale and your learning outcomes previously formulated to translate this SDG to competencies. So again, here for this particular example, we can maybe focus on our students being able to demonstrate innovation and implementation competence. And once you've done this, you need to make sure that you redesign your learning outcome for curriculum alignment. So how you're going to teach actually, how you're going to take your students and help them studying, learning, understanding, and becoming competent with respect to a particular SDG. The literature shows that project-based learning tend to show high alignment with sustainable development goals. So that can be a possible direction that can be taken. But there are other solutions as well. But project-based learning, where students, active learning-based approaches are really most effective for, supporting alignment to SDGs. And of course, once you have this step of alignment between learning outcomes and curriculum, you also need to make sure that you have good alignment from assessment to SDGs. So, what sort of assessment could be used? Could be around, project design on sustainability issues. You can use AI-supported modeling tasks that are particularly useful for complex problems. And, you can suggest ethical evaluation of solutions. This can be done at course level, but also should be done at program level. So at program level, it's important that you take some steps to make some curriculum-wide mapping. And this curriculum mapping can reveal both the gaps, where, for instance, you have some SDGs that you wanted your program to cover, which are missing. But you can also identify possible redundancies where you over-focus on some specific SDGs to the detriment of other SDGs. And this curriculum mapping can really help everyone and institutions to create a coherent sustainability journey for students. Of course, we can sort of make sure that all this is connected to AI literacy. So using the sort of the layered model of AI literacy that I have described earlier, we can ensure that students are enabled. Students' learning is enabled by and supported by AI literacy. AI can help students model complex systems. It can help students explore alternative scenarios and generate potential solutions. So that is certainly something that we can use AI tools for that with these objectives. At the same time, of course, AI raises important ethical questions that connect directly to sustainability and to sustainability competencies. And AI literacy and green skills should not be considered separately. They are working well together, which is, I think, also something that this joint webinar has highlighted with the various talks that have been given this today. And this is this point of the explicit link between AI literacy with sustainability competencies in higher education has been addressed in recent research. Okay, so I have sort of discussed what we want to measure and how to go from green skills to measurable learning outcomes. Now we can perhaps focus a little bit more on how we can measure, what kind of assessment models we can perhaps use. So I would say that there are several directions which we can consider, which are all very much at the forefront of the current assessment research literature. And I will start with authentic assessment. So an authentic task-based assessment might ask a student to design a low-carbon solution using AI-supported modeling. The important point here is that success is not solely judged on the final answer, but it will also include justification from the students on environmental trade-offs and the limitations of AI. They should explain their assumptions and critique the limitations that their approach may have. And this means that we will be assessing the thinking, the judgment, and the responsibility of the approach through these criteria. A second model is to use AI augmented assessments and explicitly use generative AI as part of the task, and just not, forbid students to use generative AI. So in this example, we would, ask students to critique AI generated outputs, for instance. They could compare their own reasoning with AI reasoning, and they could also identify hallucinations and errors, which are still found in AI outputs. So this approach treats AI literacy itself as part of the learning outcome, which I think is a good illustration of how generative AI or AI literacy and green skills can be strongly tied together. The third model is to take a sort of longitudinal approach where we ask students to build a portfolio that will help instructors to make some programmatic assessment of AI skills and AI literacy, green skills and AI literacy. So this can be done using several outputs and artifacts such as project work and reflections, and including AI usage logs, and also to include design iterations in this to provide a richer picture of the development of students over time. So this is what this longitudinal evidence gathering is referring to, is this idea of developing competencies over time. Now, I'm not going to discuss these in detail, but I want to sort of highlight some possible example of AI-compatible activities that all share a common principle. They in these different activities, the students must make their thinking visible. So really, it's again this idea of not focusing on just the output, but also focusing on the process, on focusing on the thinking and the metacognitive skills that are associated through this. Several of these examples include all checkpoints where you can have very brief discussions. It just takes a few minutes of a discussion with a student to ensure that they have developed the right thinking, the right approach, that they can defend how they've used generative AI, and in all these cases, the emphasis remains on judgment rather than simply producing some output, some content. And one of the activities that is listed here is the triple jump activity. So just as an example, again, all of these activities are very are all valid in their own context. So just to give one example in more detail, the triple jump activity would, as the name suggests, have 3 phases, where in the first phase, the students are encountering some kind of scenario or stakeholder. So they essentially address a realistic problem. In the second phase, they conduct research and analysis independently, and they can document how AI was used and how evidence was verified. And in the third phase, the final phase, they present and defend their conclusions. So this sort of 3-phase structures preserves authenticity. This is quite realistic in sort of a real world situation. This is something that would happen in the workplace. And at the same time, it ensures transparency and accountability, which is, essential as much in the university as it is in the workplace. So in this kind of approach, students cannot just simply submit AI-generated work. They really, really need to demonstrate that they understand it and that they can defend their decision, that they can take ownership of their conclusions. I've just because as I said earlier on, I'm not an expert in sort of green skills and sustainability. So I've used Microsoft Copilot, which is the University of Glasgow's approved generative AI platform. And I've asked to give me some examples of authentic assessment tasks, which would allow to measure sustainability competencies using generative AI. And so, there are some examples here where, for instance, you could ask students to consider to produce a brief for flood risk using data from some environmental protection agency, for instance, and they can use generative AI to propose some model, and then the students will adjust this model and justify and test the assumptions of the generative AI. And again, you can have a short viva in the lab. We can, also suggest assessment tasks, assessment activities that are around science communication, which is very important when students leave the university, that they are able to communicate clearly on their understanding and the challenges that science can help solve. So they can produce, for instance, a memo for either a local government authority or non-governmental organization on coastal retreats, and they can include an AI audit and comment on the credibility of the sources. So these are authentic tasks that can be particularly well suited for assessing sustainability and green skills. In terms of assessment, it's always important to know exactly how we are actually what we are assessing, and where is the emphasis, and how you're going to provide feedback to the students. So you need to design a good marking rubric, and in the context of what we've discussed. This is a possible example of the criteria that we would use to ensure that our students are developing the right competencies. So they should be able to process the evidence. They should be able to demonstrate some steps taken for verification and disciplinary judgment. And of course, depending on how the actual format of the assessment, we can include criteria around communication, ethics, and transparency. So this is just a very simple example that is not intended to be valid for all the types of assessment that I have highlighted, but just to highlight the importance of that we think carefully around marking rubrics to properly evaluate the students and to be able to give them proper feedback. So in practice, all this is quite challenging, can be quite challenging. It's if I look at the courses that I'm familiar with in my own department, if we wanted to take this, how do we start? Where do we start? I mean, how do we actually put this into practice? And so I think that's perhaps the key message that I would like to suggest, because it's perhaps not realistic to think that we can go from a level of talking about green skills in our teaching to fully fledged degree program where AI literacy and green skills are fully embedded into the assessment and where it's perfectly aligned. It's quite an ambitious goal, and we've got to be realistic as well. Everyone is has a heavy workload, and it can be difficult to do. So I think that what I'm getting at is that it's perhaps useful to think upon this with taking one step at a time, and making sure that we think about evolution rather than revolution. If revolution is possible, that can be good, but it's not always the case that you can completely overhaul a full program while trying to do everything that we have to do at the same time. So there are simple steps that can be taken, such as identifying one assessment in one course, one step at a time. Once you have identified one particular assessment, you can explore opportunities for constructive AI use and make sure that the sustainability skills that you want to assess are clearly aligned in the design of your course. You can then add aspects around authenticity and integrity and inclusion and accessibility, and finally always useful to think about where can we get some help from colleagues, from perhaps educational developers, and so on. So thinking about implementation of the actual assessment is of course really important. So just to conclude, or to give some conclusions, this is not my final slide, but I'm nearly there. To summarize what I've said, I think that these principles that we've discussed today can be applied immediately, and the first one really is to ensure constructive alignment between the course, the program, learning outcomes, the assessment tasks, and the skills that you want your students to develop, and in particular here, the Sustainable Development Goals. Where possible, it's important to offer a range of options for different assessments, different assessment formats, and different feedback formats in your course. This is particularly important for inclusivity. Something that I've not really touched on, but our students are also the ones who are really going to change the world once they leave the university, and they are perhaps even more concerned around sustainability and AI literacy than we are. So it's actually quite useful to discuss and co-design assessment tasks and marking criteria with our students. It helps making sure that it's relevant for them, that they understand why we are assessing the way we do, and why we are concerned about those kind of why we are having these considerations as educators. So these discussions with students can be, and really involving them in the design of assessment and marking criteria is actually a very nice step that can be taken. In the process, this allows you to better understand your students, and making sure that you do not design assessment tasks which would unfairly disadvantage some students. And across the program, of course, having a varied range of assessment activities is always something that we should try and do to be more inclusive. So in conclusion, I'd like to sort of wrap this up by saying that we have to move from teaching just about green skills to actually embedding this into the curriculum and moving toward evidencing competencies. We should avoid superficial AI checklists, and we should focus on authentic, inclusive, and future-facing assessment. As I said, it can be a challenging, objective, but if we start small, we can pick one module, map one sustainable development goal, redesign one learning outcome, modify one assessment, and assessment that will allow us to evidence the green skills and the AI literacy that we want our students to develop. So the true measure of alignment to sustainable development goal is not just content in the curriculum, but evidencing student capability. Sorry. So that's the end of my talk. I have some references here that I will share, I'm sure, in later on. And if I may, I also want to highlight that I am co-editing a research topic for the Frontiers in Journal. And we have currently an open call for contributions on the research topic, reimagining university physics and astronomy, educational methods for the years ahead. And we are currently accepting manuscript summaries and full manuscripts are due to be submitted by the end of October 26. So there is still time for manuscript submission. So if this is something that is of interest to you, if you would like to share your work, then feel free to look for this research topic. There is a QR code that will take you to the page on the Frontiers in website. Yes, I am looking forward to seeing submissions from your research towards this research topic on the topics that we have discussed in this webinar today on green skills, AI literacy, and STEM education. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nicholas, for your insightful presentations. Of course, we already discussed about the green skills and also about the AI and the STEM education. So it is very important to discuss about the measuring green skill and AI literacy within the STEM educations. What I'm learned from your presentations, to measuring green skills and AI literacy within the STEM educations require constructive alignments between learning outcomes, learning activities, and assessment, of course. Okay, we would like to open the question and answer session for the participants. You might raise your hands or write down your question in the chat box. We already have questions here from Litan Huyens that already raised hands. Okay, you can deliver your questions, Miss.
So, hello everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So, first of all, I want to say that thank you so much, Professor Nicholas, for his wonderful presentation. It is so splendiferous. And throughout this presentation, I was able to fathom and explore a lot of things that I haven't been able to know previously. And I just want to ask that, so we know AI. So AI is a set of algorithms that is developed by its developer. So it is being prejudiced and biased. So when users or students, they use AI is in general, so how do we prevent and mitigate the risk of the AI bias and prejudice?
Yes, that's a very good question. So if I understand correctly, your question is how do we prevent AI bias? Well, it's something that we have in a sense, AI bias. We have little control over that. This is completely dependent on the actual AI tool that you are using, how it's been trained and developed, and what kind of data has been fed into it. And this is such a a black box for a lot of us that it's very difficult to be able to prevent. But what we can certainly do is think hard about being able to identify any bias. So really questioning any kind of output that is generated by an AI tool. Asking questions such as, is this reflective of all, a particular perspective? Quite often AI tools are dominated by, maybe sort of Western, Occidental, Northern Hemisphere kind of data that has been used. So, there are perhaps questions to be asked around that. Does the output, is the output actually, what is the evidence behind what the GenAI claims to that produces essentially? So it's useful to test. It's really useful actually to first of all, maybe the first thing that can be done that I would suggest is to have a conversation with the AI tool and push hard the the tool to justify, to explain, to critique their own sort of output, because this can sometimes push the tool to do other searches in the background and identify other sources or so there are plenty of things that can be done, but I think in the end eventually the most important is to use that we all use our human sort of centered approach to this and to be able to critique, to discuss with others as well, and take proactive steps to address the bias. It's like any other domain where bias is a human thing. In fact, it's not only an AI problem. It's also a human dimension. We are all biased to some extent, and we in every domain of our life we have to constantly ask ourselves, what are my underlying assumptions here, and are they correct? Are they shared with the person I'm interacting with? So this is a constant effort that has to be done. So I don't think we can prevent AI bias, but we can certainly exert our human judgment to think critically about the output and to perhaps consider other perspectives. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much
It's
for your
answered.
insightful response.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will surely try to apply your steps.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss, from the Vietnams. And is there any other question from the participants? You can raise your hands or write down the question in the chat box. Okay, if there is no questions, I would like to ask to Dr. Nicholas. Following the questions, the last question is about the evidence. So, what evidence should educators collect to ensure the assessment reflects students' authenticity, learning rather than AI-generated output? Because in nowadays, so many students using AI to generate the evidence, of course.
Mhm. Yes, it's of course a difficult question, which is really not going away, and the more the AI tools are capabilities are evolving and improving all the time. So it's very concerning to and of course we need to be to keep this at the forefront. So in a sense, in my view, the chief the sort of best way to test this is really to have conversations with students. So this can be in just a few minutes. You can very quickly get in a few minutes you can have a conversation with a student and very quickly understand, or you can very quickly measure and assess their level of understanding of the process and how they have approached a particular activity. So the main issue with this is that and sorry, one of the benefit of this, of course, is that being able to articulate how you think and what steps you've taken to accomplish something is, like it's a life skill. It's not only an employability skill, it's really a life skill. You need to be able to communicate clearly in your life in all aspects, with your family, with your friends, and also at work with your colleagues and your line manager and so on. So you need to be able to communicate what you've done or how you think in order for others to understand you. And so it's really I think the beauty of these verbal conversations when they're possible is that it not only supports students to develop those skills, but it also allows educators to understand what the students have done. But of course, the key issue is when you have large classes of tens, hundreds of students, sometimes it's not always possible to implement this at scale. There are various ways in which you can perhaps go around, work around that, such as having perhaps videoed presentations or videoed conversations which are timed. You have other forms of supervised assessments which can be used as well. So yeah, there's a limit to what we can do, and that is why also having a mixture of assessments and assessment formats is really useful across a degree program, because essentially you're kind of asking a question around academic integrity of the students and the standard of approach that they've taken. And I think that these are of course extremely important concerns, but maybe we cannot have full assurance across all assessment activities across a degree program. So we need to think a little bit about perhaps what are the most important points in the program where a student can demonstrate those particular skills, where it is really important that we need to measure this accurately. Then something like an oral assessment, it can be a short conversation of a few minutes. It can be 15 minutes or more if you want. At those points in time, I think it's this is the best tool that we can use, and it's very difficult at the moment. At the moment, it is very difficult for a student to sort of use a generative AI tool if you have a conversation, a live conversation with them face to face. And then there may be other points in the degree program where you have to accept that actually it's maybe not possible to have 100% guarantee that the student has done the work in the way you would like them to do. But if it is slightly less important, and if assessment in this case can also be taken as an opportunity for learning and engaging with the course material rather than, demonstrating a particular skill, then, maybe in those occasions, having other forms of assessment which are perhaps less secure but equally valid can be used.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. It's really interesting because as I noticed from the presentations and your answer about the stems and also about the AIs. But we share maybe a different problems here in Indonesia. We have a different characteristic of the students with the UK because the student in Indonesia, it's not usually to perform their task or to present their knowledge or skills in front of the class. But I curious about the challenge that you face when to implement in measuring green skill and AI literacy in STEM education in the UK. What is the challenge to implement
So
measuring green
the
skills?
challenge of implementing this
Yes.
Yeah, I think, well, I think that, so, I will give you sort of my personal answer. I mean, there are many challenges, and maybe the first one is that we have, different, the STEM disciplines usually have a long tradition of using certain types of assessment, and in particular exam-based assessments, which are useful in some context and are valid and can measure specific things, but which may be not the most appropriate to accurately measure the type of skills and competencies that we have discussed today. So, when we talk about problem-based learning and authentic assessments, certainly I would, argue that there are plenty of other forms of assessment which should be implemented, those that we have discussed today. And so for me, the first challenge is actually making sure that everyone in the discipline agrees on this, and that there is a sort of a sufficient critical mass of people, educators who are willing to move toward these new forms of these new approaches. Even the concept of constructive alignment, which is something which is essential in certainly in the UK higher education contexts. Pretty much all universities consider that the Big's work is fundamental in education, and that we need to have constructive alignment between content and assessment and outcomes. Even that, I think, is actually, even though this is a key principle, it's not always well applied in practice, I would say, because not everyone is familiar with this in reality. So you need to sort of make sure that your colleagues are on board. But then yes, the students, they're such a wide, varied bunch of people. Our students are, they come with many different backgrounds. They come with many different expectations, many different needs, and it's very difficult to design something that will work for everyone. So again, this is this idea also of making sure that we have varied a varied approach in assessment, for instance, where every student will experience different forms of assessment across their studies. And in that way, I think, this also helps us because, the kind of changes that I've talked about, we do not have to do them for every single assessment task, for every single course, we can take an approach which is really programmatic, where we look at the curriculum as a whole in a program of studies, and we look at all assessment tasks, and we try to use a combination of assessment activities, a combination of approaches that mean we just make some small changes where it matters most, where it will have the most important effect. So I think that this is also, maybe the direction I'm suggesting is, rather than this full revolution, we need to focus on the points in the program where these changes are the most important and will be most effective. And making sure that overall there is a good variety of approaches. And so we can keep, I've started by saying that, examinations maybe are not always the most useful forms of assessment, but I have nothing against, keeping written examinations that are widely used in the UK in our disciplines, in STEM disciplines. We can, certainly keep them where they help, where they matter. And our disciplines are also very hierarchical, in the sense that we need to build the fundamental knowledge before being able to move up to higher levels of complexity in learning and in assessment. So the type of assessment and the type of approach that you're going to use will also depend on what level of study, what is, are you trying to assess something which is fundamental knowledge, or are you trying to assess very high level of cognitive competencies, with being able to creatively solve a problem, for instance. So
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm not sure I've answered your question, but I think that it's a complex problem.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nicholas, for your presentation and nice discussions. As you mentioned about the even small changes, starting with one learning outcomes or one assessment can create a lasting impact. Thank you very much. That is from our sessions today. And as a token of appreciation, the committee have a certificate for you. The committee, could you please to share the certificate as a token of appreciations? Okay, this is a token of appreciations that delivered to you, Dr. Nicholas Rapros, to become a speaker in STEM education to support green skills forward with AI. Thank you very much, and we close this session with applause for Dr. Nicholas Labrose.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Labrose. And we move on to the seventh speaker. We already have, Dr. Janika.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Dr. Janika. Okay, before we start with our last speaker, I love the sentence that we save the best for the last. So this is the best speaker, Dr. Janika. The committee, could you please to share the curriculum vitae of the Dr. Janika? Okay, here is the curriculum vitae of the Dr. Janika Leoste from the Tallinn University School of Educational Sciences. And Dr. Janika combines more than 25 years business innovations and project management experience with research and teachings in artificial intelligence, digital education, and IT didactics. She is Associate Professor in Artificial Intelligence Didactics at Tallinn University and Assistant Professor of IT Didactics at Tallinn University of Technology. She leads international multi-partner projects that connects university and tech companies public authority, schools, and professional networks. Her works confers responsible AI adoptions, institutional AI readiness, teacher digital competencies, hybrid and blended learning, educational robotics, digital well-being, research to industry knowledge transfer, and work-ready digital skills. As principal investigator of the UR 3 Million Horizon Europe Tech Talents Project, she provides scientific leadership for consortium governance, work plannings, quality stakeholder engagements, trainings, and etc. Her methodological strengths include mixed method research, policy mapping, evidence synthesis, stakeholder interviews, focus group expert workshop, and the preparation of analytical reports and operational recommendations. And without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Jenica.
Thank you so much for your kind presentation. And most likely you have been here already for hours and you have heard what should be done. So I try to be different and I try to maybe talk most about what I have done. And when you have done something, you have both good experiences and also bad experiences. And you already heard my background. I can also hear that I'm also a member of AI expert panel just formed by European Commission related to implementation of AI Act in Europe. And before I start sharing slides, I was thinking that what are the key points so you wouldn't run away immediately. First, I would like to share some experience. What did I do with engineers this semester and AI? And secondly, I encourage you to think what is good and what is bad. So I highly encourage you to think about your feelings because actually when using AI, it's mostly about your teaching integrity or research integrity, but also it's about your personal ethics and it's all about your feelings. And as we know, maybe AI doesn't have feelings yet, but we as people have. And actually, I couldn't fall asleep last night. I tried to think about the bad example when I last felt bad when using AI, and it was quite tricky because I didn't find it so easily. But first thing that came into my mind is that I feel really bad when I see some AI slop produced by colleagues who doesn't understand what they are doing. So that was my feeling bad. And also one thing I would like to remind you that although we are used to talk that teaching and learning is one continuum, actually when talking specifically about AI in education, it isn't. It isn't. Teachers or learners are not in the same position, and it resonates with this feeling good or feeling bad. We as teachers, we do our work. We do our work. Of course, it would be good if we would be learning together with our learners, but unfortunately, most of time we do our work and it's quite okay, to be more effective in our work. Okay, it's not okay. I'm going to talk about it, but at least the short time, feeling is I feel good when I can delegate my work. But now let's think about learners and learners don't work, although maybe as a parents of the learners, we can say, okay, their son or their daughter, you don't have to go work, you are studying at the university or at school, so I pay you because learning is your work, but actually it isn't. Learning is something totally different. It's a cognitive effort and it's always difficult. And yes, now, whenever following my slides. I'm going to share them with you soon. My main message I would like to remember, whatever I'm talking to you, is you are the most green person ever in the world for your parents, for your colleagues, for your teachers, for your students, if you just don't produce AI slop. So that will be my main message to you. It doesn't matter what subject it is, but you are as good person also using your own brain. And now, just before moving to my slides, I just want to mention with three words what did I do this semester. And this semester, we decided with my colleagues from engineering department, I belong to IT department at IT School of Technology, that let's help our teachers, let's help our colleagues. And the way we decided to help them was quite a strange way, I can confirm. So we decided to crash their courses with AI. And they are not just usual social sciences courses, but STEAM courses, engineering courses. And we selected 12 courses at the bachelor level. We informed these teachers. We kindly asked access to their Moodle system. And then we just prompted, okay, these are materials, these are required homeworks. Could you please solve it for me as primitive prompts using free large language models? And then we developed kind of index. And as one of the papers is already accepted, so you can connect with me later on LinkedIn. I think I can share you already something about the instrument. But shortly, the idea was that we differentiated first the assessments, whether they contribute to the grade or you just need them to pass the course. And also the index was smaller when you required more oral assessment, more lab work, as also was mentioned by the previous speaker. So when there were elements that you had to appear as a person, it was good for your course. Let's put it in that way. And I can talk that index range was from 0 to 70%. And the average was 20. And I'm not going to discuss it right now with you. It's your home task. What does it mean when you can pass engineering or STEAM course in a way that 20% of your home tasks would be done fully by large language model on AI, just telling, solve it for me. What does it mean for you? Whether you can start building bridges, not knowing 20%, or maybe it's even worse. Anyways, what we did beside just testing these courses, we also sent a pre-evaluation questionnaire to these teachers asking, what do you think, how AI proof is your course? And also, what did we do after the semester was over just last week? We also asked students, how much did you use AI when attending these classes? And now I'm really going to jump to my slides that will give you the bigger picture, but I would like to share with you maybe the most exciting answer we received from one student, and it was related to this 70% index course. Yes, I knew that I could do everything with AI, but I didn't do it because I want to learn. And it's my right to learn. So instead of thinking that students are someone trying to cheat on you, maybe we should change our attitude and think maybe students are someone who want to learn instead of cheating. But however, when something is possible, you still might like to do it. So it's our obligation as teachers, university professors, to make our courses AI proof. And it means that from the beginning already students understand that there is no 20% shortcut or 25 or 70% shortcut. We are here at university to learn for our future jobs. And yes, now I start with my slides, and I'm also going to illustrate my slides with some lived experiences, as I'm sorry to say, but I use AI in teaching extensively, but my learners still prefer having me as a person. So in front of the students, I don't use AI. Only when supporting something, but let it keep as a small secret. And by the way, in Europe, there are more and more students telling that I'm not going to use AI at all. It makes bad to my brains. And also they tell that teachers have no right to use AI because they are paid for teaching. So it's also now important to find a good combination. Maybe as a teacher, I can still use AI for some purposes, but not telling to my students like, okay, dear students, I don't do video lecture for you. I use AI avatar instead of me. Although it's so creepy, but it saves my time, and I'm so happy that it saves my time because it might come as a surprise for you, dear colleague professors, but the students don't care about your time. They care about their better learning outcomes. Yes, and now let's move further with the slides, and maybe now you understand my slides better, whether we should use AI or if we could use it, then when, what's the purpose of that? Because currently, unfortunately, I have seen with some colleagues that if you don't have AI literacy and your students have AI literacy, then we are actually feeding the bot only. Teachers are so excited, generating millions of new learning assessments as AI slop to students. Students are solving these exercises, of course, with AI, and then teacher will assess them with AI. And what we are doing then, we are just feeding a bot, training the algorithms, but no one is learning and there is no human aspect. And it is not called learning environment when we just delegate our main task, whether to teach or learn, to some tool, because AI and large language models, they are tool, and that's something we have to consider. Even if we tell about her or him or what did he do to me, it's still a tool, and only you as a teacher or learner taking the responsibility. And now the next thought, yeah, again, you have read millions of papers about it, that AI supports cognitive offloading and then your brain will shrink or explode or something like that. I would say, at least from my perspective, it's not as bad when I'm doing my work. It is bad when I just cheat on me and not learning. And I can confirm here, whenever I do Duolingo, I will accept the penalty, but I would never ask what is the solution. I'm ready to lose points and I'm even ready to lose my first position somewhere, but I don't cheat on me. So cognitive offloading is a concern by social scientists, but actually whether I do this or not, it's my pride as a learner, and I enjoy difficult challenges. On the other hand, when I'm a teacher and I'm doing my teaching work, I'm not talking about administrative part because here we can automate everything. We could automate, of course, or just erase some things we don't have to do anymore. But from the teacher perspective, now please think about good feeling and bad feeling. To be extremely honest, I started thinking about the pattern in my head when I'm using AI, when I have to prepare some teaching tasks. Don't tell it to my boss, yes? Okay. First, I have realized that if there is a tendency that I'm going to use AI when preparing something, first I postpone this task. Most likely I don't like this task, and then I postpone the task, and I postpone the task until the very moment I'm not able to perform the task with a high quality because there's no time for that. And then I go to the large language model and I tell, okay, please create me detailed curriculum plan or something, or just some questions. And yeah, it saves my time, but I would do it myself if I had time. And if I had time, I would be enjoying to do it so. And now there is one extremely important point. Uh, Even if you don't have time for preparing this material, you shouldn't do it if you have no time to read it. So even if I use AI for creating documents, I don't say 100%, maybe I say 35%, for example, because now I have to read it so carefully and so slowly, looking for a mistake, being as an evil person, like reading some home assessment of the lazy student who gave me everything in the last minute. And it takes a time, and sometimes it's even easier, to do it by yourself from the scratch. And I never use it when I'm not expert on that. Because if I can't assess whether the answer is correct or not, it's not cognitive offloading, how to put it in a correct academic way. It's being stupid. Okay. If it's being stupid when I sign my name, not understanding what the content is. And it's not only the problem of students, it's also a problem of the teachers. And I have conducted several studies with my colleagues in my home country, also in other countries. And the AI literacy level of students is much more higher than the AI literacy of teachers. And I would say it's the biggest problem right now, because I would say if you don't have the same literacy level as your students have, please don't use it. You make yourself stupid. And yes, most likely you have also heard a lot of talk about these green zones and the red zones, what should be done, what shouldn't be done. I'm not sure if I have this slide right now, but let's put it that way. You can't control a learning environment all the time. Most likely, you can somewhat control the learning environment, what happens in your classroom, but you can't control the learning environment that is at students' home. So there is no point of creating these greens or yellow or red zones if you can't check it. And also I think that the whole Europe at least moves towards the direction that it's not the teachers' thing to design these rules. Actually, if teaching is considered a formal act somewhere in the institution, then institution should deliver the rules, how AI is used or not to used, and then I have to depart from that actually. It's not to me to say that whether to use or not. And I would just pose a really huge problem, at least for me. I'm a lecturer who would like to use AI also when teaching my subject. I'm teaching research fundamentals, by the way. But until our institution regulations tell that using AI is voluntary, not mandatory by students, students have right to refuse using AI. And now please take a position of me as a teacher. I can't consider proposing any learning tasks, knowing that like half of my students have 50 times more capacity than others, for example. So I can't take it into the consideration. And when talking about uh, all goals we have to reach, I would say that digital equity is in danger, especially in the era of large language models. And if There are no rules. If it's not mandatory, as a teacher, I have to rather design things keeping in mind that no one is using them, but also keeping in mind that I have to use a design that no one can't benefit or not learning. And I'm extremely excited about creating AI assistants for my students. So I call them my minions. So I have this GPT or chat-based or any other type of assistants, and I clone my knowledge into this assistant. So I imagine, okay, of course, I'm dreaming that if I'm not available, my students are so excited about my course, so they want to interact with me 24 hours, and then the assistant can talk using my voice, using my thoughts, using my last slides, using my last lecture content, and also creating them these tests if they want to. And yeah, that's the way I feed the bot. I finish the class. I put the last slides, I put my last class transcript, and also some things that might be helpful. So creating the assistant for my students is nothing that is ready before the class. Actually, I just leave the class and then I try to create a copy of me for students who miss the class. And if it saves time for me, definitely not. But I'm happy to contribute to students, and still I have to sell this chatbot to them because they don't trust chatbots. So it's quite difficult to explain my students, please use the chatbot. The chatbot is as good as me. So they don't trust me in that sense. But I'm still doing it because I still hope that I can save some students' grade or their curiosity. And before moving to the next slide, just the thing I really got sad last semester. It was some class in my native language. I gave written feedback to my students, and my students told that teacher gave them AI feedback. So basically, I gave them AI slop. No, I was writing in my native language, and we have so small language. Less than 1 million people are talking that language. So it was real, but then I understand something, and now you have to consider whether it feels good or bad for you, whether you're a teacher or whether you are a learner. I can't prove in written communication that I am real. I just can't prove. Whenever there is a written text, I can't prove that I wrote it myself. And also you as a student, you can't prove it either. Although here in Estonia, at least, we are not allowed to use any AI detectors. So we always have positive assumption that students did work by themselves. Still, you can't prove. And what is my solution? This semester, I never gave written feedback to my students. I gave only oral feedback. So I redesigned my lessons, and during the group work, I invited all people to have a talk with me, of course on voluntary basis. And now they saw that I am a real person. And I think that's good. Now, what I still suggest to my learners and colleagues, that if there is no assistant offered, you can still create the assistant for you, even creating a smart prompt in any language model, because in higher education, we don't have generic topics. We have really specific topic, and the knowledge is in the head of the professor. So whenever you want to learn about your subject, please use only materials created by a professor, because asking general question how it is solved, it might be totally different how it is solved in UK or in Estonia or Indonesia. So never ask generally from the chatbot, because chatbot knows everything, and because of that it might not be the knowledge your professor asks you. And yeah, I would say that you just have to consider as a learner how to support uh, this type of cognitive offloading that supports your learning. And basically the only moment I found what you could do if you are a student. Actually, you really need to understand what you need to grade well, how to finish your class, and also you need to understand the materials of professors, because maybe some professors having materials already quite old because it's a topic you don't need to upgrade every year. Maybe they haven't made it clear, or they use quite complicated vocabulary. And I would say the only way to use it as a learning tool is just letting to explain to you what is needed, so I could learn better. And yeah, what is the thing people often don't think, especially teachers? We require explainability and transparency from our students. If you are ever considering even using AI assistant, offering it to your students, you also have to explain oh, what is in the belly of your AI system, what did you put into that, and if your students don't want to use AI, they have to be able to find all assessment matrices, all slides, all summaries also in Moodle or any other learning management system. And actually, currently there are three main discussion lines. What should AI or large language models do in the classroom, whether to replace, whether to be complementary, or whether augment? I would say this is a nice vision, but it doesn't work that now we decide, okay, it is complementarity. First, we have to think, how did we survive before AI? So how our life looked like before AI, and how I have become so stupid that I'm automatically need some complementarity or augmentation. Of course, I can do it, but once again, it's not only my decision, it's a decision of your institution, and it's a decision you design together with your students, because AI helps you to be more effective, and then you have to find spots in your teaching learning process when you all can be more effective. And dehumanizing education, telling that we want to be more effective, I'm so sorry, but in the end of the day, you want to get hired. And as we know from policy reports, the industry claims that they are not missing more AI skills or people who were more effective in classroom. Actually, they miss social skills. So people communicating too much with only digital systems, they can't be leaders. They are not able for the group work. So rather, I would say, yes, we should be more human, and takes even more time. So it's a kind of controversial thing. We hoped as teachers that AI brings us more time, but no, you can imagine that having oral conversations with my students takes more time from me than just writing some digital feedback. And yes, short term, I feel good if I can delegate some of my work to AI, but on the long term, I'm really worried about dehumanization of teaching, especially in the context that students might also think that everything is only about knowledge. And I'm so happy that there are STEAM subjects still exist, because knowledge is just a baseline. And then we have to use our hands and I think our own brain to show that we have skills to apply our knowledge. Because it's not just a digital text, but we have to interact with the real learning environment, or we have to solve our challenges in the real world. But the more and more important is also your attitudes, whether you have positive attitudes in what you are doing, because otherwise you are not hired. And you all know that at least European AI Act doesn't allow to profile or grade students with AI. I think that maybe some teachers just don't know it, but actually it's not allowed. So still person has to do this work. And when a machine creates the feedback, the machine doesn't know the person. So creating machine feedback for people, for students, like 8 pages of the feedback. instead of two sentences. Okay, you did well or good. Students understand it, and it doesn't help you to build a relationship having more support. And to come to the end, although these slides are quite generic, and I feel bad, I feel real bad that I created these slides using AI. More specifically, I used ChatGPT Pro model, but I didn't tell model just, okay, create slides for me. No, I fed into the model all my last 10 talks and also my latest experiences. And based on that, I let to generate the slides. But you could also understand that designing this type of slides manually, I would need my personal designer, or I should spend, I don't know, 40 hours because I'm not a designer. Yes. And from these slides, as these slides will be shared with you, I think you should create your own columns to think about also whenever using AI, where is the contribution, where is the authorship, and where is the privacy, because currently they are so blurred lines. And now, when talking about green choice, once again, remember what did I tell in the beginning? The most green choices, you are not going to prompt at all if you can do it by yourself and you don't need, you don't have a time pressure or you really need some help and your professor is not there. So it's up to you, but rather not to prompt. If you prompt, please limit yourself up to 3 prompts because it has happened to me that it is whether you want me to improve it, whether you want me to improve it, and then I realized after 1 hour, okay, the third prompt was the best because it's a never-ending story, and I disagree that okay, we use AI because the AI pleases you. No, for me, it's rather reduces my being self-aware or being confident in me because it always tell I can improve. But as a person, one moment, I have to deliver. And there is still this Pareto principle, 80%, 20%, that I'm quite happy if I can deliver at a level of 80%, but AI doesn't care because it's not a human. And I would finish my presentation here. So maybe you can think about it. If you are a teacher and if you are a student, you can also think about it, whether you should say your professor, okay, go ahead, use AI in your teaching as much as you would like, because I'm as a student, I can use independently from you with AI anyway. If not, I think these are questions you should still ask or discuss with your professor because these are questions I would really like to be answered before we say that using large language models and AI in teaching and especially in STEAM teaching is mandatory. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Janika, for your inspiring talks. I really like your story and example about the thinking about the student thinking that your own written feedback was generated by AI, and also for the AI assistant. It's very insightful and inspiring me, of course. And we move on for the question and answer sessions. If there is any question from the participants, you can raise your hands. Okay, from Maria, we have here one question from the Maria. Thank you, Dr. Janika. May I ask, you mentioned that the greatest risk of AI in education is the humanizations rather than technology itself. Since AI can provide instant explanation and feedback while meaningful human relationship take time to build, where should teacher draw the line between educational efficiency and preserving authenticity human connections?
Okay, thank you. Once again, we have as a teachers, as we are overloaded with our work always, we always trade off. When we didn't have AI, we made this trade just giving you one sentence. Okay, you made good, the work was good, or you failed, or something like that. Now we have this type of tool, and the first thing some teachers have never done, but if they do it, there is still a way how they can use AI. They have never thought how I am grading your work. And the first thing is, if I want to delegate this grading or giving feedback to AI, not giving, but getting some pre ideas for my own answer, I have to create a matrix. And please try to create matrix if you used your gut feeling to give grades, especially if you had some favorite students, let's put it in a way. And now you have to offer explanation how you grade. So if you are able to create a feedback matrix, what is expected, then of course you can ask your students submit anonymous homework. Then you have to have agreement with your students that they allow you to upload the work to system. And then if the system has your matrix, then the system can provide you quite cool feedback. But please never use this feedback directly, and you have to personalize it feedback. So you have to describe yourself, you have to describe your style, you have to describe your thoughts, and you also have to tell what type of language you use when communicating with students, and also whether it's 3 sentences or 2 pages. And when you have done so much work, then you discover that you can do it by yourself. But yeah, basically, if you have this feedback matrix and you compare student homework against the feedback matrix, it is extremely helpful receiving the feedback in a few seconds, and then you can rewrite the text, but not with the help of AI, but removing not an important part and adding important part. And okay, I have done this thing, I can't deny I have done everything actually. And what happened to me when I just started discovering this wonderful capacity builder for me, I uploaded different students' work to the same chat, and at the same time, the AI was reading the work on the right window. I was reading student work at the left window, and I put extremely slow model because I needed more time to reading student work to understand whether the assessment is correct. And in a moment, I start checking. Oh my God! But these type of things weren't included in this student work. And then I realized that the feedback took into the consideration previous students' work. So strange things will happen to you if you try to use it as a teacher. If you don't have AI literacy, please don't do it. It will result with a really embarrassing moments, and then the teacher is going to feel bad, and student is going to feel even worse, because as a student, I use, I give 100% of me, and I write my human assignment to you, to another human to assess it. And I don't care about the grade. I care about human opinion. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another questions from Dr. Farida. Um, why Estonia being AI checker? Because if you mention that the Estonian have a positive perspective about the students' performance, maybe in our cases we usually have negative perceptions about the student when the students performed so much good at the written. So it's should be AI generated. It is in our cases. So why the
Okay,
Estonian AI checkers?
I can't comment it in that sense. Just universities have this agreement that it is not allowed to use, although there are things there. Rather, we have to set extremely clear rules, and the majority of Estonian universities require that if I have my study program to be presented to students, there is a clear AI statement what I can do with AI and what they can do with AI. But rather, having these negative assumptions, I would support the way what we did in the spring, and actually I'm doing now the same thing with other courses also at IT department. So rather to educate your teachers to make their courses as AI proof as possible. And unfortunately, it means more oral exams, more process check, also speed oral examination, more labs. That's it. And then it's up to you to decide what is the AI proof index your university would accept. But you have to keep in mind that Estonia has two AI initiatives countrywide. One initiative has now run 1 year. It's called AI Leap. AI Leap. You can check it from internet. And we delivered the paid GPT version to all gymnasium students and teachers. Not the very last grade, but 10th and 11th, we have 12 grades. And also our universities bought licenses to teachers, and we started with Estonia.ai initiative this year, where we promised to educate where we promised to educate 100,000 citizens to be AI literate in 19 months. So you have to understand the context. On the other hand, Estonia has only 1.3 million inhabitants. We have only 500 schools and 500 kindergartens. Tallinn University is one of the two teacher training universities, and Tallinn University of Technology is the only technology university. So we are sandbox, we are testbed, we do a lot of stuff, and in a few days, hopefully, there will be published the risk assessment of this AI Leap initiative, because that has now run 1 year. But what you can learn from that as a universities. Now imagine that these AI native students enter the university next autumn, and if our teachers at universities are not prepared, if their AI literacy level is lower than these native students, what is going to happen then? So yes, there are AI checkers, but persons are always clever, and I would say that after 1 year you are not able even to differentiate what is written by human or what is written by AI, because I can teach AI to answer like me. So whether I am real, whether I am robot or not, you don't know. Maybe my AI agent is talking to you. Maybe it's an AI avatar. How do you know that I am real? I'm even not in Estonia right now. I'm in Madrid. So, actually, just having this tactile feeling comes more and more important to understand if I need a person. Now there's a question whether I need a person. Do I need a person? If I need in teaching, most likely it is important.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. It's more personal, I think. Okay, we have another questions here from Ms. Huyens. How do you prevent folks from being enthralled by AI slopes and further exacerbate the quagmire?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't understand it.
The question in chat box: how do you prevent folks from being enthralled by AI slopes and further exacerbate the quagmire?
I'm still okay. Prevent from being enthralled by AI slopes and further exacerbate the quagmire. Okay, as we can't differentiate what is created by AI or what is created by human, how to avoid it. I would say that currently, when we use AI in teaching and learning, we still mostly produce written text. And at least right now, when you read the written text generated by AI, and if it's not improved, actually you understand when it is used because it doesn't have any meaning. And that's the biggest problem with AI generated slop and text. actually it looks so good, but when you start reading it, it doesn't have any meaning. And if you know the person, I would say that now it becomes more and more important that you know the person, you understand whether it's that the person. And I give you a really simple live example. For example, it has happened to me again. As I tell you, everything has happened to me already. So I had to read written opinion that the boss had to write about the employee. Yes, and I knew both the boss and I knew both the employee. It's related somewhat to the attestation academic people have to do. And when I started reading the one opinion, then the voice of this person started playing in my head, and I imagined the person speaking to me. Yes, but then I read another one, and nothing happened. And then I immediately realized that it was AI slop, because we as a people, we project the written text actually as still as a 3D thing, and that's the best way for you to understand it. And there is no way to understand whether it's a AI slop or not if you don't know people personally. And I think it's a really big challenge in that sense if you don't have the time to meet personally. And especially we do this distance education webinars and so on. I think that bad things might happen before we understand that we have our own of being humans, and it's not something we can't regulate. It's something you have to go to your colleague and influence, telling, I'm I feel so bad about you that you are producing this AI slop, and also to go to the students and explain them that it looks like so bad. It looks just so bad, and people have their proud. So it's a question about ethics and proud, and the question of whether I would like to be a human. And it's not easy because, of course, it's so easy to create a dietary plan for you to lose, I don't know, 5 kilos in 1 month, for example. But following this plan is not easy. So yes, there is a AI slop, too much AI slop. Our activities have lost the meaning right now, especially as professors and teachers, but we can fight it back. I would say it just takes 1 year. We will fight it back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe one last question from me, because here in Indonesia, we recommend by the curriculum, even from the elementary school until the high school, to using AI in our classroom. But from your presentation, you show that you only use AI in areas where you already have expertise and can verify the outputs. How can we help students to develop this same habit of critically evaluating AI instead of simply accepting the answer from the AI?
Okay, first, you will perform by KPIs. So if you are measured by something, then you do everything to get this KPI. And if you are measured by answers, then students do everything to get these answers. If you are measured by academic discussion, for example, or something you have to deliver using, your brain in the process, then it's different. So basically, I would say we shouldn't accuse our students in anything. Rather, we should look in the mirror and ask ourselves what we are asking, what we are requiring. And until they are not ready to do their homework without AI, and of course they do homework with AI because we produce AI slope as more and more assignments to home, because it's so easy to create these assignments. Maybe we should give up by giving homework and doing more things in classroom, and then we should just close our devices. In my class I tell, okay, now we close all devices, and now we look each other's to eyes, and now you are looking at me, and when you want to stare at your devices, you can do it at home because I'm not at home with you. And yeah, it's kind of moving back 2000 years or something like that. But the question students ask us more and more, what's the point of coming to a university, especially if I live 100 kilometers away? If I can, what is the difference? What is the difference? That's the question. And first it has to be answered, and that's the reason I'm the professor of didactics. So didactics refers to the teaching methods, and maybe the new teaching methods are the really old ones. I'm sorry to say, but they are not effective, of course.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jenica. Your presentation and answer remind us that AI is not here to replace teaching of learners, but to support meaningful learning when used responsibly. Okay, that's all from our discussions today. As a token of appreciations, the committee have certificate for you, Dr. Jenica.
Yeah.
We sincerely appreciate your time, expertise, and inspiring insight. Once again, please join me in giving a virtual round of applause to Dr. Jenica. Thank you very much, Dr. Jenica. And that's all for the 7 speakers for today's webinar. And as a moderator, I'm sorry for being if I have mistaken to lead these discussions, and I'm go back to the master of ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholas and Associate Professor Jenica for the great presentation, and also for Dr. Ari for expertly guiding the insightful session. Thank you once again to our moderator and all our distinguished speakers for those remarkable insights. Now, before we enter the closing statement for this event, I would like to invite someone very special to the virtual stage. We are honored to have with us the Head of International Office of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Farida Nur Hasanah, who will deliver a special announcement regarding our upcoming events. Please welcome Dr. Farida.
Thank you very much, Mbak Alisa. Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh, it was really a fruitful discussion and then very interesting presentation from our keynote speakers. And thank you very much. You are still stay tuned in our webinar session. Actually, I just would like to share the upcoming event that as a part of this webinar STEM series from the International Office. The next agenda, don't forget, this is very important because this STEM fair is now we have the first phase, and then the next agenda will be held on September 30, 2026. This agenda, the next STEM fair competition. So the first one is about computational thinking competition in the national level. And then this year will be the third computational thinking competition using Ranger Tangible. We are collaborate with the LEVA Foundations. And this is open for the elementary, middles, and high school students. Okay, and then the second one, the second competition is Virtual STEM Innovation and Simulation Challenge for the Green Skill. This is an international competition. So all participants from outside Indonesia also can join this competition. This is specified only for undergraduate students. And these competitions aims to developing cutting edge about IoT and AI-based simulation focused on advancing green skill. And then the third competitions is 3-minute research presentation. And this is also the second 3-minute research presentation that held in the STEM fair competition. And this is designed only for postgraduate students and general public, so the teachers also can join this fast-paced competition, demand clarity and visions. So you are welcome to join this competition. And then that's all the information from me. Thank you very much, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you for your attendance and your extraordinary participation. And don't forget to fill the form. See you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Farida, for the exciting announcement regarding our upcoming event in September 2026. We truly look forward to seeing all of you participate in the next event this coming September. Now, as we approach the official closing of today's event, it is my distinct honor and privilege to invite our respected leader to deliver the final remarks, Professor Dr. Pait Nurma Yunita Indrianti, as the Vice Dean for Academic and Research from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. Please welcome Professor Nurma.
Yes, thank you, Mbak Alisa. Hopefully, my voice clearly. You can hear, right?
Yeah, it's clear and loud.
Yes, thank you, Mbak Alisa. Thank you very much for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu, to all distinguished guests. As we come to the end on this joint webinar, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to all our distinguished speakers, moderators, organizers, and also participants who have contributed to the success of this meaningful event. Today, we have a very distinct presentation, through a rich and insightful series of presentation from 8 until now at 4 p.m. The series of presentation that broaden our perspective on how STEM education can equip learners with green skill and leverage the power of AI to create a sustainable future. Yes, from the first speaker, Professor Indah, and then Dr. Victoria Pineda, and Prof. Myung Hong from Korea National University of Education. And then we have Associate Professor Richie Pravat from Mahidol University, Thailand. And then after that, we have Dr. Rosli Nawati Roslan Sultan from Hasanah Bolkiah Institute of Education. And then Dr. Nicholas Labrosse from University of Glasgow. And then Dr. Janika Lauste that we have just now. Each presentation has offered valuable insight, practical strategies, and inspiring examples from various contexts. We have seen how ecosystem, workforce readiness, innovative instructional design, institutional practices, and then measurement approaches and conscious AI can collectively transform STEM education to a greener and more equitable world. On behalf of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret Indonesia, we would like to express my heartfelt appreciation for all speakers for sharing your knowledge, experiences, and valuable perspective. Our moderators and also Master of Ceremony for guiding this session smoothly and very professional. The organizing committee, the International Office FTTE that led by Dr. Farida and the team for your hard work and dedication behind the scene and also of course here today. And all participants for all over the world, for some countries here that already we start from I think almost 250 participants until this afternoon for your active engagement, thoughtful question, and also enthusiasm throughout the webinar. Your participation and collaboration have made this webinar not just a series of presentation, but a very meaningful global learning community. Let us continue the spirit of this collaboration beyond today. May this webinar be the starting point for the future partnership, innovative research, and impactful action advancing STEM education, green skill, and AI innovation for a better and more sustainable world. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good luck, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Nurma, for those wise, inspiring, and truly meaningful closing remarks. Your words have certainly reminded us of the importance of academic excellence and research in shaping a better future, especially in STEM learning powered with AI. Ladies and gentlemen, before I officially bring today's event to a close, allow me to give one final and important reminder regarding your e-certificate. Please do not forget to fill out the attendance form, which we have provided in the chat box. We kindly remind you that completing this form is mandatory for all participants to receive your e-certificate. Once you have submitted the form, the committee will process your attendance and send your e-certificate through the shared drive or email address you have registered with for this event. So please double check your email and ensure you have uploaded all your screenshots before submitting. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the STEM webinar 2026 under the theme of STEM education to support green skills powered with AI, advancing sustainable innovation, organized by International Office and STEM Center from Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to all speakers, moderators, participants, and committee members for their valuable contributions throughout today's event. We hope that the discussion and knowledge shared during this event will be valuable for your future work and research collaboration. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our appreciation for your presence and participation in STEM Webinar 2026. Thank you for your participation. Goodbye and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mbak Lisa. Thank
Thank
you,
you, Mbak
everyone.
Lisa. Thank you, everyone. See you on September.
Meeting.
Ini ada.
Jamila tadi kan.